Hey guys, I'm Scott Allen Miller. This is Thursday night, and that means we are live from Barrio Sutiaba, Leon, Nicaragua. All right, I hope we got people in soon. We're going to send out the announcements as we do. We've got them locked and loaded today, so hopefully we'll have people on pretty quickly. We did send it out on Nicoloro as well. Got that out nice and early so that people would see it. I'm shooting this out to all the groups so everyone knows we are live. Special thanks to my daughter Luciana for tonight's thumbnail, which is cat baking cookies. And yeah, it's been a good week. We got a good video up today. We got a very popular one today, and that is going well. I'm really thankful for everybody who was watching that. That took a little bit more effort to edit and certainly more effort to film, and I'm glad that it worked out so well. And special shout out to Ava, who was on today's show, but has been spending the entire day, the last 3 days, in airplanes flying from Nicaragua to El Salvador, to Bogota, Colombia, to Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia, where she is right now. She just got off there an hour or two ago, and she'll be heading to Brisbane coming up very soon. Hey, we got our first people on. Welcome, guys. Glad to have people here. Not sure what else to say. Welcome to the show. I am ready to get started this evening. We're not doing too bad. We got started just after 5, so it's kind of on time, I guess. We did not manage to start early, but that was a pipe dream for today. There was no way we were getting done early, but I did manage to edit and upload today's show and do 2 additional shows, one for tomorrow and one for sometime indefinitely in the future. And feeling good about that. Always need to get extra shows done. Just shutting down extra things that I don't need open at the moment so they don't distract me and use computer resources. Always a problem while I'm doing the show. And mostly just getting the word out there for everyone. And suddenly we jump to 5 people. The party has officially started. We are hoping Marcela is going to be on tonight. She's doing some errands right now, feeding her kids, so that she will be able to be on tonight. So hopefully we will see her in a little while. It'll definitely be an hour or so. Not going to be super fast. And today is Dia de los Trabajadores. It is the Day of the Worker here in... well, everywhere, I guess, but here in Nicaragua as well. And so a lot of people are off work today. And so hopefully people have time to be on, but that may mean we have a lot fewer people on because there just aren't as many sitting around. People are busy doing things, I guess. I don't know. So how is everyone? How has your week been? What do you got going on? What are we looking forward to? What? Fill me in. Let's get in there. Jorge Quant is here. Hey, Scott. MBA finally caught a live on time. Very nice. Welcome to the beginning of the lives when I'm like lost and don't know what to do or say because people aren't on interacting yet. This is my lost time. I do need to have like an intro thing that gives me like, I did that for a while, but I moved to OBS and now I don't know how to do it again. So really need to figure that out because it really does make things a lot easier. It also gives me breaks. I miss having the piece of hardware that did all of my stuff and I just hit buttons. That was fantastic. I want to replace it with one, but it's like $1,000. So it would be great if everybody bought me more coffee or sponsored the show or joined the community because those things are what allows me to pay for those things from time to time. So it really does take a lot to do the show. Jorge says, things are good. Mike Denham is here. I thought you were going to Matagalpa again. So I went to Matagalpa again? I was just in Matagalpa. I'm just back. I've barely had breathing time since I've been back. When did you think I was heading there? I was there until Monday night. Monday morning, I guess, I went to Managua. So I was in Matagalpa Thursday? I'm not sure. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I was in Matagalpa. And then Monday... late morning, went to Managua, but it's a drive, right? So it was a bit of the day. And then in Managua, hung out in Managua during the day, hung out with Marcelita. We went and checked out Oh yeah, last weekend, Mike. I was there last weekend, and the show from yesterday was from that, the Freysinica show. That was in Hinotega, which is the outskirts of Matagalpa, and we hung out. We found a new to us Mediterranean restaurant in Managua, El Sultan. That was pretty good. We took some pictures of that, and then I had to go to the airport. I have a new airport hotel. Remind me, everyone, to talk about that because absolutely super happy with a new airport hotel that we found. I don't know that it's new, but new to us again. But it is one of those like secrets of our community to share with everyone and let them know. A great resource that we have for being able to go to the airport and get good prices and good service and all that. So we will share that in just a little while when we have more people on so that we can disseminate that a little bit more. But yeah, so then I had to go to the airport hotel about 10 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night, waiting for Ava and her sisters. So if you're wondering who they are, they've been on the show a number of times. But today's show, oh, by the way, we are not sponsored by Tonya and their new Misha mixes that I can't get to focus. It doesn't like me. Go away. There we go. There we go. Now you can see it. This is the one without the extra lime and salt, which is way better. Way better. The other one is not my thing. This one, still not like my thing, but it's pretty good. Nicaraguans love it though. It's a really good mix. They were on today's show doing the zip lining and the kayaking. Ava moved to Australia. She landed just an hour or two ago, and so I was there to help get her onto the plane. Her whole family came up and stayed at the hotel. We only had a few hours, so I managed to get there at 9 to 10, hung out with the hotel owner for a while. They arrived minutes after that. Like I did like my Duolingo, and they were there. Hung out with them for a little bit, ordered them dinner, and then I went to sleep at midnight. I don't know that they got any sleep, so I crashed at midnight. And then had to be up at 2:15. So I got 2 hours of sleep between, I went to bed at midnight, so probably got to sleep about 12:15. Got 2 hours of sleep, got up, went to the airport at 3, hung out at the airport until 4:30 when my taxi showed up and picked us up and drove us back to Leon. And so that has been my weekend. And so that was Tuesday morning. I was back here, but extremely tired with very little sleep. Managed to sleep a ton on Tuesday night, and so yesterday was my first day, like, alive here, and then here we are today doing the live streams. That's how it's been going. Joseph Hernandez says, "What's up, Uncle Scott? I'm about to celebrate Cinco de Mayo weekend here at the U.S." Oh, that's true. It's Cinco de Mayo. What are we going to be doing? I mean, I'm going to have a michelada. I'll have one for Cinco de Mayo is actually a big day for me, not because it's the fake Mexican holiday, but because my company went live with our first internal product, our first like software that we sold to the world on May 5th, 2000. So in 4 days, we are celebrating 1/4 century in continuous live production. We've never been down for 1 day in 25 years. So that's a really big milestone for us. In general, we celebrate a little bit on Mondays. On every Monday, we throw a party. Another drink for that. Every Cinco de Mayo, we have a little bit of a celebration to celebrate going live with our first product ever. It's kind of an internal company thing, but this was a big one. 25 years, and it's cloud software, right? Like we designed cloud software in 1999 for human medical in the U.S. And went into production in May of 2000 with a product that we had come up with in 99. And it's still in production. Same product, still in production. I talked to customers yesterday, and we actually have a new version that's about to go live. So really cool stuff for us. Like we really big deal. Mike says, last weekend. Yep. Osprey Unlimited by Maryland Osprey Festival says, I follow you closely. You sure have your finger on Leon's pulse. Well, thank you. Mike says, I watched the one at Hinotega, Nika Fresa. It's Fresa Nika. So Hinotega and Matagalpa are basically one metro area, and Fresa Nika sits on the border. So yes, we crossed into Hinotega to go to Fresa Nika for the day. It was one of the things that my kids wanted to do. My wife really wanted to do it. Again, I guess. NBA says, hey, Scott, you mentioned before that Venezuela was on your short list of places to move. That's not quite true. It's not on my short list. It's on my short list of places to invest. So I'm not looking at Venezuela as a place to... So first of all, I'm not looking to relocate. Let's just be clear. But my short list for us, should we not be living in Nicaragua, does not include Venezuela. Not that I wouldn't consider Venezuela. I absolutely would. But it's not on my short list. My short list is Guatemala in a clear, unequivocal first place. Guatemala, hands down, that's my second choice to Nicaragua. To me, Nicaragua is number one, which is why I live here. Guatemala is a very close number two. It's very hard not to choose Guatemala. But if I was in Guatemala, I'd be just a little bit sadder that I'm not in Nicaragua than I am now, not being in Guatemala. Tied for the next place is Mexico and Panama. I really couldn't tell you which I would be more likely to choose on a short list. For choice, likely, I think I'd lean towards Mexico because of the large additional variety available there. However, from a practicality standpoint, I think we are more likely to go with Panama simply because it has such an easier time for us and just so much more practical in the current climate. So that's really where it probably would go, but those two we consider tied as our next spot. Then after that, a lot more other things. Venezuela, however, is next up on my investment list, and I do plan on going there very soon, hopefully this year, for the purpose of researching for investment. My mouse has died while I was talking about that, so I'm hoping that it turns back on and connects, and I'm able to do things here because this is going to be a little bit of a problem. Keeping up with you guys if I don't have a working mouse. I may have to go track down some batteries for this because it is not showing up in any way, shape, or form. All right, we're going to try to keep up a little bit, but cannot adjust what I'm reading. Anyway, so NBA says, hey, Scott, you mentioned before that Venezuela's on your short list of places to move. How do people in the U.S. and Canada get there? There are no direct flights. There's no direct flights from Nicaragua to most anywhere, so you're in more or less the same boat that we are. From here, we do things like flying through, so you can't fly through Panama City. They don't go to Venezuela anymore, but flights through Bogota do. Avianca through Bogota goes to Venezuela very easily, as do flights on Conviasa. So you can fly easily from anywhere, more or less, in the U.S. via Avianca to any of their hubs, Bogota or El Salvador, and from there fly onto Caracas and actually quite a few other locations in Venezuela. Conviasa from here will fly to Havana and then onto Venezuela. So basically, anytime you can get to either Bogota or Havana, which are both major airport hubs, you can get onto Venezuela without any problem at all. So that's a starting point. And this is common in smaller countries. In the United States, you always have that, well, I can fly directly there option for nearly everything. That's normally true. But when it comes to most of us around the world, that's actually not true. Most of us have to work around limited flight options. So that's the normal thing. I think you can get there from Mexico City. You can definitely get connections there from El Salvador. There aren't a lot of connections up north. So I think the primary one is to fly to Bogota, because Bogota is so close to Venezuela that you're there, right? When you get to Bogota, you're just taking a hop. So nearly all flights are going to find that to be the practical one at this time. And Avianca is generally very affordable. I believe that LATAM is still flying there, but they don't have a hub in a spot where it would make sense. You'd end up flying, like over to Peru and then back, which almost certainly would be impractical. Doable, but impractical. Osprey says, so I'm sure that you've covered this topic before in great length, but may you give me a quick update on how's going in Nicaragua now that the U.S. is no longer an official currency? So the United States U.S. currency was never truly official, right? It's always been a secondary currency that is officially accepted, and that has not changed. So the important thing is, while technically there are under the hood changes to how businesses report and write things, unless you are a business in the country and we're doing things that you probably shouldn't have been doing to be weird with money, there's no impact whatsoever. The US dollar is still accepted everywhere it's always been accepted. There's no change in acceptance. There's no change in exchange rate. There's no change in bank accounts. There's no change in usage. There's no change in availability. There's no change. The actual changes are simply that when a business reports its taxes, it must do so using Cordoba as the instrument. It can't play around with different currencies at different time and be like, we made X amount of dollars, and then when it fluctuates, oh no, we meant this much Cordoba to like manipulate the taxes. You have to report in a consistent number, and it has to be Cordoba. You can't pick and choose, and you have to give prices to people in Cordoba. They can pay you in anything they want. You can give optional prices all you want, but you must give Cordoba. You can't ignore the currency of the country. That's like it. That's basically it. Someone said that like the currency exchange has to be done in Cordoba in the country. Like that may be true. I don't know the details on that with like credit card machines. Again, these are like nitpicky things that as the person using it, none of this impacts you. Like it just doesn't. You don't notice. If you weren't told anything about U.S. currency changing, and the U.S. currency didn't change. There's no change as to how the U.S. currency is used here. These are reporting rules, not currency usage rules. Any usage of dollars has remained exactly the same all the way through. If you weren't aware of people saying that this had changed, you would never know, right? Nobody notices. No person has ever to me said, ooh, this is easier, harder, different. Nobody notices. It doesn't change what we do day to day. We carry and use dollars exactly the same, carry and use Cordoba exactly the same, use the credit cards exactly the same, get both out of the ATMs exactly the same, pay for the same things in the same currencies exactly the same. Patricia says, I know you said your daughters are inside big city girls, meaning not that they live inside a big city. They like to be inside and live in big cities, who aren't into nature, definitely not into nature, but did they appreciate the beauty of the mountains around Matagalpa? They do like mountains, and they did grow up partially in the mountains of southern Spain. They grew up in the mountains of southern Italy. They grew up in the Carpathians in Romania. They definitely have some appreciation for mountains. They did like Matagalpa quite a bit. They did find it beautiful. They did like the temperature better. Oh, my dad's here. Hey, Dad. And but you know, Matagalpa in the city, so the advantage to Matagalpa is that Matagalpa is not a wilderness place. It's more city than León. It's the most city feeling city in Nicaragua, unless there's some city out there I haven't been to that's so big that it feels like a city and I haven't been there. Matagalpa is our city more than Managua. Yeah, Managua's 3 times the size, but it feels like a bunch of villages sprawling together. Yes, León has a bigger official downtown, but it's low-lying and not very dense, and so it has a larger downtown that sprawls. But Matagalpa has taller buildings and a tighter density in the downtown, and then sprawls up over the mountainsides, has these pockets of mountains that have nothing in them, and then areas of city around the mountains. And so you get far more I live in a city feeling in Matagalpa than you do in León, and then I feel you do in Managua. Managua obviously has an edge up because you drive around the city and you just keep driving and there's just more and more, but at no point do you really feel like you're in a city. And I'm not saying that Matagalpa quite takes you to that, you know, Guatemala City kind of feeling, but it goes much farther towards that than I feel other cities do. And like Managua with the hills, gives you that look at the twinkling lights up on the hill kind of thing, which I think is a big deal. Cal Hewitt is here. Hey, Scott. Cal says, hey, Scott, just wanted to say thanks for letting me in on the WhatsApp group. You're welcome. This past week, my partner and I went to El Salvador the past 2 years. I'm planning a trip to Nicaragua and El Salvador this summer, too. Awesome. He continues. To compare both as a place for us to move soon. Very useful and exciting info. We're in our 30s, so definitely not trying to retire yet, hence why we're liked El Salvador so much because it's like there's growth there, but a niggling feeling that it might just all be a bubble. So real importantly, there is not growth in El Salvador, and they predicted this, so this is not a failing on their side. The things that they had to do to reduce the crime was going to impact their growth, and it did, but less than predicted. So they did an amazing job at managing that well. However, they have the lowest growth in the region, to the point of it being almost nothing. But they were expecting shrinkage. So let's be clear, not shrinking is a big success for them at the current time. Whereas Nicaragua has the highest growth in North America, beating the US, beating Canada, beating all of Central America, beating Panama, beating the Caribbean. Nicaragua is in first place as far as growth goes. So if that's a factor for you, and it could be, it is an indicator of good things to come, potentially, then it is Nicaragua you should be looking at first, and El Salvador you should be looking at last. Literally the lowest growth rate, other than Haiti, of course, in North America. That doesn't make it bad. That is not a negative on El Salvador, but that one factor, and a few others, but that is a big one. That is a negative. It simply has not experienced the growth that Guatemala, that Honduras, that Costa Rica, that Mexico, that the US, that Canada, that Panama, all of them are ahead of it, and Nicaragua is ahead of all of those. And your recent video comparing it with Nicaragua helped us realize that maybe Nicaragua has more sustainable growth. I guess we'll see this summer. Yeah, Nicaragua, I think, so whether it's sustainable or not, I think a lot of El Salvadorians would argue that theirs is ready to be a sustainable growth. I don't know that that's something we've seen enough of to agree with. They have currently gone through a lot of problems, and they have a lot of challenges, and they've lost a lot of the things. For example, what growth they did have is often, or was often, attributed to their embracing of Bitcoin, and tons of Bitcoin investors went into the country. However, since they dropped Bitcoin and no longer use it and took it off of as an official currency, that puts them on essentially equal footing with Nicaragua, which is that both completely allow it. El Salvador is not allowing it, but it is no longer officially accepted, and it never became a working currency in the country. And so the Bitcoin investors have left, right? There is no more Bitcoin story to drive people into El Salvador. And not that that was a good story and we think that that was a reason to go there. I don't think any of that really made sense. It was all just a ploy, and it got those people in, and it propped up the economy. However, you're looking at a propped up economy that, even being propped up, did poorly. Again, because of the things they had to do, that is not a negative on El Salvador for having done poorly. But we may be looking at a burst bubble where it looks like there's no bubble at all. It may look like there's no growth, and that lack of growth may be an impression sitting on top of a small bubble that may still burst, and you may see shrinkage. So that is a risk in El Salvador. I don't know that it's a big risk. I don't know that I would be worried about it. I'm not sure why the growth of the country's economy impacts you in your 30s. I would actually evaluate that first. Like, we can have a detailed discussion about El Salvador, Nicaragua, and the other countries in the region and their growth rates and why that's good, why that's bad, what that means for you. But as someone who is younger and looking at a future of whatever, Nicaragua's growth rate may actually be a negative for you, because it's indicating that there's a good chance that over time Nicaragua is going to become more expensive, because, not super expensive, just more expensive, because its economy is booming, or nearly booming. At a time where everyone else is in the crapper, Nicaragua's actually experiencing really solid organic growth. This is an amazing indicator for the country. But as an expat, we don't necessarily benefit from. I don't want to say that we don't want, because as an expat in Nicaragua, I want Nicaragua to succeed, even if it's at my own detriment. But that's important to understand, that growth in Nicaragua is, for the time being, not going to negatively impact me. It's not raising prices. It's not creating an oversaturated employment market for the time being. But in 5 years, in 10 years, it could. If they maintain this growth rate, then we're going to have a higher cost of living, and the number of resources that are available to me, because I'm simply one of the few people who has money, will go away. And suddenly all the Nicaraguans are going to have that money, and as an expat, I won't have that magic expat advantage, which, as a good expat, is exactly what I hope to have happen in Nicaragua. I want them to become super powerful and healthy and not want any expats here. Hopefully they still let me stay, because I've been here a long time, right? There's a middle ground where we're all very happy, but that's kind of where you are. If you're looking at it from a purely personal benefit, perspective, you generally want to look at places that have little to no growth, unless there's something specific in that growth that you think you will benefit from, generally, which is not the case. Right. Normally, you're going to suffer from it. So we would need to understand why it is you want what is presumably a negative before we dig into how likely it is to happen and impact you, and if the impact you expect from that growth is likely to come along with that growth, right? Like we can say Nicaragua may make 6% growth for the next 5 years, and if they only maintain 6% growth, say, okay, it's probably not going to create a housing bubble. It's not going to create an employment bubble because they're still going to be making up a deficit. That's one of the reasons that both El Salvador and Nicaragua are on good paths with this growth, and we want to see this growth, is because they're coming from bad starting positions. And so they have the potential for growing more. And it's one of the reasons why people are often thrown off by Nicaragua's incredible growth rate. It's because they're coming from a slow position. And I said this in one of the videos. If you have a place like the United States, which is the equivalent of going at 100 miles an hour, and a place like Nicaragua that's going at like 1 mile an hour, Nicaragua could double its speed every year, 100% speed growth. And the United States could have a 10% speed growth, right? 100 to 10. Let's actually make this 100 to 1, right? In a year, Nicaragua will be going 2 miles an hour while the U.S. is going 101. In 2 years, Nicaragua will be going 4 miles an hour while the U.S. is going 102. In 3 years, Nicaragua will be going 8 miles an hour while the U.S. is going 103, and so forth. And yes, in a number of years, Nicaragua will catch up to the United States and blow past it if it's actually maintaining that rate. But it will take a number of years before it feels like it's anywhere close to to what the U.S. is doing, if those were the real numbers. And it's not really sustainable. No one can keep 100% growth. So even if you have those big growth numbers, they will die off and become more normal growth numbers naturally. Boink 800 says, will the rainy season hit soon? It seems like it will cool down in Leon. So the rainy season actually makes it warmer, technically. But we feel a little bit cooler because you can go out in the rain. The rainy season should be coming closer to June, like maybe the end of May, so it's relatively soon. But our weather patterns are all different than they have been. Climatic change is real, and it is not as predictable as it used to be. So I don't know. We really hope so. We did see rain a couple times over the last week, to tiny, tiny rains, but we're hopeful. We miss the rain. The dry season wears on us a bit. NBA says, have you ever been to the east coast of Nicaragua? I have not. I don't hear much about it. There's a reason. How much of the population actually speaks English there? I don't know how much actually speaks English. Generally, the number is about 800,000 potential speakers out there. Like it's a pretty big group. But remember, it's Creole English. Generally, it's not as useful as you would think. Just like Belize. If you go to Belize and say how many English speakers are there, like 480,000. Entire population, shy a couple people. Wow, that's great. We must be able to do all these things in English. No, the average person speaks a Creole English, and it may not be mutually intelligible. So be aware you're going to get a bit of that on the East Coast. Overall, yeah, I really want to go out to the East Coast. I'm going to the U.S. in 17 days to hopefully get my license in 18 days. I have an appointment with the Texas government to do so and close out my storage unit. I don't have an appointment with the government to close out my storage unit. That'd be weird. But I have an appointment to get my license. And hopefully when I return, I'll be able to do trips like driving out to Bilwi, like driving out to Bluefield, and do a bunch of filming out there. I think it'll be absolutely fantastic. I want to get drive warp episodes of the road in between. I want to explore the coast. I want to do a bunch of that stuff. But I can tell you right now, there's reasons why people don't talk about it. And to those of us in Nicaragua, we're always confused what is making people interested in it. Should you go check it out? Absolutely. Should they get more business out there? Absolutely. Should there be more tourism out there? That would be wonderful. Are we glad that new superhighways are being built out to the coast in both north and south? Absolutely. This is all great stuff. We want good things for the coast. But you have to understand, this is the poorest and most dangerous part of the country. It is essentially uninhabited. While most of Nicaragua is 6.2 million people packed into a small area, that is 800,000 people packed into a massive area. If you think Belize doesn't have a lot of people, yes, this is twice as many people, but over something like 20 times the space. It's empty. That is jungle out there, and it's hot Caribbean jungle. So except for the coast itself, which is mostly swamp, there's not a lot to be interested in out there. And the coast is mostly very rickety buildings on stilts because they have to deal with storm surge and stuff. They actually get hurricanes out there. There's no major settlements, the biggest place being Bilwi. It's mostly logistics hubs and fishing villages. The people are super nice. It's very friendly. There's interesting differences in culture. There's lots of reasons that you may want to visit there. But the number of people who go out there and then express, "Ooh, this is the Nicaragua I was looking for," comes really close to zero. We're incredibly isolated from everything. Just getting to the airport can be a major undertaking. And we're only just starting to get roads out there. They're just about to complete the superhighway to Bilwi, which I did film on an episode that I've not posted yet, but I did go out and I have seen it. There is footage, I believe. Oh no, I haven't seen the footage of this, but I'm pretty confident that we have it, that we have good footage of Nicaragua 5, which is the highway that goes from Matagalpa to San Ramon to Bilwi, Portuguesa, as many people call it in English. And that's going to be a beautiful drive. Can't wait to do that for you guys on Drive Warp. Can't wait to drive the whole country. And that route, Nicaragua 5, is the famous World's Most Dangerous Roads that they film here. And now it's this beautiful highway that you would, I don't know anyone who's ever had a problem driving it, but when we drive it and show the world's most dangerous roads, and you're going to laugh about how ridiculous reality TV is trying to make Nicaraguan roads look questionably good, because they're fantastic. And that's going to be great. But I appreciate that a lot of people want to watch videos about the East Coast, and I want to go make more videos about the East Coast than anyone has ever done. I want to cover it and cover it well. Absolutely, it will be fun. It is not going to, I am very confident, drive people to have an interest in actually going there to live. It's not realistic. What it hopefully will do is give you this really interesting drive to be like, I'm going to move to Nicaragua, and when I'm there, I'm going to sometimes vacation on the East Coast because I can drive there and get away, and it's like doing this wild, adventurous thing without actually leaving the country. Great, right? We want to promote it, but if you're thinking that by seeing these videos you're going to learn suddenly that there's this amazing opportunity to live out there, there is. You certainly can live out there, and I don't want to discourage anyone from going there. Just be realistic. There's a reason no one's showing it. There's a reason that people who really don't know what it's like tend to ask, and once people know what it's like, are like, oh, I'd still like to see it, but now I see it's not that interesting to most people. So just kind of frame your point of reference on what you're looking for there, and I'll do my best to get out there relatively soon. Cal says, thank you for expanding on that. You're welcome. Tom says, Scott, why did I not see you on the kayak with the girls at Laguna de Apoyo? Just kidding. It looks like you all had a blast. A couple reasons. One, I don't fit with the two girls. That would have been way too many people on a tiny kayak. I have kayaked in that lake previously, and I hate it. It is very cool. So I don't like kayaking. I don't like swimming in lakes and stuff. None of that is fun for me. I have glasses. If I fall in, I could lose my glasses, which would be a disaster. And if I don't take my glasses out with me, I see nothing, and it is as boring as could possibly be, and also dangerous because I wouldn't be able to find the shore. So I find, just in general, all that stuff very not entertaining, plus that lake is super cold. The girls thought it was the best thing ever. They had a grand time. And then one of the nights, and I forgot to put this on the video that we did today, on the one night that we went to El Arabe in Messiah, that night we went out to the beach, and the girls went swimming for a few hours, and Josimar and I made a bonfire, and we cooked s'mores and did kind of an American camping out on the beach night until like midnight, and then headed back to Josimar's place and hung out. That was the night that we watched a movie, and then we went and did that. And the girls had a really good time. They didn't know what s'mores were. They'd never been at Laguna de Apoyo prior to that, so it was their first time going swimming. Their bonfire, they weren't really familiar with that. Obviously, bonfires exist here. The whole like bonfire culture thing was new to them. It was a bunch of like really cool. They were like, we're having an American night, and had a really good time. And they liked the s'mores. I don't eat s'mores. I don't like them, but it was pretty cool. Eunice M. Silva says, Hola, if we were to open a business, what would the ideal one be for a family of 3? I can give you so many videos that we have that tell you all the things that you shouldn't do as a business and why you don't want to have a business. So businesses are complex. Let me go get the battery for everybody, like, get ready, go grab your drink real quick. I'm going to be 30 seconds. I'm grabbing one AA battery so that my super cool Logitech mouse can be back online and I can scroll and talk to you guys. And we're going to dig into this question a bit because it is a very important question and we can answer a whole bunch of real questions. So Eunice, when I get back, we're going to talk about that, but I want to know what your goals are. Why are you looking at investing in a business in Nicaragua? What are the end goals that you're trying to accomplish with that and all that kind of stuff, right? Like, people open businesses for many different reasons. Knowing what your reasons are will help us determine what you should be, how you should be approaching that thought process. So I'll be right back. It's going to be super fast. I just have to step across the hall to my battery storage container. My dogs got with a skunk this week, and my entire house smells like skunk, both because skunk was in the yard and because it sprayed both dogs. So yay. That's been super fantastic. What? How did that work? Okay. I'm back. I have a mouse. Hopefully, yes. I have mouse. Now we can do the mouse things. Very nice. Okay. I'm going to answer MBA and then come back to Eunice while Eunice is answering that other part. Is there a strong agricultural sector in Nicaragua? Yes, very strong. It is a major sector here. It is the backbone of all of our exports and such. How is the food security in the country? One of the best in the world. It's one of the primary reasons that people come here. We're one of only a very small handful of food sovereign countries. We have both food and water sovereignty into the indefinite future. We are not worried about losing either, and we have a lot more food capacity than we are leveraging at this time. We could grow quite a bit more food if there was any need to, but there's such a production of food. It's all being exported as it is. So if we didn't have continuous container ships taking our food off to Asia to feed everybody, we'd have a lot more for ourselves, but we don't need it. We have an excess of food as it is. Asking this question because that's what I'd like to do out there is farm. So the problem is that there's a huge agricultural sector already in place. It is doing quite well. There's an excess of food. And so always the question you have to ask yourself is Nicaraguans who make minimum wage, $220 per month, are already farming and providing all the food that the country needs. And so what exactly is it about working as a farmer at those kinds of income rates that makes it seem attractive to you to enter the market and attempt to compete with that? Not that there aren't opportunities, not that there aren't gaps, and not that you can't get into it. Certainly don't want to discourage investment, but it is certainly something I would be very cautious about getting into, because what possible value do you expect to add as a business? You'll have far more overhead and unknowns and costs and risks than existing farmers have, and the existing farmers are making more than enough food and not enough money. Right, where do you perceive having a reason to want to do that? And there are ways that you can make that make sense, but they're not as simple as it may seem. Noted One says, I'm hoping to convince my girlfriend to join me to visit Nicaragua. I wonder what you think about Corn Islands. Is it worth visiting? Yep. So they're fantastic. Yes, definitely worth visiting. And how to go about finding and booking 7 to 10 days stay. So unlike most of Nicaragua, the majority of the Corn Islands is online. Much of the country, you're looking at hotels, right? So Airbnb and Booking.com are your main friends for this. Go check them out. Basically, everything on the Corn Islands is going to be listed there. And so that's about it. And then you just take your flights out of Managua because you have to fly there. It's the only practical way, especially if you don't have a month of extra time. John Blair says, hey, Scott, I noticed while at Laguna de Apoyo, a sizable herd of cattle drinking from the lagoon. Would there be any concerns of contamination from so many cattle drinking and bathing in the lake? Probably is some fear of contamination. It's a very limited lake, but there's been cattle in there for time immemorial, so I'm not sure that it makes a big difference at this point. Patricia says, I saw a crazy Facebook post, as Facebook posts are, a few weeks ago from a Canadian with a hotel in Managua who hadn't had water in 6 weeks and couldn't figure out why. Is it legal to operate a hotel without water? Yes, it absolutely is, because if you are on the municipal supply, you are not held to having water if the city does not provide it. Now, why is there 6 weeks without water? That is a big question. I'm not aware of anywhere being anything like that without water. That doesn't mean it's not true. That sounds crazy. But it's common, right? There's large swaths of the country where you're on well water, and if it runs out, what are you going to do? Do they make you shut down the businesses? What if the whole country shut down? Right? What would happen? What if there's a drought? Can everybody shut down? Right now there is a drought. San Juan del Sur, last I knew, was going on 11 days without water. That's obviously a spot that has real water scarcity issues. Out here in Leon, we don't have any problems. No one's been without water, and people are still watering yards and stuff. Like, everything's fine. Same thing, Matagalpa, like no one's short on water, but Managua could be having a shortage. It could be having a delivery problem to a specific area. I've been in Managua now you said a few weeks ago, and it had already been 6 weeks. So if that was, let's just say 2 weeks ago, that'd be 8 weeks now, which is even crazier than 6. It's unlikely that they're still without water. But I was in Managua. I was in Managua a couple days ago. I'm in Managua all the time, and I'm not aware of any water shortage. Everywhere I've been has had water without any problem, and no one's talking about, like, conserving water or anything. Of course, people conserve naturally. They're not wasteful here in general, but that sounds like a very localized problem. But no, you're not required to have water if there's no water available. If there's water available and you just don't let people have it, I guarantee that's going to cause problems. All right, jumping back up to Eunice. So Eunice, there's a lot of challenges here, right? One, this is right. This is not. I don't know where you're coming from, but the U.S. and Canada and Western Europe and Australia, New Zealand, these are markets with big business, right? There's a ton of population. There's a ton of business opportunity. There's a ton of options for doing business around the world. There's just an economy to make a lot of money. So if you have access to any of those, your first question would be, why would you ever give that up as an investment location to invest in a place where the population is tiny and the income is minuscule and the competition is fierce? You're presumably, we're assuming you're coming from one of those countries, you're going from the most powerful economies in the world to one of the weakest. That's a really wild thing to give up. It's kind of like, I have this thing that makes all this money and I have this thing that has no hope of making money. Where am I going to invest? I'll go over here. What? Mostly people invest there because they don't have access to this. But if you have access to this, why would you ever invest here? Not to discourage you from investing in Nicaragua. Absolutely, come invest in Nicaragua. That'd be fantastic, right? But you really got to think of it as a throwing money away kind of thing, or donating money into the cause, which is fantastic. Absolutely. Come and shift your money from wherever and donate it to the Nicaraguan economy and try your best to minimize how much is wasted and try to make some money with it. But be realistic that you're going to pay, not earn, from doing so. There's very few exceptions to that, extremely few. So you really have to look at it with a critical eye. That said, certainly no one can tell you what's a good business to do. Because if there was a good business to do in that way, like this would be a great business idea, we would all be doing it. We have existing investors here. We have people with deep pockets. We have people who want to be able to spend their money and are wary of putting it into whatever's available. And so if we had a really good idea that we thought would make money, I have endless people who would be investing in it today, and it would immediately be oversaturated, and that idea would not be valid for you by the time you got here, right? Because people who are already here would already have done so. So that's a tough thing. And you could say the same thing in the United States. What's a great business to invest in the U.S. and no one can give you a real answer. Right? They can tell you, well, there's certain things that have a tendency towards having a reasonable return, but it depends on your business skill and probably your technical and other skills, whether that particular business applies to you. And it certainly depends on your location and availability, and if other people are doing the same thing in your region, and so forth. There's extremely few businesses that people can say, you know what's generally good, and the reason is because the same in the US. If they could, every existing investor with their deep pockets would invest in those things and wipe it off the map. And so, there's billionaires out there in the US, and those billionaires can go to banks and get billions more. And so if you were to say, what's great is auto body shops that do a small time dent repair, whatever, there's a shortage. Great. The people who have the big computing power and the big actuaries, they would be out there, already have that figured out. They'll be watching these forums. They'll see us say it. They will run out there, analyze every market in the country, know which ones have already solved that, which ones have not, and put their own businesses in there faster than you could even get off this video. And I mean that. That is how it would work. That is investment arbitrage, and the entire investing world works on that. All the private equity, all the entrepreneurial stuff is people looking for that. And so there can't be general recommendations, or they would be gone in an instant. So it's always going to be, what opportunity do you have? What are you bringing to the table? What skills, what experience, what knowledge, what interest, whatever, back-end resources. For example, you may have access to specific investors or supply chains. Maybe your family owns a chain of chocolate candy stores throughout the US, and so for you, if you were to come here and start a chocolate factory, you could make chocolate custom and ship it directly to your family's stores and have a guaranteed customer. Well, then you're in a unique position with your own logistical supply chain, and we can't predict that, but that's where those advantages come from. Without that, it's very hard to say. Everything that people think is going to be a good business, the fact that they think it makes it not a good business, because expats come down and automatically think, I need to open a business here. And that's almost always the wrong thing. If you're moving to a new country, opening a business there is very rarely a thing you want to do. When it is because you're moving for the purpose of opening a business. So, for example, in the old days, a lot of people came from Europe during famines when times were lean and the U.S. was booming. They moved because the U.S. was offering an economic situation that was beneficial for them to be able to do exactly that. It was part of the plan of going to the U.S. in the first place, because it had a climate where delivering a business was ripe for that. Coming to Nicaragua is the opposite. You're leaving places that presumably are all still pretty ripe for investing, and coming to a place that that is in the famine, the business famine, and then hoping to eke out presumably a living or a profit from a market that's like a stone, right? Trying to get blood from a stone, having left the place where it's really easy. So we're going to really need to know what your goals are, what your skills are, what your business experience is, right? One of the things we always say is you should be able to run businesses and be wildly successful in the U.S. before you try it here. The U.S. is possibly, if not very close to, the easiest place on earth to run a successful business. Nicaragua, certainly far from the worst, but much closer to the worst than to the best as far as how hard it is. So we refer to it as investing in and running a business in the US is doing business on easy mode, and coming to Nicaragua is going all the way up to expert mode. This is one of the hardest places, and certainly one of the hardest realistic places that you would go to in order to run a business. It's one of the easiest to just have a business, but if you want to be successful and make money, that makes it really hard. If you just want to own a business to say you own a business, it's one of the easiest. For example, you want to own a cellular store. You're just going to sell, cell phones and cases and I don't know, ringtones, whatever they sell. And so you want to have a small investment, and your goal in life is just to own one of these stores. You're not going to make money. You just always wanted to own one. You thought it'd be cool. Then doing so here would be a fraction of the cost of doing it in the U.S. Absolutely true. But in the U.S., there's a good chance that store will make you some money. Maybe not a lot, but it's likely to make you money, to be profitable. But the same thing here is very unlikely to make you money, and is far more likely to simply lose money. Hopefully, you can minimize that to lose as little as possible, but lose is still the name of the game, right? It's minimizing losses, not maximizing profits. And so not very many people, when they break it down and realize that your end goal may be maybe something that is really not really plausible, right, in this market. You may be doing something that fundamentally doesn't make sense as a goal. And he says, good point, Scott. Maybe a cash crop with export potential, hemp for raw material for textiles. Hemp is not currently legal, so unlikely. There are people trying to get it in, but people with decades of experience have failed to be able to get it in with lots of traction. So it's simply a thing that you can't do right now. And exporting is tough. Most of the export channels have things in place. So as with anything, it could be a way to go, but be aware that you may face challenges that you're not expecting. Brent says, hola, hola. Hey, is there an echo in here? James says, Fundy says, hello, Scott. Do you collect baseball-style hats? How many? I mean, yeah. There's gotta be, I can't believe there's not one sitting on my desk. I do. I mean, I've got this. This is kind of baseball style, right? I think 35, something like that. I also have a number of fedoras. I've got a couple driving caps. But mostly baseball caps, either the sporting style like this one. This is I'm going out hiking and gotta get sweaty so I can soak it and scrub it kind of hat. And then I have a lot of more traditional trucker style hats and in-betweens, basically everything within that range I have a bit of. So I actually I can't move the camera around. I have a shelf over here that's not supposed to have hats, but it's completely covered in hats. And then I have hat hooks above the door, and that is completely full with layers and layers. And then all throughout the house, there's hats sitting on top of hats because I get so many. And now because I collect them so much, many people get me hats for different things. So for my birthday, I've got one or two people who just get me hats. My buddy Saeed always gets me one, and my friend Orlando, he just got me one from Guate that was absolutely gorgeous. You'll see it on the show sometimes. It's a black Gallo hat with the Gallo symbol in orange, which I love. My normal Gallo hat that you see is an orange hat that I bought with Avon a number of years ago and has the Gallo in black. But I have this new one that's a fake leather, really sharp, black one with the Gallo in orange, and then in an embossed black on black across the bill, it just says Guate, which is the local slang for Guatemala City. Love it. Guatemala City is my favorite city in the world. Love that hat. That was a gift for my birthday this year. Yes, I collect baseball and other style hats and wear different ones all the time. Some of my favorite new ones include the Nicaragua national soccer team in this beautiful blue. And I have a new Flor de Caña volcano one that's in a muted blue, and all of my brothers-in-law, all of us have matching ones, and my father-in-law, we all have matching ones in different colors. So all different styles, but it's the same hat. It's very cool. And Alton, thank you so much for joining the channel. That's amazing. Thank you so much. For those who don't know, Well, he just did. There's a join button. It's $5 a month, and it's just a way to, you don't really get anything. Although you do, there is a super secret group that does occasionally. We actually just did this week. I have a video that I wanted them to audition and give me some feedback on if it was too harsh. We have someone on the community who's done a bit of trolling. I answered some of the stuff. It felt pretty harsh. And so I sent it to that group privately for them to have that video and give me some feedback on it. We have a private chat where you can give feedback on the channel and be like, kind of secret access to me. There's an awful lot of access to me, so it's not as cool as it sounds, but it is a real thing. And it's on Nika Abla, our private chat channel. Very cool for a lot of that stuff. And it's just $5 a month. And the real reason that people join is just to show support. You can buy me a coffee, which actually has a better return rate, but it's a one-time thing. Like, there is now a membership on Buy Me a Coffee. So if anyone wants to do that, you can totally do that. But the easier thing is you're on YouTube, just hit that join button, and it just puts you into the pool. And you're part of our relatively exclusive group. And just every month it's $5, and it just helps with all of our expenditures, and it just goes directly into the pool of money. So thank you so much, Alton. That is awesome. I really appreciate that. It's also a huge, just emotional vote of confidence in what we do here when you guys join. In Digital says, what camera gear did you use in the lake video? So I did a number of things. I'm going to grab a couple because they're sitting here. I do have La Marcelita is here, and she is working on moving her chair over, but she's going to espera para un momento porque ellos quieren ver mis cámaras sobre un video y necesito buscar para un momento. Okay, so this is the current GoPro 13. So I'm very sad. I bought this just before the white one came out. I may go buy the white one anyway because I promised GoPro that I would buy a white one if they brought it out, and they did. But this is the 13, which is a nice leap over the 12. I'm very happy with it, and it does full HLG, which is a big deal. So I use this for the majority of my stuff. And if you're looking for a general purpose camera, this should be at the top of your list. It's not super expensive. It is ridiculously rugged. It is extremely well known, and support and everything is very available. Love it. The audio on it, fantastic. If you're just, and then this is a new Lanzi, like, I don't know, $15 tripod. This will go up to like 5 feet. It turns into a tripod, like it extends. I can use it as a pole. The bottom is magnetic, and then it pops out and turns into a tripod. It is the best thing. And Eric, who also does YouTubing, uses the same, but it doesn't use a GoPro, he uses a phone. But this combination, not too expensive. This is the media kit on the 13 that gives you the boom mic and the dead cat, totally worth it. But you can use the 13 waterproof and all kinds of things. Also, I used this. This is a little bit older. This is the Insta360 X3. The X4 has been out for a while, and the X5 came out less than a week ago. The X4 is not a very big upgrade from this. The X5 does appear to be. I'm really interested in getting it. This is a little bit more expensive than a GoPro, much harder to use, super delicate. That is dual lenses. It's a 360 cam. This is what I film Nicaragua 360 with. Hence, having the X5 would be an upgrade to that channel for sure. But this, I put out the roof of my car or out the windows, and I get amazing footage that is just really hard to get with other things. Or if I need to get super wide views or need to grab things in all directions, this is a super utilitarian camera that does a bunch of amazing stuff. But be aware, it's a little bit expensive, it's a little bit difficult to use, and it's fragile. So if you're going to use a camera like this as your main camera, it's going to be a lot of work. And if you're going to use it as a secondary camera, there's a large learning curve, and it's an expensive secondary camera. But I do love it, and I do have channels just for that. Everybody say hello to Rodrigo, who just popped in. This is our executive vice president of my company. So he popped in and said, hello, boss. He has been with us the longest of anyone in the company at this point. And I don't know that he's ever been on a live stream before. So he's here, and everyone should say hi to him. That is so cool. Thanks for coming in, Rodrigo. And this is what we do every Thursday. This is where I disappear after the office. I also use occasionally. This is just my iPhone, right? But some of the footage I do get from this, the iPhones are fantastic. So if they provide the shot that you want, and this one I do have the telephoto. This is you can see I've got the 3. It's because I do so much filming. It was worth the upgrade for me. And now that I have it, this is my first time that I paid for the upgraded camera. Absolutely worth it for what I do, because it's the upgraded one is the one I use well over 50% of the time for sure. And really those 3 together are basically everything I shoot. I did bring this. I could have sworn I don't know. I did bring this one with me, and there's a couple shots done with it, but just a couple. I do love carrying this around and just playing with it. This is the Sony ZV-1, which is what Elton uses for his show on Immense Coffee. His is black, so not nearly as cool as mine because mine's white. I love this camera in white. Like, it's ridiculously cute. It's not the easiest to use. If you just fall in love with the form factor, go get one. I prefer the ZV-1F, which is laying around here somewhere. But if you get them used, they're pretty inexpensive. The image quality is fantastic, but they are potentially a pain to use. So just be aware that it may not be, you may look at it and be like, Scott, that looks amazing. I want to take, and then that's how I felt. Every time I saw someone using one of these, I'm like, I want to film with that camera. And sometimes I do. Sometimes I have this urge to play with it. I pop it in my pocket, go, and I film something. Most of the time with the 1, I get frustrated. With the 1F, it's fine. I enjoy it. That's definitely the winner, and it's cheaper. I got it for like $350, I think. But unless you're doing a ton of stuff or just love this camera, probably pass on it. And I think that's all I took on this particular trip. But I do often carry a lot of gear with me because different things get different shots. But I'm pretty sure that is what I filmed. So basically, ignore the Sony. At most, it has 30 seconds in today's video. Everything else was used pretty extensively. And generally, you can tell the X3, the 360 cam, is not HLG native. So it doesn't have the incredible dynamic range of the iPhone and the GoPro 13. They're going to just have a whole different color roll off and shadow roll off and everything that it does. And the X3 is the crazy wide shots in nearly every circumstance. Or if we do like really weird movements and you're like, how did he do that movement so fluidly? That's probably the X3. That's where it shines. Like when we went over the table and showed the girls having breakfast and like we came from really high and then swung into the restaurant, that was the X3 because it's on a 10-foot carbon fiber pole. So we do a lot of cool stuff. If anything looks like a drone, that's the X3. If anything's like a telephoto looking shot, like when we showed Granada off in the distance, that's the telephoto on this. And if it's a normal shot where I'm talking to the camera, guaranteed, that's the GoPro. Tiffany says, that video from today with Lucifer made my day. Great job, Scott. Thank you. Lucifer is the chicken. She's awesome. He calls her Lucy, and she was so much fun. I wish I could have shown all the things that she was doing throughout the weekend, because sometimes she was on a rocking chair, sometimes she was on the hammock, sometimes she was on the chair next to where I was sleeping, and I'd pop up and she'd be looking at me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, there's a chicken staring at me. It was a little bit scary. And Cal just joined the community. This is the first time we've ever had 2 people in one night, other than the night that we opened the whole thing. So wow, thank you so much, guys. This stuff really does, you don't understand, it is an expensive and stressful process to do this every day. The live stream is not stressful. It's stressful getting to it because like everyone needs me until I get there. Oh, puedes ahora. Lo siento. But actually doing the live stream is just loads of fun until something goes wrong and then I get stressed. But La Marcelita is working on finding her way in. Quizás necesito... Okay, pienso que sí. Here she comes. I just noticed that the green in the back of this chair matches the green of the super cool microphone that we have. But all the community membership really is like the best of all the things, whether it's here or on Buy Me a Coffee, because it creates that like solid base of having we make extremely little money on the show. And it's all these cameras and stuff is, hola, you can't see her there. Hold on. We're going to have to move the main camera and zoom it out a little bit. Let's see if we can get this. All right, let's start by zooming out. And then we're going to attempt to turn this a little bit. Oh, it doesn't like that. I've got the clutch on. I think we're good. All right. See? There we go. Can everybody see? Now I can't see the...
Hola.
Okay, there she is. All right, we're going to catch up on these. Am I off I'm good. Okay. But it's so meaningful because like all these cameras and stuff, I don't use them for anything else. Just this show and of course Nicaragua 360 and Drive Warp. But I have a pile. I should bring it on the show for the live stream. I have a pile of batteries that were burned out this year. It's something like over a dozen batteries, and these things cost me like $40 each. So it's something like $400 a year in burned out batteries is how much we go through on the show, just in 1 year of battery replacements. And that's rechargeable batteries that we recharge until they burst, and all of them are burst. So that's a bit crazy. And most of the cameras, we maintain like 6 batteries per camera under normal circumstances. So it's a huge amount of investment for all that. James says, was looking at Google Maps, the Puente Baesca Bridge over by Maxi Pali in Laborio came up historical site where a Nicaraguan Olympic swimmer, Dylan, practiced. Hard to believe, but never did. Wow, that's one. I have no idea about that. That's interesting. In digital format says it worked well. Thanks. Well, thank you. Eunice says, Scott, do you like Leon or Managua more? It really depends what you want. Obviously, I live in Leon, so I picked it for a reason, or my family picked it for a reason. My wife chose it. But Leon is close to the ocean, has a really good culture, has amazing history. I really like the community here. Marcela is from Managua and moved to Leon. Mm-hmm. So
because I like
because she likes it. She prefers the life here in Leon. A lot of people do. Managua is a nice city. Honestly, Managua is not a bad place. However, I'm going to bring this down just a little bit. Let's see. Ooh. If I can release the micro. Oh, it's way too tight. There we go. There we go. This is like my first time adjusting this microphone boom. Managua is really not a bad city. It gets a bad rap. It is a fairly large city. Traffic is terrible. Cost of living is much higher than Leon. Leon is the cheapest. Managua is not the most expensive, but it is on the higher side. The cost of doing things is more expensive, but if you want a big variety of restaurants, and who doesn't, Managua is fantastic. It's really a good city for food for the most part. Leon is terrible for food for the most part. Not that the quality's bad, but the selection is ridiculously bad. However, thanks to Larry, who just popped up, he's working on getting us access to falafel shawarma, and hopefully I will have it tomorrow. And if I get it tomorrow, I will try very hard to sloppily eat it on camera for everyone to celebrate getting falafel delivered to my house for the first time ever. My dog is upset because someone decided to honk outside. Come here, Mia. Come here, baby. My dog, who smells like a skunk because she's an idiot. Yes, you're not the smartest, but we love you. So for living, I like Leon a lot more. I think my kids prefer Managua significantly. They don't like going to the ocean, and they love public transportation and restaurants and all that stuff. For them, at least when you're younger, I think the city living has a lot of advantages. But we'll see when they get a little bit older, because the nightlife at university age is really good in Leon. It's good in Managua too, but Leon has just a huge university crowd. We're an education city. It's just two very different places. We're colonial and old. They're newer and like sprawling villages. It's just a very different place. So I like both, but I definitely choose, and she chooses to be in Leon specifically. So my favorite, though, is Matagalpa. So neither one is my favorite. Rodrigo sends a smile. Boink says Leon is a very beautiful city. It is, absolutely. It's got a lot of great stuff going for it. I like being in the barrio. I like being in the Sutiava side of things. I really appreciate. Alton says, you're welcome. I landed in Guatemala a bit ago. I'll be here for a bit. I'm looking to visit Nicaragua in the fall. Oh, nice. Are you going to be in Guatemala until you come here in the fall? Which is, I guess, is not that long, but is it like a vacation, or are you really coming down? MBA says, did you know Spanish before moving to Nicaragua? Well, so let's finish reading. Besides emerging immersing yourself amongst the native speakers, what other tools or tips have you utilized? So I started just my Spanish journey. I took Spanish in high school. That really didn't do a whole lot, but it did more than nothing for sure. So had a very small, light base of Spanish as a language, but also took Latin American studies in high school, which helped. I had a better understanding of the region at a younger age than the average person in the U.S., so that was positive, but did very little other than giving me an urge to potentially move to Uruguay for a while. So for a long time in my younger years, part of my goal was to eventually spend some time in Montevideo, which I've never done, but it got me very interested and kind of got a mindset of living in the region. And my wife and I, early on when we were married, talked about and priced out the possibility of renting an apartment in Montevideo and giving it a try. We ended up not doing that, but that thought process was obviously very important. I didn't really use or study Spanish again until 2012, when I spent a bit of time in Europe backpacking. During that time, I was suddenly actually, for the first time ever in my life, in a place where I could actually use the Spanish I had learned. Obviously, I didn't speak it, nothing like that. But it was like, oh, wow, I can read things. I can understand quite a few things, as opposed to being in other countries in the region where we hadn't been able to. And so that was super cool. We had been in, for example, Belgium, and I don't know any Dutch. I don't know any French, really. But getting to Spain was eye-opening that, Spanish wasn't that hard, and I was able to read things. And then we were in Portugal, and I was able to read things in Portuguese, and I was like, this is pretty cool. So we got a little taste for it at that point. And then in 2015, we moved to Spain, at which point I was studying Spanish on Duolingo heavily and fully immersed in it every day. From there, we moved to Panama. That continued. From there, we moved to Nicaragua. This is 10 years ago. And so during that time, I was living all in Spanish-speaking countries and got to a point where I was able to have very basic conversations in Spanish. I wouldn't call it not conversational Spanish. I was able to have basic communications in Spanish and felt comfortable being in Spanish-speaking countries in that way. Now, I'm not uncomfortable being in places I don't speak the language. That's not the point. It's just that using Spanish became comfortable. We then lived in Europe in places that did not speak Spanish. I did learn Italian after that, spoke Italian while living in Italy. Now, I haven't used it since then, and it went away heavily. But put in a bunch of time in other countries and did a lot of language, just kind of playing around in different things. Then when we made the decision that we were coming back to Nicaragua to make it our permanent home, put in a lot of effort to learn Spanish starting in 2019 when we knew we were coming back, and was here a little bit. And I was in Spain earlier in 2019, just visiting. And all of that really gave us I should be working on my Spanish. And by the time I was in Barcelona in 2019, I was already at that point far enough along in Spanish that I was able to, and this is before we knew we were moving back to Nicaragua, I was easily able to point out differences between Catalan and Spanish. I was studying Catalan and Spanish at that time, and was much farther along than I had been when we lived in Nicaragua the first time. So when we moved here full time, we were still far from conversational, but within, say, 6 months, starting to really notice that we were able to speak. And then throughout 2022, my wife, who is much better at hearing than I am, because I'm hard of hearing, she leapt into speaking Spanish very quickly. I had a much harder time because a lot of the situations where she was practicing, I could not hear people. I couldn't hear them in English, let alone in Spanish. And so that held me back a lot and made me a lot slower. But I put in a lot more time studying the technical stuff like on Duolingo. And so I have more of a technical base than she does, and she has more of a conversational and hearing. However, if I go to Guatemala, I instantly speak better Spanish because it's more technical. If we are in the barrio here and the accent is very strong, she can hear people when I cannot. So we have different advantages in different situations because of the way that we learn and hear. Hopefully so other things, there's other things that will work. I've done vocab training stuff, like drops. I have used Rosetta Stone in the past. Honestly, Duolingo, some basic classes or books. YouTube videos can be good. I do like watching telenovelas. Anything that lets you hear Spanish more will help. So everything helps as long as it's not teaching you wrong. But you don't necessarily need a bunch of things. Practicing with people in Duolingo will get you a really long way. In digital, it was so good. Thanks for the tips. You're welcome. For the ultimate in video, of course, you want to use a Fuji, but bringing that along on these kinds of things is hard. Larry says, were you at the beach today? I was not. Is the tide still high? I believe it is, but it's not high like it was. Like, that was crazy. Sunday was the highest tide of the year. Couldn't ride on the beach. Yeah, on Sunday, we had pictures of, like, people on the other side of the road from the beach. So there's the sand of the beach, and then the houses there, then the road, and then the houses over here. The houses over here were flooding. It was pretty crazy on parts of the beach. So we saw and like some big restaurants completely underwater. None of our places went underwater, but some pretty major ones were flooded. Like if you went in there to eat, you'd be easily up to your ankle in water, which is not tragic by any means, but it's a problem when you're sitting in a restaurant. Luco Martinez. Hey, Scott, my wife wants to drive down here because she is bringing my dog, who weighs 170 pounds and cannot fly. Most dogs can't fly. Even light ones have a really hard time getting off the ground. But, you know, at 170 pounds, I definitely understand why I can't fly. Do we need any separate insurance that she may need to drive through 4 different countries? 4? Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, no, yeah, 4. So, no. You don't need extra insurance. You do need to... I'm sorry, for the car. I'm literally thinking pet insurance. Yes, you will need insurance for each country. I have not done that drive. My insurance here gets me all the way to Mexico, but not into Mexico. So it depends where your insurance comes from and how it works. Start by talking to your insurance company and ask them if they'll cover those countries. They may. If not, you're going to have to insure in each country as you go. We need to find some people on the channel who've done this. Jerry is probably who we want to talk to. He will have that information for sure. If Janet is on, she might reach out to him while we're on the show. But there's definitely people who've done this and may be able to provide you some really good information as to how they did that. All right. Marcela showed up at this point in the conversation, and in digital says, Marcela. Brent says, hola, Marcela. Larry says, hola, niña. In digital says, what's on the mic? What's on the mic? What is on the mic? So it's just a mic stand, and then there's an orange cable that it plugs in the back, and then there's a green pop filter. That's all there is. I don't know what you're seeing, but it's got to be one of those things. And then this is just the top of the mic stand right there. Sorry for bouncing that. And then... Marcela says, hola, Brent. Hola, niño. Oh, I scrolled too far. Oh, no. Boink says, Luco, not only the insurance, you will need a carnet for your car in each country. That is true. As you cross, it's like a temporary import thing. Tim says, hola, Scott y Marcelita. Boink says, the Mexican auto insurance you can get online, and in many cases, your American one will just extend to it as well. Marcelita says, hola, Tim. James says, how was the new Indian restaurant? It was okay. I really want to be excited about it because I really want good Indian food. It was completely edible. It wasn't bad in any way, but it lacked a lot of like the oomph of good Indian food. I don't know quite how to put that. I don't know how to explain it. It was on the bland side. I know we got it with a little bit less spice than they normally do. I really don't want to review it until I get to order on my own and get exactly the things I would normally get and get it with the full spice like I normally would get and review it that way. We were afraid because some people had never had Indian before. We didn't know how they would handle the spice level and such. Which is a whole album from the Spice Girls that they what spice level can you handle, that they really missed the boat by not recording. But It was just okay, and it's takeaway only. There is no restaurant to go into, so the only thing to review is the food. But I was very thankful to have a huge selection, thanks to Josie Marr, who ordered like easily $80 of food, and we just had all kinds of different things to try, spread out all over the place, and I did appreciate that, but it could have used more flavor. For sure. Tim says, my in-laws told me you never go to Managua because it is dangerous. I have really only passed through a few times or in and out of the airport. So totally go to Managua. My kids go there for every occasion that they want to do something fun. We go to Managua, except for this past weekend. We went to Matagalpa, but we do Managua all the time. I've been going to Managua on a regular basis for 3.25 years. Before that, we went only sparingly. But since then, once you get to know Managua and understand how to get around, because it is hard to navigate, there is a lot of construction, it is confusing, like all that's valid. But is it dangerous? No, it's very safe as a large city goes. Like, are there dangerous bits? Obviously. But is it a dangerous city? No, not by any North American standard whatsoever. Now, I grew up in New York, so it's not even in the game when it comes to how dangerous cities are in New York. But even safe cities in New York are dangerous compared to Managua. Like, this is seriously, as a city of 1.3 million, I don't know of a single city in the United States that would be on par with it for safety. There probably are some. I can't think of one, though. Like, I grew up around Rochester and Buffalo, which are so dangerous. Right, at similar size, 1.1 million. There's no reason to be afraid of Managua at all. Right, beautiful plazas, beautiful neighborhoods, great restaurants, really nice cafes, nice malls, like tons of nice stuff, and things nestled just everywhere. And some of the famously most dangerous barrios, like whatever. Like, we go walking around them, drive through them, don't worry at all. Do I want to go through at 2 a.m. and walk around with a lot of money in my pocket alone? No, that would be silly most anywhere. But could I and probably be safe? Yeah. In reality, I'd probably be safe. So don't avoid Managua. When I first came here 10 years ago, everyone said the same thing. Now, having been there, I realize it's just the thing people say. Most Nicaraguans never go to Managua if they aren't Managuitas, right? No es normal para ir a Managua si no vive en Managua, solo para una cita con un gubernario. Right. Basically, someone will come in, just go to a government meeting. If they're a Nicaraguan and they're from Chinandega, if they're from Rivas, they're from Huicalpa or Esteli. It's a long way. It's a big problem to go to Managua, so they don't do it casually. And to them, it's a big city far away, and people are afraid of it. They go in once or twice a year at most. For some people, it's once or twice a lifetime. They go in by public bus. They get dropped off at a very scary-looking terminal that is nothing like what they're used to in their small town, wherever they're from. They see a lot of trash, a lot of scary taxis. Things are just mayhem. They perceive everything as dangerous, and it probably is more dangerous than the small town they came from, legitimately. And they need to get to a government office to take care of a medical record or a passport control, or they're in trouble for something, or they're applying for something. And so they go and do the thing. Almost always the government offices are in a rough neighborhood because they put them there to try to improve the neighborhoods like every country does. And so they perceive the place as being much more dangerous than if they were going to, for example, get a nice brunch and then go out for a leisurely coffee, maybe catch a movie, go bowling, and go see a concert at night, in which case you could go from one completely safe thing to another in beautiful neighborhoods, as we often do when we're out in Managua. We might go to Barrio Cafe for breakfast in northern Los Robles. We may end up at Brutal for dinner. We might go to Plaza Natura for bowling or something. Go to the Gallerias for coffee at Mugs. And just all these things. You can spend the whole day doing a bunch of different things and never be in a part of the city that you would ever question at all. Even in relatively densely populated areas, like 2 o'clock in the morning, we may go out to Ronconrolas, and in Altamira, around Plaza Central America, And it feels a little bit dangerous, but all the Managuitas are perfectly happy to walk around the streets in the darkness because it is very safe. Now, we're not doing it alone. You're with a group of people, but just, 3, 4 people walking around those dark streets at night, no worries at all. Not like, okay, we got to watch, we got to go real quick. No. Have a few drinks, carry a beer with you, make a lot of noise, stumble through the streets, no fear, right? So it is, don't be stupid in any city. But if you need to be stupid in a big city, you better hope it's Managua. Luco says Carnet. That's about the sticker or whatever you need for the car. Patricia says, Hola Marcelita, ¿dónde está Betty? Betty killed some some doves yesterday. She is staying with Marcela's mother and killed her birds. Boink says, ask at your local AAA about driving outside the U.S. Luco says, okay, thank you, Boink. Eunice says, thank you so much, Scott. I enjoy your videos. Thank you so much. Marcela says, hola, Patricia. Betty está en casa de mi mamá y puedo estar con ella semana de por medio. Patricia says, did Mia get sprayed by a skunk? Yes, she did. I didn't know there were skunks in Nicaragua. There aren't a ton, and believe it or not, I was trying to explain it to her. She had never heard the word for skunk before. She's not familiar with what they are, or at least not the Spanish standard word for it, which is a little bit surprising. I've only seen a few here, but basically any wild small animal you're used to in the U.S. is likely to be here. Porcupines, skunks, possums, fox, rabbit. We don't have the ground squirrels. We have normal squirrels, but I haven't seen ground squirrels. But they're replaced by, there's something else in the ecosystem. And then there are monkeys, and we don't get those in the U.S., but yeah. Marcela says, estoy en Managua después de mis quimioterapia y los niños se están haciendo cargo de Betty también. Larry says, Marcela looks deeply interested in the show tonight. It's because, Larry, it's because she's actually commenting, so she's reading the comments on there and posting them on here. Tú estás distractiva. Pero es porque you're
trabajando también en Nicaragua.
Sí. Alan dijo que el concierto de Larry en León no está en Nicaragua. Ya.
¿Cuándo?
No sé. ¿Sábado?
En Rustic.
En Rustic, sí.
Sí, está en Nicaragua.
Alan didn't pay that. Alan, pay more attention. In digital, Marcela, how well is
es mejor.
¿Cuál nivel?
Es mejor.
It's better. That's not good. That's better, just to be clear.
Es mucho mejor.
It's like the discussion where I said, if Nicaragua's economy is at 0, 1, but doubling every year, it's a good improvement. But if the U.S. is at 100 and only gaining by 1 every year, it's a terrible improvement, but it's still much better. I'm starting from way back here, but improving well. But it's true. It's verdad. Cierto. Es cierto. Alton says, I moved down. Oh, very nice. At least I'm at the point where it's easier to stay, I like it here, than it would be to reestablish myself in the U.S. Awesome. And yeah, for sure. And I love Guatemala. So, Alton, what city, region in Guatemala are you in now? Are you staying there indefinitely until Nicaragua or whatever? Personally, I love Guate, but Shayla looks really cool, Quetzaltenango, and which is not the correct pronunciation, but finding a Mayan to say Quetzaltenango correctly is very hard, especially here because no one here even knows the city. ¿Conoces, Sheila, Quetzaltenango and Guatemala? Nope. Second largest city in the region, and no one knows it, right? So it's, I've never met anyone here who's familiar with the city, which is amazing because for Guatemalans knowing León everyone knows León. But the second city in Guatemala, no one knows from this region, even though they were all one thing in the past. And as a foreigner, knowing Shayla or Quetzaltenango is a new thing. When I first discovered it, probably 8 years ago or so, and really put it on my radar, nobody was talking about it. Nobody was looking at it. And that has really changed. So something has happened to really get it out there, possibly me talking about it a lot. But its fortunes have changed dramatically. I do like the Tecpan area a little bit, and a lot of that just open countryside between things out there in Guatemala is so beautiful. Lago Atitlan is super interesting, but I can't imagine living on it. It's awkward as a home base, I think. Itchethik says, personally, I highly recommend Duolingo to build a habit, though the 15 minutes a day is not sufficient to do all the quest every day to make progress, dreaming Spanish to supplement and train listening. I do need to do the nighttime Spanish. That would be good. Once you get to the point you can listen to and start to parse content you're actually interested in, it becomes so much easier and more motivating. For example, like reading a book or listening to a book on Audible or watching a telenovela. Those kinds of things. If no one has watched this and you're an adult, go watch Club de Cuervos on Netflix. It is fantastic. That kind of stuff. Watch it in Spanish. Use Spanish subtitles when you need to. Go to no subtitles when you can. Step it forward. Spanish with English subtitles. Spanish subtitles. Spanish no subtitles. For Mexico, you must have Mexican car insurance. Mexican can insurance. Bam, bam, bam. U.S. car insurance is not valid in Mexico. I can't say for the CA countries. It's not valid if it's American insurance is valid, but not insurance for American driving is valid. Does that make sense? Tiffany says, Hola Marcela, espero que te sientas mejor. Sé fuerte.
Gracias.
James says, do you prefer a curry Northern Indian to a Vindaloo Southern? I tend to like curries over Vindaloos, but I tend to prefer generally Southern Indian cuisine, Southeastern Indian cuisine, over like Madras, over other regions. But I'm fine with the Vindaloo for sure. And I don't prefer super spicy, but I can eat the spiciest Vindaloo you can imagine. I used to live in North Brunswick, New Jersey, which is just outside Edison, the hub of Indian culture in the United States. And so I used to work in an office it was a big deal when I got hired there that they were like finally not an Indian. And so there was just a couple guys on the team. We were a huge team. And they're like, yes, we got someone, and we're going to be able to go to new restaurants and stuff because everybody kind of has a vote. And all the Indian guys are like, ha, the joke's on you. He's a vegetarian. And they're like, no! So the whole Indian team was like, he's one of us. It was really funny. And so I have so many really close Indian friends and huge culture there. And so they would take me to all these places. And my wife loves Indian food too. We would go to like really hardcore South Indian restaurants because South India is really well represented there. And eventually, like, my friends would come with me and they'd talk to the owners of the restaurants. They're like, seriously, he eats Indian. Just eat Indian. Just give him our menu, right? Don't make it whitewash the food for him. And they're like, okay. And they would serve me the hottest things. And my friends who from South India would be like, no, he'll eat with any of us. So I really can, because I grew up in Buffalo, right? So really spicy food is not what I prefer, but I grew up with it just being part of the cuisine. And so that was cool. And I worked for an Indian / Qatari company a number of years ago as well. And also, we all ate really, really spicy food. I've worked for Qatari businesses, Indian businesses, Syrian businesses. I've been all over the map over the years. Which is crazy. And if you work for one of those kinds of businesses, it makes your phone listen to you. Lindana Velazion, did I pronounce that right? Please give us the information on traveling with pets by private or corporate aircraft like you mentioned you did when traveling with your 2 dogs. So yes, so it's very easy if you do what I did. So we did a private charter. We did it out of Fort Lauderdale. You want to be as close to Nicaragua as you possibly can be because they charge by the mile, basically. So what we did is we drove our dogs from Texas to New York to Miami, got as close as we could possibly get to the executive airport at Fort Lauderdale, chartered a very small plane, and took just me, my wife, our 2 daughters, and our 2 dogs, Mia, who's here and smells like a skunk, and Clive, who's somewhere outside and smells like a skunk. And the dogs could just come on the plane. We had to talk to the pilot and everything, right? We're like, we're bringing dogs. That's cool. They're like, your flight, your rules, right? Everything on the plane was ours. No one but us. It was the most comfortable thing. And yes, it was very expensive. We did this a number of years ago, 2021. It was $14,000. However, when you compare it to driving, when you compare it to the risks, when you compare it to all the different things, yeah, it's still more expensive, period. Like, it is not cheap. However, it was luxurious, it was fast, it got us, our entire family moved safely in one go for one large sum of money, and not having to have multiple pit stops, not having to do anything extra, not having to worry about the dogs. Everything was great. The one dog sat on my daughter's lap and just looked out the window, which was bad. He freaked out because he understood how high he was. The nervous one, the big one who's laying here now, she just laid in the aisle because she had a harness on, but she wasn't tied to anything. She wasn't in a crate. She didn't panic at all. Her heart rate didn't come up, which was really important for us because she's fragile. And she just slept and was so happy because she was with us. And so she's like, oh, my family's here. I'm free. I don't care that I'm in a plane. I don't care that I'm in a car. Nothing mattered. And she slept and was perfectly happy. And just walked out of the plane in Nicaragua. Was like, okay, I live here now. The thing that a lot of people miss, because I don't talk about it enough, is that plane, they're like, okay, here's your 4 seats for the family. Put the dogs where you want. The rest of the plane is yours. It's your plane. They're like, we have a weight limit, but you're not going to hit the weight limit with normal luggage. So do what you want. And so we brought every last piece of luggage we could and just kept shoving it into the plane. So that plane was packed with our luggage. So we got 2 or 3 times as much luggage with us, plus our dogs, plus us, on a very luxurious flight of 2 hours. It was like 2 hours and 5 minutes. It was so fast. And just land on the tarmac. We didn't have to wait in any line. We didn't have to wait for anything. The dogs are with us. They're on leashes. So they can't be left on the tarmac. They can't be left in kennels. They can't be left without water because they got water and everything right as they were on the plane, right? So we made sure they were fed. We made sure they were watered, right? Seconds before we stepped onto the tarmac. On the tarmac, they're in our hands. They could pee or whatever instantly. They didn't have to worry about holding it. And then we were the only ones. There was no line because we didn't come in with a huge plane. So we walked basically straight through customs. Now, we did end up bringing stuff with us. This is the same time that we triggered I brought a big computer with me and I needed to then come back and deal with the Aduana. So yeah, that happened. But the whole process of bringing in our dogs was the easiest thing ever, just at great expense. But it gave us safety for us and the dogs and comfort and a lot of luggage. We've gone back and evaluated it, and yes, we had the money to do it. We feel it was a very good use of that money. We appreciate now more that we didn't try to do the 56-hour drive and that would have been just me with the dogs. My wife and kids would have flown separately, so we would have paid for all their flights, we would have paid for a bunch of luggage, and then we would have had to deal with bringing the car down, getting the car back. Could we have saved money? Yes. But at what cost? How much time would have been lost? How much effort? How much, just a lot of things, right? So we think that overall, the entire process was a good one. And then you do have to do the normal stuff, right? Get the USDA approval for your dogs to travel internationally, that kind of stuff. That was like it. Like there was extremely little. They had their shots and stuff in the U.S., all the normal things you would expect. But other than being healthy dogs and stuff, it was great. In Digital says, it was destroyed by a volcano. I think I missed some earlier bit where there's a question that led to that. I'm sorry, I missed some context. Luke says, buenas, y'all. Just moved into the new apartment in Barrio Guanuca, which I just drove through. I love Guanuca, right? Like, I feel tied to Guanuca in a bunch of ways because I've walked it a bit. And we drove through it over the last few days, and my wife is like, where are we? I'm like, it's Guanuca. No Wi-Fi yet. Videos tomorrow. Oh, okay. He says, hola, Marcelita. He also says, monthly deposit may... Oh, thank you. Where's the GoFundMe link? Okay. Since Luke mentions that... Oh, Brian Watson's here. What's up? Hey, Brian. And in Digital says iguanas. Yeah, there's iguanas everywhere here, but I'm not sure what the context of that is. Oh, animals around? Yes. Loads of iguanas, including up on my roof. Okay, so Marcela's here. And all of you know, I'm sure, but for anyone who is not aware, Marcela is going through stage 4 Hodgkin lymphoma cancer. That's lymphatic cancer. And obviously that is a very dramatic thing. right? And thank you so much. 2 donations today, plus a couple just in the last few days that she has not seen yet. So this is a lot more in the account than she has noticed previously. See?
Gracias.
And I'm going to share the link now. But so we have a GoFundMe for Marcela. She has been going through, posting it now for everyone. She's been going through chemotherapy hace enero.
Sí.
Okay, so I think mid-February she started doing chemotherapy, which has been going well. Más o menos. I mean, it's hard, but it seems to be going well. She's waiting for results. We wanted to have her come on by now and talk about exactly what the results are, but at this time she does not have a reading of her results. She's done a bunch of the tests, but they have not given a final result yet. Más o menos 2 semanas más para resultados de exámenes.
El 7.
7. Oh, esta
7,
semana.
No.
Oh.
La próxima semana.
Okay, next week. Okay, so possibly in a week. So the 7th would be miércoles.
Ajá. Y lunes tengo quimio.
Sí. So she'll have her chemio 8. Her 8th out of 12 chemo treatments in her current program on Monday. And hopefully by midweek, but we've been saying this for a bit, that they'll have results of that where they can tell what it's doing. In general, for the most part, she is feeling mostly better. When she was really sick in July, and this is how long this has been going on, as cancer does. So 10 months ago, she was feeling very sick and on the verge of not being able to breathe because of a lung infection. The lung infection was not cancerous, but was able to happen because of the cancer. And so it took them, a long time. They were treating that and then misread some things and then missed some things and then spent a bunch of time trying to diagnose. So she was finally diagnosed with cancer in November?
Como en octubre.
October. Okay. So around October, they figured out that it was cancer and started to put together a treatment plan. And that took a little while because they have to figure out exactly what to do, figure out exactly what it is, and so forth. And normally, at least in the U.S., we normally hear about non-Hodgkin lymphoma, but this is Hodgkin lymphoma. It's weird that the non one is the more common, but so Hodgkin's lymphoma, cancer of the lymphatic system, but they do have a pretty straightforward treatment process for it. She has been going to the oncology center that is provided by the government at Manolo Hospital in Managua. So one of the things that's very difficult for her, she lives here in Leon, but she's originally from Managua. So Managua is her home. She's grew up in Villa Libertad. And lived in, and you guys have been seeing her, if you watch old stuff on the show, old stuff, vieja en la programa. Her home in Ciudad Sandino has been on the show for years. So she grew up on the east side of the city, and then as an adult lived on the west side of the city for a long time, and downtown Altamira for a while. So really knows Managua and has been there, but moved to Leon last year and was not fully moved into Leon when she got really sick. And so it really impacted her ability to move, but she had given up her home in Ciudad Sandino and so forth. So very complicated because of all the treatments and everything. There's a new oncology center here in Leon, but it was before she was sick. So her oncology center is in Managua at Manolo, which is an excellent oncology center, but very far away on the east side. It's in Altamira. See? Manolo está en Altamira?
No.
No, cerca.
Es cerca, pero está más cerca de el mercado Güembes.
Güembes. Okay.
Es muy, muy cerca.
Okay.
No sé qué barrio.
There are a lot of barrios in Managua. It's a fair-sized city, and it's all barrios. There's like nothing but barrios. So her treatment is there. So every time she goes in for her chemotherapy. It's not actually at the hospital, but it's nearby. Anytime she has a test, it's there. Once in a while, she can do minor stuff out here in Leon, and then they send it in or whatever. But it's a constant back and forth. So she lives here most of the time and then stays with her mother and her sister when she's in Managua. But because she doesn't have her kids full time, her kids had to transfer. They had just gotten enrolled and were just getting ready to start school here in Leon. And she had already paid for their school here in Leon, and then they had to switch to Managua. She had to pay for their school in Managua. They go to private school as most students here do, and so that was so. There's a lot of expense with them having to go to school far away. There's a lot of expense with her mother having to take care of her kids. A lot of the time, her mother has to work. She has a bakery, which we wanted to put on the show. They had just opened the bakery before Marcela got sick, and so we haven't had a chance to film there yet. We need to. Necesitamos ir a tu panadería para grabar, sí. So the timing was really horrible that she had just done this shift to Leon and then had so much of her life had to shift back. But she wants to be here. This is her long-term home, very close here in the barrio, and the same barrio we're in here. It's very expensive because she has to go back and forth and deal with a lot of stuff. She's a single mother and has 2 kids who are here watching movies at the moment. Películas aquí, or using the internet or whatever, and so that's that's where she is. So we're really hoping to get lots of good news soon for all of her treatments so far. But there's a lot of unknowns, a lot of tests that they have to do, a lot of this is only the first stage, and then there's other things that they have to do after that. So hoping to get through the chemotherapy, hoping that after that she's feeling able to start recovering because her veins are in terrible shape, and the chemotherapy is very exhausting for obvious reasons, and so it's a constant struggle with that. But it's as far as we can tell, it seems to be going pretty well. Because you're mucho más saludable ahora de octubre.
Sí.
And so she's much more functional now. If you'd have seen her in that July to October, pues July más o menos, agosto fue terrible. Y fuiste terrible. Y a diciembre, super terrible, yeah. Sí. So in December was really the worst. July she was sick, but it was kind of like, something's wrong. It's getting worse, And it was more like maybe this is pneumonia, maybe this is, and there was a lot of like just something's wrong. There was the tos, mucho tos.
Sí, y la cirugía en diciembre.
Sí, okay. So
tengo fotos.
Sí. So she had major surgery. It's hard to remember all the things because so many things happened and there was so much diagnostics. It started with X-rays and then CAT scans, and then they didn't know. And then they discovered the tumors in her lungs, but they weren't the cancerous tumors. They discovered other tumors. They opened her up and did open lung surgery. Huge surgical stuff. This is in December. So by December, she was barely able to breathe, had completely lost the use of one lung. And they did open lung surgery, and es mejor como nope. So look at this. This is her surgical scar. We'll hide our faces. Maybe it'll. No. It does not want. I'm too close, I think. It does not want to focus on that. Well, we may be out of luck. Anyway, hopefully you can see it enough. Terrible scar, huge surgery, right? They went into her lung and discovered that it wasn't what they thought. Was not cancerous, which that was a big positive, but something was causing this tumor, and so then they were able to discover the Hodgkin lymphoma was permitting the lung tumors, and so December was really her worst. That she felt the worst. She had the most treatments that did the least good. It was all very rough. But they found what it was. And they're like, okay, now we understand what's happening. We know what it is, and we have a plan. That will start in January. So I was gone in the States for a few weeks when she was at that low point. And then she was able to start in January with the chemotherapy. And the first 1 or 2 were really hard. But pretty quickly, we started noticing real improvements. Now, they had done some surgeries to take fluid out of her lungs and stuff, and had gotten her to be able to breathe a little bit more. But there was definitely a time where suffocating was a very real fear. And no puedes respirar para 2 meses, 3 meses.
Sí.
Oh, it was, I mean,
Muy malo.
she had a huge period of time where she was not sleeping and not breathing. Everything was just always awake, trying desperately to get enough air. And so it's an amazing turnaround since then, with the primary thing being the chemotherapy. And so in reality, like, her ability to function, to go do things, she's able to do things now. The chemotherapy seems to be making a massive, massive difference. And so that's where she is now. So we're just coming up on the 2/3 point through the chemotherapy. It's become much more of a routine. She knows what to expect. She knows which days she'll be up, which days she'll be down. The amount that it impacts her is far less. She's gotten used to it. Some of the things are just fear, and some of that has gone away, and so forth. And so it's been a big leap and a big journey. And the real hope is that obviously that she's all better soon. But the process is, once she's through all the chemotherapy, they may need to do more stuff to treat, like, her lungs and stuff, because they're not 100%, but they're way better than they were. Her body seems to be now able to fight that stuff. And so there's still a long process, and hence the GoFundMe partly is to get through the stuff that she's been doing, but there's a long road to recovery as well, and a lot of just needing assistance and medication and transport and stuff for her kids and food, and because very hard to cook and all those kinds of things. And so that is the link for the GoFundMe. So anyone who wants to help her out, much appreciated. And that is the current state of things. Hopefully we have a lot more news very soon. Boink says the city in northern Guatemala is Quetzaltenango, which is, from the way you write it, really close to what I said. Quetzaltenango. But most people call it Shayla. TJ's here. Hey, Scott. Boeing says, no, in Mexico they do not accept U.S. car insurance. You need to insure your car with Mexican car insurance when driving in all Mexico. Interesting. I could have sworn. If you do not have Mexican car insurance, the fines are rather nasty. Damn phone. Indigenal says, I was surprised Nika food is not way spicy. So very little of Latin America has spicy food. That is a thing that is mostly inspired because Mexico and Peru have spicy food, but Argentina, Chile, Bolivia, Colombia, Venezuela, all Panama, all of Central America, none of them have spicy food at all. Those are very unique cultural things to very limited regions within Latin America. In general, it's just not. Mexican food is just as foreign to Nicaraguans as it is. It's more foreign to Nicaraguans than it is to Americans in most cases. Cal says, perhaps people ask about starting local business, including myself, hence the El Salvador comparison is where we're trying to find the next Singapore with a long-term perspective, like 20 years. Well, I can tell you, neither one of them have anything like that whatsoever, right? This is not a region like Singapore with this really big growth stuff, right? El Salvador is about as far from that as I can possibly imagine. And Nicaragua is less far than El Salvador, but still quite far. So if your idea is to start a local business, few places on earth are going to be less attractive than here. This is not a place for local businesses unless you have a really unique niche and ability to leverage the area. Singapore is, Singapore is a free port founded from colonialism, created by British banking systems, and positioned in the middle of a region without a free port where there is no next Singapore, right? We have no expectation of there being a next Singapore in that way. And if you were to get into Singapore early, does not imply it would have been good for you today. Yeah, if you'd had invested in Singapore 100 years ago when it was under British rule and kept that property all this time, sure. But you also have to look at how much money would you have put in, and over 100 years, did it really earn enough in a way that was useful to you to be good? Maybe. But it's a very difficult thing. Having a local business here is generally foolish if your goal is to make money. If you just want to do it, absolutely, right? Great. But if return on your investment is the idea, you are looking in the wrong region. And it's not about selecting the right country. It's about selecting the right part of the world from that perspective, or having that niche and then the country doesn't matter. But certainly if that's your goal, El Salvador should be immediately scratched off the list in every possible way. Like, that absolutely makes no sense in El Salvador whatsoever. So he says, that's what makes El Salvador attractive. Very confused. Yeah, that should be what makes El Salvador not an option. But given the new coastal highway plus Chinese investment in Nicaragua, do you think it's likely that Nicaragua could be the next Singapore? No. No way whatsoever, but it will remain far ahead of El Salvador. It's got the momentum, and it's got the underlying factors to keep it way ahead of other things in the region. But this region has no possibility of being anything like Singapore in any way whatsoever. Awesome. Carrillo Clan says, hello from Rivas. Hello. Boink says Singapore is unique since it's a city-state, and a lot of other things. Boink is not a city-state. That's a big difference. True. Tiffany says, check, USDA clearance. Luco says, I was going to fly private until they told me it was $22,000. I have no choice. Yeah, for a lot of people, it's just outrageously expensive. Dora says, skunk is Zorillo. Really? Because Zorro is fox, but a lot of those animals are super close. Alden says, I just got to Antigua. Oh, I don't like Antigua. I spent some time in Mixco. That's awesome. I do like Mixco. I thought Antigua would be a tourist city. It is. Not that that's a bad thing. I haven't noticed much. Maybe it's not the season. I love the music scene. I've only been to Antigua one time, and it was nothing but a tourist city. Like, I couldn't stand it. Like, I mean, I don't mind it for a weekend. Like, okay, like I go to Granada here. It's all tourist in Granada. Being in Antigua, everything was tourist, and nothing felt authentic. I do like some of the shops there. Like, it's not a terrible place, but I certainly, and I was corrected by some people there, so I don't want to speak out of class, but my impression was that there were no locals who lived there, and some people were like, no, my family's been here for generations. We live here. And I was like, okay, there is some. But it didn't feel that way. It felt like nothing but a Disney-fied kind of fake museum. Not that you shouldn't go. You should. I love Guatemala, just not Antigua. Not at all. James says, is there an ice rink in Managua where there is pickup hockey? I don't think there's an ice rink in Managua. That would be so expensive, and I don't think anyone knows hockey. Maybe there is, but I sure have never heard of one. Hockey in Managua? No. I don't think there's any hockey. I don't think there's a single ice rink in the country.
No.
No estadio de hielo.
No.
How is the bus terminal coming along? I haven't been up in a little bit. Alex Brown, ice rink. Lol. Yeah, lol for sure. MBA says, do medical professionals in Canada and the U.S. need extra schooling to practice in Nicaragua? Absolutely. Yeah, they're not qualified at all to practice here. Tiffany says, I agree about Antigua. So you can always get an invitational as a doctor pretty much anywhere in the world. If there's like, there's a doctor, they specialize in this, or they're needed for that, you can generally get a pass and your qualifications aren't relevant. So that's relatively common. But if you want to come and be a doctor here, like, hey, I'm going to move to Nicaragua and be a doctor, nope, not going to happen. Like, flat out, never going to happen. One, why would you do that? It makes no sense. The finances are crazy. It would just no. But two, they would never let you because the training is so deficient in North America for working here. It would be so difficult to get a North American trained doctor prepared for the medical requirements here that that would be very difficult. It's my wife talked about, really high-end, very expensive medical centers and stuff in the U.S., talking with doctors here. They're like, and this is one of my favorite stories, one of the reasons I love living here. They're like, do you realize if we did those things, there would be police waiting outside the door? Those are felonies here. Normal medical practices like disregarding patient care, not doing things timely, not being responsive, just leaving patients without care, things that are normal and expected in North America to a point where people don't realize it's weird. In other parts of the world like here, the doctor would be in violation of their medical license in a felonious way. They're like, we literally would be required to finish our shift and report to jail if we did that. And so those kinds of things, like they require all kinds of training on how to talk to patients, how to listen to patients, how to do diagnostics. As the doctor, they don't get to rely on as much equipment, but they also do human diagnostics first and equipment later, so that there's more holistic view of the patient. Now, some of that stuff is very subjective, and so some of that stuff, the training would not be considered to be a major problem. But for other things like lacking the patient care and lacking the knowledge of following basic medical requirements, would be areas where American doctors would have absolutely no context for understanding the level of care that they're required to deliver, and they would have to be retrained on that or something to prove that they had enough knowledge and willingness of care to be able to work in this environment. But none of that matters, because no foreign doctor from those regions is going to have the slightest interest in coming here. The reasons that you practice healthcare in North America and the reasons you practice here are very different. Here, it is not a high-paying job. There are ways to make money as a doctor. You will not be starving as a doctor, but it is also not something that makes you rich, right? It is extremely rare that being a doctor would make you in any way wealthy, but it does put you solidly into middle class. Tiffany says, that's because wealthy Canadians bought up tons of land they weren't supposed to be able to. There are terrible stories about Antigua. It's so sad. Oh, yeah, it feels that way, but I have not heard those stories. Luke says, speaking of tourists, dinner at Restaurante Vida y Bella in Matagalpa, that's where I had just a few days ago. Last night, table of 5 speaking English, then 3 doctors in scrubs came in looking for tequila, also speaking English. James says, where do you get doctor education? Cuba. Not here. No, so Cuban doctors have completely different training. I'm not aware of any cross-training between Cuba and Nicaragua. There's definitely some information sharing. There definitely are times that Cuban doctors come here to work. Cuba has some very specific specialties because of their healthcare system, but I've never heard of a Nicaraguan doctor being trained in Cuba. Would they be allowed to? Very likely. I'm not saying that they can't do that, but I've never heard of that. Nicaragua is a leader in education throughout Central America, and medical is part of what they do a lot of. There are tons of medical schools, León being one of the medical cities. So we have training hospitals here and many training schools. So most of the doctors I know did their education here. Most in the country, of course, do their training in Managua. Could you go to Guatemala? Could you go to Costa Rica? Could you go to Cuba? I assume that is the case, with maybe some minor revisions or something here. But could you go to Panama? My guess is no. Panama is known for having the same kinds of problems as North America. It's a kind of a black hole of medical care within the region. So it would be surprising if that was considered to be adequate enough for practice here. Tiffany says, it was all over YouTube the last few weeks. Apparently one of the wealthiest families in Canada owns some type of dollar store in Antigua. That's crazy. I'll jump around. Don Timoteo says, I met a Nicaraguan doctor who trained in Cuba. He works in Granada. Okay. I'm not surprised. I just have not run into any. Although, if he works in Granada, there's no medical school in Granada. You're more likely to consider going abroad. If you're going to practice in León, chances are you're from León, and so you'd probably study in León, just because, one, people are poorer here, so less likely to go abroad, and the schools are right in town. Luke says, young doctors from the U.S. here, Doctors Without Borders. I've never seen a Doctor Without Borders here, and I don't know why they would be here, because there's no need for American doctors here. There's not a shortage of doctors, so those are really generally meant for places with the need, rather than using the Without Borders to get their training. Well, who knows? Luke says, 22-year-old doctor doing clinical blood pressure screening in Parque Ruben Dario yesterday. And if anyone watched my show today, that's a doctor on the show today. MBA, how are academic positions in Nicaragua? Are academic professionals in demand at universities? I don't believe so. I think I don't really know, right? I think there are plenty. I never hear of people looking for them. E. Garcia from Denton, Texas. My cousin got a scholarship to get a master's degree in Cuba. Oh, very cool. Larry says, my hip surgeon here is a professor at Militar. He went to med school here, orthopedic surgery education at Tampa General. He went to med school here. He did his basic med here, and then he did his specialty in orthopedic at Tampa Gen. Is that what it is? That makes sense. Tiffany says they're wealthy Canadians who own dollar stores in Canada. Oh, I see. They don't own a dollar store in Antigua. They own dollar stores in Canada. They've bought a lot of land in Antigua. Now I'm understanding. James says Dollarama is a very large dollar store chain in Canada, actually Quebec-based company. Dollarama. Boy, Dollarama is like a 5 and dime in the U.S. It's a joke because the Canadian dollar is not very strong. Not that the U.S. dollar is all that strong these days. But at least it's locked to Nicaragua, so we're not feeling it here. But, yeah. ¿Puedes hablar con todos? Sometimes she forgets she's here. She's like watching the show from on camera.
Estoy trabajando.
She's working. We had a big outage on Nicaragua last week, and it has left the show or the website quite a bit behind on things, and so she's having to work to catch up. As that is a bunch of stuff. Hilary says, yes, Tampa General Hospital in Tampa, Florida, and knee surgery. One thing here, a lot of good knee surgery here. We get a lot of reports of people really getting good knee care here. It says, how are vehicle prices right now? Are they usually cheaper in the capital? Oh, they're definitely cheaper in the capital. You don't do anything but go to the capital for that. It's kind of like England for a lot of things. You just go to London. Like, it's so easy. And we're much smaller than that. But anything big, you just go to the capital. Unless you're, like, really far away. I suppose if you're in Bilwi or something, yeah, that's different. But for all of us in traditional Pacific Nicaragua, like, even Esteli to the capital, under 4 hours. Probably 3 hours. Jinotega and Matagalpa, no big deal. Leon and Chinandega, 2.5 hours to the capital. Rivas, probably 2 or less. All of Carazo, an hour, right? Granada, an hour. Masaya, 25 minutes. Huigalpa, Boaco, right? Not that far. Yeah, like maybe Madrid, Nueva Segovia, maybe they're far enough away to create a problem. But moving cars, everything's going to come through the capital. Everything. It's not a big country. So all the supply chain, all of the warehousing, all of the licensing, all of the showrooms, everything's going to be in the capital. Yes, Casa Pelas has satellite locations, but your selection, everything is just in the capital. That's where you generally want to go for anything big. I'm getting a few private WhatsApps as we talk about stuff. How the vehicle prices right now, overall, they seem really cheap. I can't believe how cheap all the cars are. Last ones we bought, regular car, $20K, luxury SUV, $27K. That's full out the door price, like $26,900 kind of thing. Like, holy cow, it's cheap down here. And we're seeing BYDs that we talked about on this channel a year ago. Now we're seeing them all over the capital. It took a little while to get the supply chain here. Now they're easily available. So many typos from Tiffany. James says, my sister's nephew-in-law is big-time knee doctor from India. He consults. I guess he consults here. Alex Brown, is there a noticeable expat population in Matagalpa? Yeah, there's definitely a noticeable population. Is it huge? No, I wouldn't call it huge. I think it's smaller than Leon, but it's definitely noticeable. Itchethik says, is there any expectation with everything going on in the world that the exchange rate between Nicaragua and the U.S. is likely to change anytime soon? No, I don't think there's any reasonable chance of that at all. There is nothing that I would think of in the world that would be a factor to that. Like, there's a lot going on in the world. True. Could things affect the exchange rate? True. Are there things going on in the world that you would combine currently with a projected change in rate? No, there's nothing that I feel would be attached to that beyond the normal stepping expectations. Things that could affect it would mostly be huge fluctuations in the value of the U.S. dollar that could encourage them to change things, but generally it's unlikely to do so. My father says, long day is taking its toll. Good night. Good night, Dad. See you later. Mm-hmm. Cal says, I've seen you mention the music scene being great in Leon. I really like cumbia. Is there a lot of that live music across Nicaragua, or is Leon a hotspot because of the university students? Leon is a hotspot, that is true, but there is live music all across the country. Even like Jalapa, up on the Honduran border east of Tegucigalpa, in the middle of nowhere. Pretty good music scene. Every small town is just full of music. Now, is cumbia itself available everywhere? Maybe not, but I would expect pretty heavily available. That's not the leading form of music here, but it is a major one. So places like Geckos here in Leon have cumbia at probably once a week kind of thing. Sometimes you see them in NL Vivero. If you want to get cumbia, that's something that you will probably be able to find most days. I do love cumbia myself. So that is certainly stuff that's out there. I've been at lots of random places, had big cumbia bands show up and play and have a really good time. So it's definitely available, maybe not every night in every town, but is Leon more of a spot for it than other places? Yes, I would say so for a couple of reasons. The universities being a driving factor, a lot of young students, but also Leon is what's our full name? Leon for City of the Revolution, right? It's a revolutionary town, and music goes with revolution. So the whole music scene is a powerful one here. John Blair, beyond the headlines, how would you characterize the relationship between Nicaragua and the U.S.? Poor. So you have to look at it in a historical context. The United States and Nicaragua have been adversaries ever since the U.S. tried to, and successfully, colonized it in the early 1850s and was a brutal dictatorship for a few years. That was awful. They burned Grenada to the ground. They poisoned the people of Costa Rica. It took the entire region coming together, and eventually it was Vanderbilt in the U.S. responding to the what was essentially the brutal Marxification of public resources, including his investments that he took. It was one thing to steal from the Nicaraguan people, but to steal from Americans who invested in Nicaragua was a fully different thing. He went to Congress and said, your experiment with colonialism is over, and we're putting an end to it. And the U.S. Navy sailed down at his request and ended the private paramilitary I'm losing the term, that was going on, but the William Walker, and that was the end of that, right? So, but that started a very antagonistic relationship because Nicaragua was completely brutalized by the U.S. in a completely inappropriate way. and a way that the U.S. was very embarrassed about and very angry for having lost, for having been failed. And so the U.S. returned in 1909 with military again, and this time managed to occupy not for 5 years, but for 70. Was arguably less brutal, but spread out over 70 years, it was horrific. And once again, by 1979, the United States had lost. One can argue that the U.S. won over such a large period of time that it was hardly losing. But once the U.S. was kicked out, they didn't let it go and tried to wage war to destroy what was left of the country for the next 12 years. When that was not able to win, they managed to use large-scale influence to poison the political climate for the next several years and used that to destroy the economy and infrastructure. So the history of brutality, as Nicaragua being the place where the U.S. first experimented with the concept of aerial bombardment, where occupation and colonialization in its most brutal form have been practiced nonstop by the U.S., has long been the crux of U.S.-Nicaraguan relationship. Nicaragua is not going to forget that lightly, and is not going to take being tight partners with the U.S. as something favorable. The U.S., and for its part, could care less about having good relationships with Nicaragua and only sees destroying it as a favorable outcome. There has never been a positive interaction between them, with the rare exception of the 1972 U.S. Army Corps of Engineers airlift to save the people of Managua after a massive natural disaster, which was seen as a unbelievably different change of relationship briefly, and the building of Nueva Guinea in the jungle. Under normal conditions, the two are massively antagonistic. Neither has any interest in normalizing relations with the other. There's no reason to assume they ever would. They don't have the open hostility that the U.S. does with Cuba, partially because the U.S. can't come up with any reasons to complain about Nicaragua in the same way. The U.S. always fears that people will come to Nicaragua and observe it firsthand and realize what it's really like, which makes being antagonistic with them awfully problematic. So they're stuck in a position of trying to do as much damage as they can, but having to do so in a very limited way, as the American people have curtailed the U.S.'s involvement here in the past, and the U.S. government has been caught red-handed, breaking U.S. law and willing to put U.S. citizens at financial risk, at military risk, at ethical risk, in order to carry out what amounts to personal government vendettas in the region that make absolutely no sense at a financial or world stage perspective, but they remain in place nonetheless. And so it is, the headlines are generally able to be taken at face value. As always, the details of the relationship between U.S. and Nicaragua are almost completely falsified. The tone of the view between the U.S. and Nicaragua is almost entirely accurate, as is generally the case in the U.S. media. James says, was flown to Toronto for baseball player and stopped for Japanese baseball player on the way back to India. Oh, that's funny. It must be the doctor. Brian says, BYD is interesting. Buffett is a big investor. Oh, Warren Buffett is a big investor. Yeah, BYD makes some really cool stuff. All the cars I saw this week, they look fantastic. James says, what's Marcela's view on reggaeton music?
¿Qué?
Reggaeton. Daddy Yankee.
¿Cuál me gusta?
Sí. It's not her thing.
No creo.
It's my thing. It's an American music form. So you hear it a lot here. A lot of people play American music here. But she tends to like a lot more South American rock.
Sí, para bailar está bien, pero para escuchar.
Yeah.
No.
So I think this is probably a common thing. A lot of Nicaraguans, I think, but definitely her, She likes to go. Reggaeton is really good for dancing. So clubs late at night, reggaeton is perfect. But to listen to, for me, I love listening to reggaeton. Like I like reggaeton, but I'm American, and here it's mostly for dancing. But things like Argentinian rock are very big. Mexican rock are very big. Soda Stereo.
Gustavo Cerati.
Yeah. You're gonna find
O
a
en
lot more of
inglés
that kind of
también.
stuff. Okay.
En inglés.
Oh yeah, a lot of rock bands in English as well. E. Garcia, happy Labor Day. Thank you. Happy Labor Day to you. I had to work all day, but I did give my team the day off. Those that I could. Tiffany says, can't be friends with a bully. Yeah, exactly. Benoit Ross says, got an accepted offer on our house. So if everything goes fine, we will be in Nicaragua mid-July, moving the whole family plus 3 cats. Exciting but nerve-wracking. You'll hear from us. That is awesome. Congratulations on selling the house and on getting things in motion. That's a big deal. Brian says, we had a demo SUV and it had karaoke mic. It had a karaoke mic in a BYD. That's amazing. I have to get one now. We seriously want one for a lot of reasons, not just because they're cool, but having it instead of like a golf cart on the beach, having a small BYD, I think would be amazing. Once we have solar power on the beach and can charge it without hitting the grid, I think it'll be great. Because if you're on the beaches, getting gas is actually a big problem. You have to drive 15, 20 minutes to get to a gas station, which is fine. If you're coming and going from the beach, you're going to go past it. You just have to plan around it a little bit. But if you have a car that's never going to leave the beach, you got to do something. So it's I think it's a generally good thing to try that. And so I am catching up on all the messages I have waiting for me. For those who follow along and know Ava from the show, she has arrived successfully in Australia and is hanging out with her husband, seeing Down Under for the first time, and is like 12 hours off from us. So it must be like first thing in the morning down there, which is pretty wild in general. And the opposite weather. And I have a gnat flying around. Oh, I got it. It's amazing how often I'm able to get those. I know that, Brian, I know you sent me a message at some point about Josie Marr, and I cannot find it. I thought it came up on my phone, but I can't find it there. And I don't know where it is. Was it a message in the main chat, and I just flew past and I didn't see it? Was it a private message? I don't know where it is. But yeah, so, and Leah says, how accessible are solar panels in Nicaragua? Oh, super accessible. If you're on the WhatsApp group, for those who are not on, make sure you hop into WhatsApp. Let me see if I can grab the link for everybody. We try to put it up here. But we have the Expats of Nicaragua group and things like that. So I don't have solar currently, but a lot of people in there do. And so it's a really good place to jump in and ask exactly who people are using, what's good prices. Oh, text message. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay. Here's the WhatsApp to join. And oh, we lost Marcela. Oh, she has a call or something. Oh, she actually has a call. So it's, I'm going to move this mic a little bit so I can actually see what you guys are saying. This has been a little bit tough to look at. So solar panels are super accessible, all the solar stuff here, because it's very popular and we have a really good Chinese supply chain. So we're able to get all that stuff coming in from China without the tariffs that are hitting the U.S. We're tariff-free with China, which a lot of places are. And so we're able to get higher quality, lower cost solar than you are generally able to get in most of the world. We're actually in a really good position for it. And being a country that basically has sun all the time, it's a pretty good place for it. We get a lot of bright sun. So I think it's 17 cents per kilowatt or something like that. That's probably wrong. It's probably 17 cents per watt. I don't know. Whatever that number is, it's 17 cents is what the cost is here. I just saw it the other day. So of all places, this is a really good one to do solar because our solar is among the best quality, lowest price, and our regular electricity is decent quality at a relatively high price. Not anything terrible, not as high as the highest parts of the U.S., but closer to the higher parts of the U.S. than to the lower parts. So on average, most people who are not on, just a light bulb and basic stuff, once you're like an expat using real electricity for like all these lights and computers and stuff, your electricity rate is going to be most likely higher per kilowatt than you're used to in the US. You probably will use less, but it depends where you're coming from. So moving to solar here can be very beneficial because the difference between the over-the-line power and the really cheap solar is broader. The gap between them is broader than in most countries. Tiffany says, it's funny that Benoit stated that he's selling his home. My realtor just said to me yesterday that everyone is leaving the U.S. and they're all selling their homes. I bet they are. James says, for a motorcycle vacation, would a round trip to Esteli be reasonable for a day from Leon? Yeah, I would say so. Esteli is probably 3.5 hours. Motorcycle maybe a little bit longer, 4 hours, but I think a lot of times motorcycles are a little bit faster than cars, maybe 3 hours, depends on your stops. But yeah, it's reasonable. It's not bad. We do it by bus. Now, we don't normally do round trip. Buses are super boring. But if you went first thing in the morning and came back in the evening and had some time in between, yeah, I think it'd be pretty decent. Tim says, I have found the newer technology in solar hard to find. I think a lot of people ship directly rather than buying it in like locally, but we can do that, right? We can get from China. Luco says, do you know a good importer if I wanted to get something from China here? It's still early and it's still very difficult. Like we expect that that it's going to really improve now that nobody wants to order out of the US and everybody wants to order directly from China, but there's some complications to that. They're just logistics. Like it's not a political problem, it's not a legal problem, nothing like that. It should be very simple, but there are some actual physical shipping things that need to be worked out with the shipping companies to have all that worked. But and so we don't have like I use Envios Fast Track to get things out of the U.S. That works great, except we can't use that to China. They don't have a thing, but if we can get the people at Envios Fast Track to figure out how to do it from China, we could quite suddenly have a really simple way to do that. So it takes is one company like that figuring that out, and it's going to just completely change the game here in every imaginable way. Tim says, I hope they'll be getting the newer stuff soon. James says, price on solar panels per watt must be the 17 cents. Joab Trust. Scott, what brand motorcycle dealerships are in Nicaragua? Can you open a dealership if you are a resident of Nicaragua? So you don't need to be a resident. You can open a dealership today. Would that be complicated? Yes. Are you going to make any money at it? No. But could you legally do it? I'm pretty sure you can without any problem. And you certainly don't need to be a resident. There's, as far as I know, there is nothing that requires you to be a resident when it comes to business or investing or houses or real estate or anything of the sort. Not a thing. Who's here? I know Yamaha, Hero, Genesis, that everybody calls Genesis, Honda, Pulsar, Suzuki must be here. There's quite a bit. There's motorcycles everywhere, but they're not a cool thing like in other markets. So if you're thinking that you want to come in and have like some really cool brand, and you'd be like, this is amazing, no one has this brand, I think you'll probably find that the value probably isn't there. You'll probably have extremely little market for that. I could be wrong. I'm not a motorcycle enthusiast. I can ride. I used to have a Suzuki. That's how cool I was. But it's a very different climate. So I can tell you, if you are not a multi-generation Nicaraguan with deep contacts everywhere and an absolutely ironclad understanding of the market, I cannot imagine the slightest possibility that you will successfully pull off breaking even as a motorcycle dealer. Maybe if you own the motorcycle company, and that's how you're going to have a specialty thing. Okay, that is legit. That could be different, but that's kind of where I would think you would need to be to get over that. There is so much deep importation, logistics, knowledge and understanding. If there was a bike out there that there was going to be a value selling in country, it would be here already, most likely, because you can import anything you want anytime. So if you want a, classic Indian that you have somewhere, you want a Harley Davidson you like somewhere, you're just going to import it today on your own, and you'll have it. So having a specialty dealership unless you have volume with it won't do anything. Benoit says, took us 18 months of watching Scott and discussing it, but honestly, at this point, like he said, move abroad now. Woo! Tiffany says, it's a little crazy. I have 3 new neighbors in 2 months. No bueno. All my old neighbors were great. Oh, that's sad. MBA says, for someone already living in Nicaragua, how do you source products directly from China? Or has that supply chain not been developed yet, like you just mentioned? Right. That's, in general, the way it's always happened in the past is you source them through the U.S., which creates problems. Now, it didn't used to. And that's what I was doing. Even less than a year ago, I was still using Chinese supply chain through the U.S. To make it easy. Now with the tariffs, that's no bueno. So we're looking at, does that mean it comes through Bolivia? Does that mean it comes directly through the port? How are we going to do that? There's a little bit in question there. Is it going to be really good really soon? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I think we're going to be able to get AliExpress and Alibaba and for me, 7 Artisans and TT Artisans and Suri and all those vendors shipping to us directly. That is my fingers crossed hope. I know we're a small market, but we have ships coming directly. If they can put stuff on them, that is going to completely revitalize the country, and basic small things are going to be so much cheaper than in the U.S. And that's why I think China wants to do it. Yeah, China's going to make money. They're going to do it to prove a point, I guarantee. Tim says, getting a pretty good soaking rain right now outside of Esteli. I wish we were getting that. Gooch is here. Baja, Serpento, TVS, Vento, more brands than you can imagine. Is that what Baja is? I saw that, but I thought that was the name of the store, not the name of the bike. I see it all the time. It's such a weird name. Don says, lots of Chinese Jialing motorcycles. Jialing. Tim says they sell motorcycles in the department stores. Space Bay. I've been thinking about moving there. Could you recommend a good source to find houses to rent? No. Everyone asks, the answer is always no. There's no source outside of Airbnb, and that's not really houses to rent. There isn't a source. That is, everyone has to accept. There is no centralization of anything. There are no people with that information. You have to come down and do it on foot, on your own. We've never found an exception to that. But there are just tons of houses to rent. But you will never find, 99% of them will never be available externally, and anything available externally, anything you can see before you're here, will be priced accordingly. 2, 3, even 10 times what you, depending on rent, probably not 10 times. But to buy, things can hit 1,000% of real world prices. And even if you don't plan on actually buying from abroad or renting from abroad, looking at things from abroad will train your brain to see real prices as impossibly low, and you will start to accept totally fabricated prices as normal, because everything you can find before you get here will be absolutely fake prices. Not kind of fake, not sort of fake, not rooted in reality, but overinflated. No. Fake. So don't even look. Every attempt to look is just, it's not an attempt to learn the market. It would just be an attempt to train your brain not to recognize competitive pricing. As Gooch says, the way to find a place is 2 feet and a heartbeat. Joy of Trust. Will we have any issues bringing extra lithium batteries into Nicaragua? The batteries will be from a Ford C-Max or Tesla salvaged along with extra solar panels. You shouldn't have there are people who do this. So definitely ask that in the WhatsApp group. for some firsthand knowledge, but my understanding is you will not have any problems. They will probably be taxed as imports as they are. So it'll be normal taxation, but they're not controlled substances or anything like that. Should be completely fine. Space Bay, haha, got it, gooch gooch. Luco says they also have KTM, that was mentioned. Space Bay, you have to come there basically. Yes, absolutely, you have to come here. There's just no working around it. We all wish there was another way. We all have tried something foolish trying to find a way around it in the hopes that we could do, because American-style house hunting is just so comfortable. It's so easy. It's so straightforward. It's so what we know that it is very, very difficult to do anything else. I just noticed that there is a video that shows up on my channel and you have to be a member to see it, but it advertises it. So you click on it and it's like, sorry, you're not a member. That's pretty cool. That is, okay, so I put one out. I mentioned this earlier that for those who have joined the channel, and thanks to the 2 people who joined today, and by the way, if you joined, send me a private note somewhere to get you hooked up on the Nika Habla secret group where you can participate and stuff. We released one, a pretty long one, to members only because I wanted to get feedback on it. And if the members broadly approve it, I'm going to take it live and everyone can see it in the future. I don't know when that'll happen, but it's a combination of things. One, it was sitting on my computer and I was like, I don't want this just sitting in my way anymore. I want to clear off the drive space and I want to get it out of my editor because like I just don't need this in my face all the time. So that was part of my driving force to move it and get it out for people to see. And I had some frustrating interactions happen that were related to it. And I'm like, okay, I need to get some feedback on this because the person in question has not improved or corrected their behavior. And so, so far the feedback has been positive, but I do understand that there is a bit of an echo chamber in that group because obviously whoever's willing to be a member of my group is a little bit more likely than the average person to agree with me, and I have to be a little bit cautious because it's kind of like looking in the mirror and asking myself what I think about things. Let's face it, I know what I'm going to say. So, but yeah, it's being evaluated, but it's cool that just came up. Joab Trust says, I would only sell parts, tires, cables, parts that wear out as I have not seen many places to fix the MCs. Other than a few small places. Thanks for the insight, my friend. That might be possible. It may be really plausible if you really shop around for places that are lacking in part suppliers. You might be able, with a really limited niche and good research, you may be able to find it. Gooch Gooch says Baja is from India, even though its name makes it sound like it's from the Baja. Tiffany says, I forgot to ask, why do you not like the Chinese modular homes? They look so cool. I don't think I said I don't like them. I'm pretty sure I said I like them a lot. They're really freaking cool. The thing is that they don't make sense here. And the reason is the same thing as other modular homes, such as the Rad Pad, right? Doing modular homes where building a normal home is so cheap and fast that you could have a modular or a non-modular home up and built the traditional way in probably a week or two. It will take you months to ship in a modular home from somewhere. It would take forever to have one that doesn't exist in a factory that doesn't exist make one for you, right? You'd have to pay to have the factory built. In other situations, people know what I'm talking about. So the idea of a modular home in the US, in China, you go and you look at modular home showcases and you pick one out and you say, I want this. Here's a plot of land, pop it on it. And it's all very straightforward. Here, you could have built the house for half the price before the modular components arrive at the port. And so generally the idea of modular homes is that you're going to save money and that they are built with the environment in mind. Here, they are not. They're expensive and not built with the environment in mind. And so repair and maintenance and installation, all those things would be costly and difficult. And the materials that they build it out of probably don't make sense. There's just a lot of it doesn't fit. If I was in the US, if I was in China and you offered me one of those, I'd be like, this looks so cool. Yes, I want one of these. And there's a million design ideas I would like to take from them. And there's some that I'd be like, you know what, I'd pay a premium to have a place that's that cool. And like, I like a lot of that modular style. Like, that stuff's really super cool. I'm totally down for that. But the challenge is finding why it is. So you say they look so cool. Yeah, they do. You don't generally buy a home based on it looks so cool. You do want a home that looks cool, granted. But are you willing to pay huge amounts of money for tiny homes because they look cool versus larger homes that are easier to maintain over time that will cost you less money today and into the future? That's a major question. NBA says, how would you avoid gringo targets? Lo siento. How would you avoid gringo prices without a local source? Generally, you can't. You have to have a local source. As with most things here, don't rush. Patience solves most everything, which has been my mantra for years. Nearly every major disaster I have to deal with was in part or in a whole caused by impatience. Gooch Gooch says, Joab, part stores are everywhere, so are mechanics. They don't advertise. They may be in a place that you would never expect them to be. My friend uses a mechanic that is in a field. That's extreme. I have like 3 mechanics across the road. They are everywhere. He specifically said MC parts. I honestly don't know what that means. I don't know if that's a brand I don't know, or I'm just not getting the reference. Sometimes I'm dense. I have not slept a lot this week. I may just be slow on the uptake. But I assume it was something that really doesn't have a very good presence here. But parts in general widely available, but specialty parts may be very limited. Tiffany says, I get it now. Little Round House, Sarasota. Do you happen to live in a little round house in Sarasota? Just asking for a friend. Kurt Kaz did a cool episode in Nicaragua. I don't know Kurt Kaz. I will look that person up very quickly. There we go. Kurt Kaz on YouTube. South African Bushman doing what my DNA tells me to. I am not familiar with this person, but he seems pretty popular. Motorcycle parts. He was talking about MC meeting motorcycle. Oh gosh, yeah, motorcycle parts. Oh yeah, he's popular. 3.4 million subscribers. That's a little bit jealous. He did Luxury Venezuelan 8 months ago. Ho Chi Minh Trail. I see. Is this one of those dating sites? We're looking at it. What? Okay. I don't know what that is. I don't feel comfortable on that site. MC means motorcycle. Gotcha. Never seen it abbreviated that way. NBA, do you think there will be relative stability in Nicaragua in the next 10 to 15 years? Do I think it's that the stability will go away? So Nicaragua is incredibly stable. It's the most stable country in the region. I would say, I don't know anywhere that has had the stability and is expected to have the stability. I don't, but there's always risk, right? Things change. But I don't think the stability of the last 17 years is likely to go away in the next 10 to 15. I would say no, unlikely. The only thing that Nicaragua always is at risk of is outside influence, right? Is the U.S. going to invade? That's always the fear. And could that happen? Yeah, happens all the time. We're in a lull, but could that happen? Right, remain stable. Could those things happen? Yes, but even if the U.S. invades, does the U.S. generally hold on to it for a long time? Well, honestly, we don't have enough times to say. The first time it was just a few years, but that's painful. The last time was 70 years. That's insane. But now it's been 46 years free. So, is the U.S. about to go down a colonial path again? Who knows at this point? But I still feel probably not. The world does not tend to look on colonialism even the way that they did in the 20th century. It feels awfully far-fetched to think of that. However, everyday life in Nicaragua is every day. Vigilance is always necessary, right? I think the powers that be here would caution us against complacency or comfort. It is very much seen culturally here that while it is very stable and safe and sovereign and secure, that it remains those things only because of constant vigilance. There is never a day that the idea of U.S. or foreign intervention to uproot, upstage democracy, to destabilize the government or the economy, to simply burn cities down, right? Probably less likely now, but still well within the possibility that they would try to do that. Those things are real. But there is constant vigilance. And I think one of the things about Nicaragua that's super interesting and really important is this concept of this is a country that is absolutely dedicated to the concept of constant vigilance and is not about to let down its guard in the next 10 to 15 years. That feels super unlikely. We're at 46 years, and they still think of it as yesterday. When we hit 61 years, they may start thinking of it as yesterday, but they're not going to be thinking of it as disconnected and far away. There was, and I think this is a big mistake on America's part, thank goodness in a way, the occupation that ended in 1979, the people who grew up in that occupation are getting older. Now, people my age directly talk about hearing the sirens. And we saw them. We were in Matagalpa, and we were right next to one of the air raid sirens. And I couldn't help but think, people I know heard that siren and had to take cover because people I know had their houses being bombed by Americans or their allies, and using their parts and supplies. And that's so tangible. When people like my age, because I'm at the very youngest that has a tangible connection to the bombings, when we're gone, there's another generation that grew up during the Second War, during the war for continued freedom, right, the Contra War, rather than the war to achieve freedom, the Sandinista Revolution, 1979. And so because that generation is 12 years more time, there are people significantly younger, 12 years younger, than those who barely remember the aerial bombardments of 1979, who remember the guerrillas in the jungle in 1990. And so that generation is going to carry on that this is not distant past, this happened to us for many more years. And yes, it's going to be a step more removed. Right now, when we go out to events, we are surrounded by combatants from the 1970s who were there, who put their lives on the line for this country to be sovereign. And everybody knows them, and everybody knows about them, and everybody talks to them, and everybody sees them. And it is so tangible. But there are so many who were connected to them, who fought the war to maintain the sovereignty for the next 12 years and so forth, that there's going to be, no, we were there, we were connected, this is still relevant for quite a bit more time. So I think that 15, 20-year timeline, there's still going to be people my age who remember the 79 bombardment. So in 25 years, 30 years, there's going to be kids who still remember the guerrillas. And until those people younger than me, the millennials, are gone, I think that the vigilance will remain strong. And it is my generation's job and that generation's job, her generation's job, to teach their kids what it means, what happens when you let your guard down, and why there can never be a complacency. My dog is freaking out because someone was pulled in. Why it can never be feeling comfortable, because it's a tiny country that can be overrun so quickly. And I think that's the hope for a lot, right? Tiffany, was it difficult for you to find a vet that is USDA certified? No, but I work in veterinary, so I just picked up the phone and called like 3 people, and they're like, yeah, whatever you need. James, Genesis is, I think, located in Chinese or Losin Chinese. I'm not sure that word, but Chinese. I haven't been able to find anything about it. James says, I followed Icky Boots. She did Nicaragua on her trip from Chile to Alaska. She did, and she put in such a delay that I wasn't able to hook up with her at all. Gooch, a lot of the bad actors were removed. I think things will be more stable now that they were in the last 10. Yeah, probably. I mean, I think the country has just generally stabilized. Like, it's been fully under its own control for so little time. I don't think people generally grasp just how little time there has been to stabilize everything. Like, everything's quite recent. And so when and it's funny because someone mentions, the recent change of government, and we're like, 17 years ago? Is that what you mean by recent? Because there's been no change in 17 years. It's been quite consistent. And it's like, I mean, if 17 years is recent to you, cool. Like, okay, but that's what we're talking about. That's how some people see it. And other people are like, it's been like this forever because it's 17 years. And it's like, you get just such a wildly disparate view of the same timeline. Partially if you're young or old, I'm sure, but just shocking, I think. But yeah, for the first, however, 7 years or whatever, of this new timeline, it was figuring things out. Like, they had to figure out how to run a government. They had to figure out how to make everything work before they could stabilize it and make it a long-term game plan with that same government. And now we're well into that. Like, everything's been figured out. Things are working. The cogs are oiled and the machinery is greased, or however you want to look at it. And it's got a lot of potential. Tim says, I've been coming here for 25 years. There's been a lot of progress in those years. I've been coming here for 10, and it's unbelievably visible how much has changed during that time. James says, Nicaraguan issue with Chinese imports is the limited size of container port. Modern container ships are too large for Nicaragua. The ships would have to go somewhere else and get loaded to smaller ships. Yeah, that's a pretty major problem. That I'm not sure we have a good solution for on the horizon. But yeah, we've only got the port of Corinto. If it can't come in there, we got nothing. Joab Trust says, where should we go on YouTube to see the correct history of Nicaragua? Any certain channels? I don't know one. I've thought about doing that because there is a huge lack there. And I started and did not like we were kind of trying a bunch of different things. And I don't like what we came up with. I was asked to do some really cool history, but the person I was going to be doing her biography unfortunately passed away. So an opportunity to do some really cool stuff I did not manage to do. I mean, there's no way I could have. She was sick the whole time that I was going to do it, but very sad that I did not get an opportunity to do that at the end. I will try to find some stuff. I need to put together like a watch list for Nicaraguan history, if nothing else. I think that would be cool. I'll see what I can do. That's a good project. Don't let me forget about that. Tiffany says, what's the most affordable containers for shipping to Nicaragua? For example, barrels or otherwise. I don't really know, but a lot of people today were talking about barrels and how good they were. So barrels may be the answer. I need to look into that myself. Larry says, you and young Paul, just for everyone who knows, Paul is 12 years older than me, should reopen IHOP. There was one in Managua. Wait, this is okay. That closed in 2018. Never did make it there. My kids would love if there was an IHOP. That's hilarious and weird. Brian says you did a video when we went to the fort, right? Yeah. So we went up to the fort. I've done a number of videos, Brian, on the fort, including going up to it I marched to it in a parade. And a video of it on Nicaragua 360 as well. But I've definitely done the Dark History Tour. I want to do a full filming of the Dark History Tour as well. Oh, James says Lawson is the name of one of the largest Chinese bike manufacturing. They've been building 800cc and 900cc engines for BMW since 1989. Oh, nice. But yeah, the fortress here in León is super interesting, very cool. Watch my videos on it, obviously, but also take a hike up there and go see it for yourself. If you're going to be in the area, it is a really good thing to see. And get the tour from Saeed, the Dark History Tour. Very, very fun. And David says, do they sell Bologna? Bologna. I just said Bologna. It's capitalized. I blame David for this. When it's capitalized, it's Bologna. When it's not capitalized, it's bologna. Lunch meat in Nicaragua. That's how long it's been since I had to read bologna and put it in context. So I am sure that they sell bologna here. I am vegetarian, so keep that in mind. I have no actual memory of seeing bologna here, but I'm pretty sure that they do sell it. But it's not a common thing. I've never seen someone eating it or anything. Hold on, just answering somebody. James says barrels. That's a big thing in Canada to Jamaica. Yeah, I've never heard of someone doing barrels from the U.S. to here, but I hear a lot about it from Canada. I don't know if it's because of the differences in the ports, the size of what people tend to send, or what it is. There's a lot of potentially different factors, but barrels seem like potentially a good way to go. And I'm about to go through some of this, so I'm going to look into the barrels a little bit because that could be really useful. And Larry just sent me a thing on the IHOP. Is that a real IHOP or a knockoff IHOP? It says Desayuno en el G-Hop de Nicaragua. So IHOP is International House of Pancakes. What would G-Hop be? We're going to find out. I'm watching it in the background. Gooch Gooch. The barrel shipment can be done from Canada to Nicaragua as well. I have a contact. All right, good, Gooch Gooch. I may need that. Oh, no, it was not an IHOP. It was a G-Hop. What? That's just goofy. It's the Garage of Pancakes, I'm pretty sure. It's very blurry footage. It's La Gara House of Pancakes or something like that. No wonder it didn't make it. Wow. But that's a serious IHOP ripoff. That's ridiculous. Tiffany says, very Jamaican. MBA says, just want a reference point on prices out there, Scott. How much would monthly groceries for two people be? Of course, there's a lot of variables involved, but generally speaking, I'm very bad with grocery planning on budgets and stuff. Does anyone have a really good number on that? I mean, there's so many variables, mostly involving what it is you eat. Global House of Pancakes. That would make so much more sense, but definitely the first word was Gara. But not Gara like war, which is Gara. It's Gara like garage. So, but Global House of Pancakes would have been better. How did they get that wrong? Tiffany says, I just did a major spring cleaning and cleared out most of my house and shed. It's so freeing. Yes, that's what I have to do in 2 weeks. We have 1,000 cubic feet of storage that we have to deal with. Oh, it's going to be bad. Joab Trust, we want to bring our 35-foot MCI bus RV. Once we've become Nicaraguan residents, can we keep our bus without going to renew the tip? You can import it, yes. But you got to import it. And that will suck. I feel as though it is impossible for that to be a good idea. I totally understand why you want to do it. And if you're going to do that, get an RV, go to Jillian's place, and crash in Las Pinitas. She has a 2-bay RV parking spot that no one ever goes to because there's no RVs in the country. So she's got a spot. So, build it and they will come. She's waiting for people to drive their RVs down and want to go park there. But no one's ever done it. So yeah, I don't think that will go well. I'm sure that the import tax will be so high that you will remember this conversation and be like, why didn't I listen to him? I'm pretty sure that's going to be the end result. And in between coming down and getting that massive bill to import it, you're going to be dealing with the every 2 weeks Managua trips with an RV to try to deal with that tip, and it's going to drive you out of your mind, and you'll never manage to get your residency because you have to spend all your time dealing with the tip. That is what I'm hypothesizing will happen. Janet says, so I've been here but not here. But I've been in class, but not class, until the second for the last couple of hours. Hey, Janet, how's it going? Janet, I know I owe you money. I have not left the house. Well, I have. I've not been home much. When I'm home, I've not left the house, but I do remember I owe you money. I'm not hiding from you officially. Are you good, Janet? Are you going to be at Via tomorrow? I might see you there. Tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow. Someone from Granada is playing, and I want to get them filmed, so I'm hoping I can make it. Tiffany says, I'm not jealous at all. Good luck, my friend. But to whom is she speaking? Perhaps she's speaking to Joab Trust with his 35-foot RV. Or perhaps she's talking to Janet, to whom I owe money. Or maybe she's talking to Brian, who wants pancakes. More on the next episode of the Scott Alan Miller live show. For those who don't know, that was a channeling soap from like 1974. Catherine Hellman, come on, everybody watch soap, right? Good stuff. Ronnie at Southern Nights has space for 10 RVs. He gets quite a few clients that stay there. Wow, nice. Someone should tell him that there's 2 spaces up in Las Pinitas because Jillian needs people to come up there and park. Janet, lol, I forgot again already. Oh, I have to check out about Via. I'll tell you who it is in a second. Because I do not remember. It's not a band I know. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in Nicaragua. Nicaragua was empty a few hours ago. Now it's pretty good. Pacheco is playing. Pacheco en concierto, 2 de mayo a las 8 en la tarde. Entrada gratis. En Via León. I have no idea what kind of music they play or anything, so we're going to find out. Tiffany, I was speaking of you unpacking the storage. Of all the options, I didn't even make that as one of them. Yeah, unpacking the storage is going to be insane. And Paul and I are going. We have to have a crew. I have a herniated disc, so that's going to make some things rough. He's too old to lift things, so that makes things rough. Normally, I'm the heavy lifter. So all kinds of great fun there. And hopefully a crew comes out with us and helps us get some things done. But who knows? Who knows? Not this guy. I don't know. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be absolutely terrible. But we have a week and nothing else to do. Well, I have to do the show and work. Okay, I have a lot to do. Gooch, do they do LTL to Nicaragua after getting pension residency, ship honking, big TV, and AV system? Oh, Not ship honking. He wants to ship honking big TV and AV system. That makes so much more sense. Gooch Gooch says groceries depend on how you live. On the low end, $50 per person per month. That's really low. Jan says, look at the skull above the guy's photo. All right, hold on. I already closed it. Let's click this link I gave you. Oh, it took over my browser here. I can't really see it. It's on my far browser. It looks pretty wild. I'm guessing it's metal. Hey, all right. Before we go too late in the show, don't forget to buy me a coffee. Don't forget to join us. We have 2 new subscribers tonight using the join button on the YouTube show to become monthly $5 subscribers, and you get all the cool stuff like the secret chat group and the warm and fuzzies. For those who have not joined, Nika Loro, our Nicaraguan equivalent of X or Twitter, but with no ads and stuff. If you have not joined yet, this is your opportunity. Go to nikaloro.com, and sign up. We had no new signups last week on this particular system, so I'd like to see a couple this week. That'd be fantastic. It is updated since last week. And for those who are more into photography and you want a place to do that, same kind of thing, go to Nika Graham and sign up there. These are all free. This is social media of Nicaragua. Whether you're going to be visiting or you're looking to move or whatever, these are great places to go and share your status and your events and your thoughts on things. We all subscribe to each other. So if you're on Nika Loro, get on there and be like, I'm going to dinner here. I'm doing this there. And it's a great way to be able to meet up and coordinate because we see that stuff. Don't do it with the last 5 minutes. I'm about to get coffee. Who's available for the next 30 minutes? Not enough time. But if you're like, I'm going to Rivas tomorrow. Who wants to get coffee? It can be the perfect platform for communicating within this group. And it's really the people who follow you. And I'm going to post a list, and I say this every week. I'm actually going to start working on that while we do this now. So it's a great way to just communicate. Oh, found this restaurant and love it. I found a hotel and love it. Actually, I'm going to post one because I want you guys to all know. So I'm going to talk about this for a second, and then I will post my post about the hotel because I was so happy that they deserve yet another mention. There it is. And I really like these platforms for how easy they are to share information with people because I just send a link about all kinds of things and it works fantastically for things. So let me get back to the show. It's here somewhere. There it is. Train has left the station. We go sign up. And then if you have photographs, Nikagram is the perfect place for sharing your photography and your images, whether it's you're a traveler and you're sharing stuff or you're a photographer and sharing stuff. It's a great platform for that. And they're both free. Go check them out, use them, connect with everybody from the channel. It's a good time. And the more we have, the better it gets. I'm going to answer some stuff and talk about the hotel because you guys need to know. Herniated disc, jacked up foot, welcome to the other half of life. Yeah, I know. I'm all falling apart. But thanks to Jim from the channel giving me a lot of direction as to what to do to improve it. And honestly, so much improvement once I started doing what he said. I haven't done everything he said, but I did some of it. And I told my kids what he said. They're like, okay, we're on this. And it's made a big difference. I think Marcela left, so I'm moving back to prime seating position. And I'm putting this mic back to Scott height. Bum, bum, bum. Here we go. Am I doing this right? No, I'm tightening it, not loosening it. Oh, that was bad. Now I can't undo it. There we go. All right. The groceries, $50 per person per month is crazy low. I would guess, I think we spend, so we're reasonably a household of 7 or 8. And we definitely spend in excess of 5,000 Cordoba every week minimum, and probably way higher than that. I would say 10,000. So in a month we're spending 40,000. Let me just do these numbers really quickly. And we're eating salmon, we're grilling at home, we're doing it up, right? We're not being careful. We're buying Nutella. We're, whatever. So let's say we have a budget of $40,000 per month. That's probably reasonable. And then I think they said, so let's say that's for a house of 6. Let's try to be, so divide that by 6. Well, they wanted a budget for 2 people. So divide that by 3. And then divide by 36.5. And we're spending about $365 in groceries per month for 2 people. But cooking for about 6, more or less. Because we cook for my wife, my kids, me, sometimes Paul, but not always. The cook cooks for herself. The cook cooks in many cases for Marcela, in some cases for Marcela's kids, and cooks for our security guard, and often cooks for our driver. That's a lot of people, but most of them are not full-time here and only certain meals. But that's the groceries that I think are passing through the house, and that's my attempt to combine the monthly expenditures at La Colonia and at the market and at Price Mart put together. So that will fluctuate. There will be some months will be much higher and some months much lower, but an average over time because we do bulk buy things, right? Peanut butter, for example, we might buy 3-4 months at a time just because we don't have to go back for it. Do I know what dental? Oh, wait. Unpacking. LTL. Groceries. Look at the skull. Herniated disc. MBA. Could you do a live stream with an attorney out there? It would be great to have everyone ask him questions. Live would make for a banging stream. It would. I can ask her. But she doesn't speak English, and so it would be a little bit challenging, but we could theoretically do it. Gooch Gooch says, James, yes, you can create your stuff. Use a regular broker that routinely brings things, or you'll pay big dollars for sure. Janice says, I'm guessing death metal. Tiffany says, MBA, great idea. James says, Luke, Monty Python, brighter side of life. Just look on the bright side of life. Oh, I know Monty Python. Ishathinks, what percentage of that $5 actually goes to you versus YouTube? I get about $3.75, something like that. It's not the best percentage. It's a little bit, but it's noticeably better on Buy Me a Coffee. But it's more of a pain to do. But definitely, I get like $4.25 or $4.50 over there. So certainly better. Monty Dreams, hello. Do you know what dental implants cost there? I do not. I don't know anyone who's actually done dental implants. I do. We have a plan to get a dentist on here. We haven't been able to do it because Marcela's sick. And so her ability to coordinate stuff is not always as good as we would hope because she is my producer and handles that stuff. But we are planning on getting Dr. Betsy, who is very well known here in Western Nicaragua, on. And for those who know, I go to Dr. Coffee, the sibling of the owner of Dr. Coffee, or the daughter. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure if it's the mother who owns Dr. Coffee and one daughter is a doctor and one daughter does coffee, or if it's the daughter and her mother just works there and her sister is the. Anyway, her sister is an orthodontal surgeon, is my daughter's orthodontist, and Betsy is her dentist. So I may actually be able to get them both on, but Betsy speaks flawless English and would be very easy to get on, and she has expressed wanting to be on the show. I may be able to pull off getting her dental partner, Dr. Marisol, on as well, or maybe we can get them on at different times. She's never expressed wanting to be on the show, but I know her pretty well, and I think she'd be like, let's do it. Gooch Gooch, name for a regular broker. Tiffany says, I love the video of renters around Nicaragua that tell their experiences. Definitely keep the interviews coming. Renters around Nicaragua. Cool. Joab says, our MCI bus is a 1975, so how much do you think? Just guess, please. I don't have the slightest guess. I'm sorry. I don't have any clue what that could cost. I think being in 1975, it's just not allowed. Because there's a 10-year rule, and unless you can classify it as an antique, which I don't know you can do with a bus, I don't know. If you can classify it as an antique, you might be okay, but you have to get it in as a classic. It is old enough, maybe. Janet says, Ramon doesn't know who Pacheco is, but he said we can be there. Lol. Sakasa is at Padrino's, but it would be packed, so Via Via is the better option. I don't know if it's worth it at that venue for Sakasa. Yeah. Did you see, Janet, Mario Sakasa was at my place and did, La Marcelita is leaving. Necesitas... to see. Adios. They're wait. Oh, Paul's taking you?
Sí.
Oh, Paul will not wait for her. She's here to say goodbye.
Bye. Gracias por todo. Nos vemos mañana.
Nos vemos. Y via Pacheco. Sí. Mañana. Sí. Mario Sakasa that she's talking about did ads for my restaurant and hotel. Just last week. So it was very cool. Everybody's like, those are really cool ads. Like, he did a great job. Let's see. Yeah, none of us know Pacheco. We only know that they're regulars in the Granada scene. So we're kind of excited just to see a different band and get them recorded, get them out of Nicaragua. We're hoping to spend some time with them tomorrow, if at all possible. It's rare for us to get a band that we don't already work with their promoter. Gooch Gooch says, my groceries are less than that. I have trees, garden, chicken, pigs, and fish. I would estimate that I spend $30 to $40 per month on groceries. I do go to restaurants and bars a lot as well, which we do too. Tom says, Scott, I love your breakdown on the dates. That is the university system. That is the university. And with its worthless certificates, does Nicaragua focus more on trade, or is the system also liberal arts based? So they have, so I'm not an expert on this, keep in mind. They do have a very liberal arts based university system, and they have a very non-liberal arts-based trade system. They are two separate educational platforms or pathways. So if you're going into the university system, UNAN, UMS, UConn, the former UCA, that now I can't think of its name, but across from the terminal, all those, you're in very liberal arts, very traditional, old school liberal arts. And if you're going into trade, you're going to completely different schools. We have two of them here in Leon, for example, and I don't know their names, but they're like full-on trade schools, not liberal arts at all. I'll be just seconds. I'm just stepping up to get the dog who is at the door because Marcela had to let her out. Come on in, silly dog. Yes. Oh, we can tell when you're here. The skunk hits. Yeah, the skunk hits. Oh, I have to get up so much. I really shouldn't wear my old worn-out shirts when I'm doing this because you guys can see them. Like this shirt is dead. It is dead. There we go. I can zoom back in. We got rid of Marcela. No one has signed up on Nicoloro, by the way. I'm counting on you guys to get out there and do this. Luke says, sweet, my Wi-Fi at the new apartment works. Oh, nice, it's in. Gooch Gooch says, Carga del Norte, good to know. Janet says, no, I didn't see that Sakasa was there. Wow, cool. Mario is very good. He stayed there, actually, which is very cool. Yeah, he's awesome. We love him. Gooch Gooch says, I also do enjoy the chicken of the trees. Definitely a good free meal. Chicken of the trees. I don't want to ask. I hope that's not a squirrel. Let's see. We've got no new people. Are we? Okay, so all that's taken care of. Chicken of the trees is a Florida term. Hey, Buddhist, what's going on? Hey, guys, so we're going to talk about this hotel. Yeah, there it is. I'll give everyone a second to go to that link so you can see it. Iguana, that makes so much more sense. I'm used to them being chicken of my roof, just so everybody's clear. They don't hang out in the trees here. They live on my roof everywhere. I had to go to the airport on Monday night late to take Ava and her whole family to the airport to help her get off to Australia. And the airport that Larry and I normally use, the Airport X, was sold out. I couldn't get in there. And I'm not going to stay at Las Mercedes at the Best Western. I'm not happy with the service there. And so I'm like, oh no, I'm unwilling to stay there. I mean, it didn't even occur to me to consider staying at the Mercedes. I was literally like, well, I could stay at the Hilton downtown, and take a taxi over to the airport. Like, that's how not considering it I was. And so I did a quick search on Booking and found the Hotel Munch Munch, directly behind Las Mercedes, right across from the airport. And I'm like, okay, that location is better than the Airport X, not as good as Las Mercedes, but it's not Las Mercedes. The price was fantastic. I think I paid $28, and that's the room that I got. My taxi driver was able to take me there with no problem. It did not have the mosquitoes that Airport X had, which was nice. The owner was Ecuadorian and super nice. The room was really impressive. Take a look at those pictures. That was the room. It was a queen bed for $28 with plenty of space around it. I was able actually to walk around right at the airport inn where I stay for about the same amount of money. Yes, it's modern and comfortable, no problem. The room is super tiny. There is no queen. It is a full on the bottom and then a bunk with a twin on top, which is not the worst configuration, and I'm perfectly happy if I need to stay there. I like them. That's who I've been recommending, but this was perfect. The queen bed was comfy. I need a queen, or else even a full, I hang off all on my own. I'm a big guy. My feet don't fit. My head hits the wall. I got to be able to move a little bit. So a queen, I'll make do, but a queen is far better. So I paid for the queen room, which is like $1 extra, and you could move around without any problem. Like, that was nice. There was a TV. I didn't use it, but there was a TV that seemed nice. If I had my laptop with a cord, that would have worked out great. There was air conditioning. That worked just fine. It was not as strong as the Airport Inn. That one cooled the whole room to frigid in 30 seconds. This was a much bigger room, but the air conditioning worked completely adequately. I was very comfortable. There was an alcove where I could actually put luggage and stuff. There was a chair where I could sit down. None of this is at the Airport Inn. Remember, we're talking about a $28 airport place. And then the bathroom was really comfy, meaning there's plenty of room to move around. I was able to brush my teeth without bumping into walls. You're able to use the facilities without my face smashed up against the wall, as is often the case in many places here. Sometimes when you go to stand up, you realize you can't lean forward to stand up because there's a wall right in front of you. There's times where if you want to use your phone while you're in the facilities, you can't hold it because the wall's so close. It's never been quite as close as the apartment I had in Kiev, but it's really bad. And this was not like that. Plenty of space, very comfy. And then the shower was a good size. Now, it did not have heated water, but it's Managua, so as long as you let it run for 15 seconds, it's warm groundwater and not a problem at all. So it was completely comfortable to shower. The space was great. Nice towels, a hand towel and a shower towel, which, when you're in these really cheap places by the airport, often these little things are missing. This had all the things you would expect in a regular room, plenty of place to charge things. The Wi-Fi was adequate. I didn't test it very much. I used it but didn't test it. And the overall was very good. You can hear my piece of crap truck for some reason is leaving. And yeah, there it is. If anybody needs a piece of crap, it's for sale. Hoping for $5,500. Listen to that diesel go. So that was my experience at the Hotel Munch, and very happy with that. I will be staying there anytime that I am in doing the airport thing, which I don't do very often, right? Like it's but I'm going to be going to the airport here in 2 weeks. I plan to stay there, and when I return, I plan to stay there. Sometimes having a low-cost place to do logistics is important, right? I need to crash and just know. And then the ride to the airport's not included, but the owner himself took us for $6. And he sells bottled water in there, which was $1 a bottle, which is a little bit high, but it's not breaking the bank or anything. And there's a couple other drinks. We were able to get Pedidos Ja to there without any problem at all, even late at night. So every reasonable amenity that you need in a place by the airport, covered. So that is my new pick, and when I get a chance, if I'm ever there during daylight, I will attempt to film it so we got full video of the place by the airport. So that is that. I wanted to share that with you guys because that is an important one. Life in Fundy got better. 5G mobile internet running 80 megabits now. Woo, 80 megabits. That's 3G, just so we're all clear. Where's young Jimmy? I don't know. Have not heard from him for a while. Brent says, looks like a nice room. It was. I was so impressed with the room. And then we also got the room next to it. That's room 2 in the picture, which I should have put in the thing probably. Room 1 was 2 twin beds. That's what I got for Ava and her sister. So they were in the room right next to me when they finally showed up. Gooch says, not allowed unless a classic will be very difficult. He's talking about the RV from 1975. Definitely going to be very difficult. James says, what's a classic? I imported a Kai truck, right-hand drive from Japan to Canada. That has to be over 15 years. Yeah, to Canada is easy. Here, a classic is like definitely over 30, but generally needs to be like a sports car or something. Not always, but if we don't go, whoa, I'd pay more than that new for that. You figure it's not a classic. Brian says, way to sell it, Scott, born again car salesman. Hey, when I believe in a place, I'm going to let people know. I have no connection to the place, and I don't know the owner's name. And I did not get his WhatsApp. Kind of a fail on that one. But, checking my messages. We're looking good. Nobody has signed up on Nicaloro. Are you all on Nicaloro? Is that what's going on? You've all already joined, and no one needs to join? I find that hard to believe. Let me see. I need to go find the list of all the people. I need to start compiling the list of all you guys. There we go. There's the list. If I do a copy link, what happens? Well, that works. Oh, sorry. Okay. That is not one of you guys. All right, cool. I have a lot of followers of other things as well, so I have to sort through it all to make sure I know what everything is. And then the other thing that need to hold on, let me copy link. I know Alan was looking for this. I don't know what's going on out there. Says closed, but yet there's a Larry Emerson concert on Saturday. Oh, that's weird that it's closed. He says Google is often wrong. I don't know why. Larry's also playing. Oh, that's tonight. If you are in if you're in Managua right now, then you may want to get out to Larry Emerson is playing at Ronconrolas, which is huge music venue in Altamira. And I love the directions. Altamira de donde fue La Vicky. Where La Vicky used to be. What the heck is La Vicky? I have no idea. Rock Sudamericano. That is in 15 minutes, but realistically, he won't start for at least 30 to 45 minutes. So if you're in or can get to Altamira, that is where you go right now. Oh, Brian says, I was talking about you trying to sell the crap truck behind you. It's a Mitsubishi. Please buy it. James says, neighbor has Bell ultra high speed 5 megabits per second. Life in Canada sucks. Gooch says there isn't a defined age for a classic as far as I know. It is for them to decide if it will be permitted. There is a way to make just about anything work in Nicaragua, though, but it's generally money. And so if the goal is to import something cost effectively, then that's going to defeat the purpose because you have to throw money at it. If you want to have a car because it's truly a classic and it really is something that you want, then it's generally not a problem. But if you are what am I trying to say? If you are trying to do it to be cost effective, it will probably wind up being quite foolish. I posted. Oh, I'm already following him. Okay, cool. Just checking my listings. Oh, they're doing a Shakira cover. In 2 days, it's going to be a tribute to Shakira interpreted by Mazote at Ronconcolis. That's going to be an amazing show. So if anyone is in Managua for that, heavily recommended. Oh, and tonight is also Salsa After Office at Chichen Itza. Anyone interested in that? Boy, there's a lot of good stuff going on. I need to watch these more closely. There really is a lot of good stuff at a lot of places. And it's like, you know what? I'd kind of like to go to this show. Ooh, what is this one? Tomorrow night, tribute to Mon Laferte by Heidi Gallo and Guillermo Silva. Where are they playing, though? And Crisol de Culturas, Managua. Ah, Crisol. That's its name, Crisol. Huh. Not a place I know, but Heidi Gallo is fantastic. Also, tonight, if you are looking for another place to go in León, Los Dukes, that's their name, is playing at El Padrino. So they probably are just taking the stage. Time to get out there right away. And then Sacasa's playing El Padrino tomorrow. There really is a lot. Most days we have overlap of bands, right? There's so many nights where it's just multiple people playing on any given day. So you really do have to choose where you're going to be, which is a cool problem to have, right? You know, we're really in a there's enough to do that even in a small town like us, we're getting to pick things. So very cool. Let's get back to the comments. I haven't seen it in a while. Is there a lot of motorcycle traffic in León? There's a ton of motorcycle traffic in León. All of Nicaragua, really, but León's certain... Oh, Laferte, boss. Laferte. Thanks, Rodrigo. I can't believe you're still here. You're bored. Gypsy Traveler says, "Is there a lot of motorcycle traffic?" Yeah. Everywhere in the country, motorcycles are the name of the day, name of the game. They're just everywhere. So certainly, if it's something you want to do, you'll have you'll be in good company. And if you're wondering if you're going to see them, yeah, you'll see them all over. Rodrigo, I don't know if this occurred to you or if you were on when I was saying it earlier. This Cinco de Mayo, I know your favorite all Mexican authentic holiday, which is Monday, I think. Friday's the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Yeah, Monday is our 25th anniversary of being in full-time production with Waste Watcher. 25 years, quarter century online. Ambier says, "Thanks for the stream, Scott. Gotta go. Have a nice night." Oh, you're leaving us. I feel abandoned. Abandoned. The shame. Have a good night. All right. Let's... what do I need to check out? Oh, and for those who are looking for pictures of Lucy the Crazy Chicken, they were on Nicaloro. If you were on there, you would have known about the chicken situation. Brian's leaving. Gotta run. Good night. Is that Brian? Are you running because you need to go come up with $5,500 to buy the truck? You know you want it. It's a Mitsubishi diesel. Has AC. Working cassette deck. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's see. You guys are getting a little bit quiet. We got lots of people on. I know you guys are there. Don't make me go get another beer. Or another Tonya Michelada. Is anyone talked... You got Michelada dust down my windpipe. Has anybody talked to Cerveceria about sponsoring this show? Because it would make sense. It would be an amazing sponsorship. I would get so wasted on the show every week. Like, what are we doing? I'm drinking beer and doing a live stream. I will do that every night if that's what we need to do. TJ says, you were so close. Don says, lots of motorcycles, but nothing like scooter traffic in Taiwan or even Spain. That's true. Or Vietnam or any of that. Like, it's mostly motos, not scooters. There is a lot, but not crazy. How much does beer cost? Obviously, it varies. It's a little under $1. If you're buying at the grocery store or something, it's going to be, noticeably under $1. If you're going out to like a bar on the beach, you're going to pay a premium, so much more like $1. And the most expensive places, premium places, you're going to be as much as like $1.25. I think someone may actually be test driving the vehicle to see if they want to buy it. That's my guess. Because it doesn't normally leave here and come back in such a short period of time. Normally because it would break down over that period of time. And how would you do that? At least I think that's my truck. Brent is here but cooking. Tiffany is laughing. James says maybe your yawn was contagious. It must be. So I figure in just general terms, beer's really close to $1. If you buy it in larger things, it could be less. If you're getting it, just one can at a bar, you're gonna pay more. That kind of stuff. But it's pretty cheap in general. Have you heard of Wobbly Pop as name for beer? No. Tiffany says drinking game on Scott's page. We do need a drinking game, but I'm not sure what the rules should be. I probably don't know the weird things that I do that you guys want to drink when I do. Like when I say, if you'd like to sponsor the channel, you can buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com. Scott Allen Miller. Right? That would be one. Obviously, that's like chug a six-pack right there. But there must be things I say all the time and don't think about that you guys will be like, yeah, we can drink to that. And then you can be like, drink, and have it all organized and stuff. I think Scott Allen Miller, the drinking game, should be a thing. Someone organize that. Any upcoming house visit? I'm interested in the yellow one in El Calvario. Do you mean the yellow one I've shown before or a different yellow one? Like, Calvario is an entire neighborhood. I'm guessing there's more than one yellow house. I only know one off the top of my head, and there's a good chance it's the same one, but just saying it could be a different one. For anyone on my channel who's interested, by the way, this just occurred to me. If you've seen, also if you haven't seen, but if you've seen the videos of my apartment that I talk about a bit, that we love, the 2-bedroom, that's really nice. And, oh, hold on, I just got news about something. And, every time I say Nicolora or Nicogram, oh, you got me. So my apartment that I love is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, very traditional Nicaraguan style, but comfy, well done. Little small backyard for hanging clothes. We installed our own laundry machine, clothes washer. We added air conditioning to 2 rooms. Both rooms, and then you just open the doors and it'll air condition the whole space because it's not that big. Tiny kitchen, little tiny breakfast bar to eat at, and then small but reasonable living room. Put a TV in, we put in fiber, and made a really comfy place. The master is quite nice, and the second bedroom is completely adequate, and it's double gated. One of our neighbor's spots, we're told, just became available. So if anyone is looking for a long-term 2-bedroom apartment rental in Leon, in Barrio Sutiava, in a really good part of the city, part of the barrio. It's still in the barrio. Don't get me wrong. It's in the barrio. But it's a really good location with a pulperia, like across the street, like literally just right out the door. Very close to the existing Marcadito, the little market, really close to the new market that's going in, the new bus terminal that James likes to ask about. very, very close to the bus stop to go to the beach, and on the path, or just a couple buildings off the path of the city buses going into the city. It's honestly one of the most practical locations in Leon. It is comfy and safe and well positioned, and very cheap, and the landlord is nice. So if anyone in my community is looking for that, that is a very affordable way to get a long-term stay in Leon. And that will not last long. We've been, people have been looking at apartments there for years to try to get in. We would be wasted. Yes, you visited before. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to be going back to that house because I'm not looking at getting it. But it's still there. If it's available, you snatch it up. My estimate as to how many expats live in Leon, that is a really tough one. It's probably only in the several hundred range, honestly. We are everywhere, but most of the ones you see don't live here. And most of the ones that live in the country are other places, and we know to some degree what the total numbers are like in the rest of the country. They're not that high. So it seems unlikely that there's 1,000 in Leon, but plausible. Seems my internet has gotten better. It has. There was a problem for a while, and it seems good now. He means over the months. Janet says, this is from La Prensa. The famous Vicky, whose name is still used to this day to give directions in the Altamira area, disappeared decades ago. It was a large distributor in Old Managua and was operated after the 72 earthquake, but closed after the 80s war, according to national media reports. Years later, a computer sales and repair business opened on the same site, and today, the famous corner is occupied by recreational venues, which I go to. Interesting. Can I post to the link for the rental, please? Oh, wait, for the apartment? Let me see what I can find. Leo is here. Hola, Senor Miller. I have gone on WhatsApp Nicaragua expats and my profile pic and name don't show up. What am I doing wrong? Can you fix it? How long have you been there? I can't make it show up. That I cannot do. Because it's WhatsApp, so it does what it does. Let me see. Are you in Leon? What am I looking for? Oh, yeah. I am searching for a link. I'm here. I'm paying attention. I would love a good pet-friendly place. I wonder how tough they would be to find. Pretty tough. It depends on the dog you have. So for a while, La Marcelita did live in the apartment that I had when she was working on her move to try to make it happen. She lived in that apartment much of the time, and she got permission for the Betty to stay there, and that was really not a problem. So it can be done there, but officially they don't allow pets or dogs if you have a cat, almost always. Leo says, no, I'm on Nika Expats. I don't understand. Nika Expats is what I was looking at. Expats of Nicaragua? Or what's Nika Expats? You mean Expats of Nicaragua, I assume. And see if I can find you. Members. Okay, you're not in my address book. Let's go. There you are. Leo, your name and your profile picture both show up for me. So I'm not sure what's not working. But it seems all good. I'm going to... where's add? It doesn't let me add you as a contact. That's weird. Oh, Dominica, my wife. on the Expats of Leon group says, so Rustic has a sign on the building that used to say karaoke and has water slides on the way to Dentista Betsy's office. Have they officially moved? I've never seen cars there. That's weird. Yes, they have moved. Hold on. I got to let people in the group know. All right. 2 small dogs under 6 pounds. You might be okay. Talk to Mateo, the owner, and he might not have a problem with it. His dad lives in there, so you can't sneak anything in, and he doesn't really like dogs. There's a lot of cats in there, though, but I know they drive him crazy. James says, my concern would be Norwegian forest cat could take heat. Oh, yes. A Norwegian forest cat may not be happy in the heat here. That is true. We have a new user at Nicoloro. Yay! You would think that I got paid for this. I do not. It's a complete waste of my time. But I find it really fun and interesting, so I'm all into it. Ugh. I'm hoping that we can eventually get some real feeds into into Nicoloro with like weather and earthquake reports and things here in Nicaragua, so that it's really easy to follow and communicate and share information directly about things that matter here, rather than if you're on Twitter, you get like things from all over the world. It's overwhelming, and you get ads and all kinds of BS. And here it's all moderated and focused. And it's just nice. It's just nice. I kind of wish I had dinner. What did I eat today? Half of my wife's breakfast. And a popsicle? That might be it. Wasn't great. So, someone just asked me about Bodegon. It shocked me hearing about the Huskies being so popular in Nicaragua. Yeah, people are crazy here with animals. They do not think things through. That's pretty standard. Brent says the apartment looks nice. Hope to find something similar when I get there this summer, which can't get here soon enough. My second visit there a month ago already really sealed the deal for me. Brent, if it's a place you like, you could talk to the lawyer and have it all buttoned up and ready, and you probably could be like, I'll take it on June 1st, and buy yourself a little tiny time, and get it a little bit early. It's so cheap and such a perfect place. Like, it's hard to pass up that location. It's not furnished or anything, as you can see from the video, and it's not the one I showed in the video. It's its neighbor, but it's the same. And it's such a nice apartment. It's such a nice location. If it was me, I'd spend a little bit extra because, I'm happy to. But I would go for it. It's such a perfect unfurnished place. It's so cheap. It's such a great location. It's so safe, so convenient in the middle of everything that just locking it up and knowing you have a stable home is a huge deal. And if you need, we can run over and make sure it really happens and everything. Like, we're there every couple of days because it's literally our next door house, and it's yelling distance from Marcela's house, so it's all the same neighborhood. So she'd be your neighbor, and Betty could come over and hang out. So it's just such a good location. I always like staying there. I rarely get to because it's right down the road. Like, why would I need to go there? But it's pretty crazy. Hold on, got to do something here. Talk amongst yourself, ask questions, do the things. My phone appears to not be keeping up with my messages. It's sometimes hard to get WhatsApp to do anything logical. There we go. It's like you gotta jump through a million hoops just to put something on your screen so you can forward something to someone. Like, holy cow. There we go. I just heard a gecko. Plenty here in Florida, too. Yep. Lots of geckos here, and you can always hear them. They're pretty crazy. We sadly had one that looked like he fell off the ceiling today in the living room and didn't make it. And we were all so sad. We're like, where is he? We have thousands of geckos, but every gecko matters. Leo says, does everybody want to move to Leon to hang with you? Yes, obviously. I am looking at Messiah for other reasons. Oh, because you don't want to be next to me. I understand. What do you think? Hard to find a place to lease or rent compared to Leon? No, I think it'll be easier. I don't know for sure, but I think it's going to be easier. Messiah is much more touristy than Leon, and it's much more modern and just it's not a huge city, so in that regards it's smaller, but it really has a much stronger expat community. So I think you're going to find that finding rentals and stuff in Messiah is probably going to be a little bit easier. You're probably going to pay a little bit more. It's more upscale, and Leon is just really cheap. So, but it won't be wildly different, and I think you'll find a lot of options there, plus a lot of just more catering towards what you're likely to be looking for. But yeah, most everybody wants to move here so they can hang. It's true. Brent came out and hung out with Michael and I at in the men's group at the Women's Day party at Desperados. So we know how to party here. We still have 31 people on. Not too shabby. It's a good evening. It is 9 o'clock. Not too bad. I will be hanging with my kids later to watch Supernatural. How many people have watched Supernatural? Any fans? I somehow avoided it for 20 years, and now that it's 20 years old, I am binging the entire 15 seasons with my daughters. They're big fans, and a friend of mine is one of the owners of the 67 Impala from the show. There are multiple cars that are the Impala on the show, and one of them is hers, and it almost lived in my house for a while. No ego there. Nope, I don't know what you're talking about. Tiffany says, I love the idea of any way to save money until I offload this house, plus I can add an AC if I need. That's the thing, is getting places here and just adding AC, totally the way to go. Then you own it, take it with you, do what you best to do your best to mount it in such a way that it can be unmounted pretty well. Brent says, luckily I wasn't recruited to be a dancer. Almost. It was a near thing. Tiffany says, Supernatural, Dean and Sam were a staple in my household. It's so funny that, like... So I knew Sam from Gilmore Girls because my wife is a huge Gilmore Girl fan. And me, not so much. I found the characters really annoying, and I avoided Supernatural because of that actor being from the Gilmore Girls. Like, in general, there's parts of the Gilmore Girls that I liked, but... Oh my gosh. I just noticed that Eric, who's on the show regularly, his latest video seems to have done 1/3 views. Is that correct? Is that really? Did that number really come up? Oh yeah, 1/3 views. That is absolutely insane. Wow. Eric, are you on right now? I just noticed how huge the show is. That's absolutely nuts. I love the Gilmore Girls, but yes, I can agree it was a bit repetitive for storylines. Yeah, it was repetitive, but it was also that the... zoning out. The characters were so painful. You know, the whole like, oh, we're super rich and titled, and they're supposed to have this feeling like, but they've worked, pulled themselves up from their bootstraps. No, they didn't. These were people with silver spoons in their mouths. They got every possible thing. They had unbelievable resources, went to great schools, had all the connections, were put in positions where, of course, they were hired to get really good jobs. They had access to bank loans, all kinds of things. Normal people doing those jobs could never get where they did. They're like, I worked the same job that they did, right? I know what that job pays. I know how that really works. That job pays like, okay, today it'd be more, I don't know, $15 an hour. These people are working a job that pays $15 an hour, are incompetent, are renting huge houses that would cost more than you could possibly buy with that salary, and living this opulent lifestyle. They save up and buy a hotel. What? No, they couldn't even buy the house, let alone a hotel. It doesn't make any sense. And so I found it very grating and very, very condescending as a show. Just not, and they didn't treat people nicely, right? Like mistreat everybody. Everybody loves them anyway. I found it really bothersome. So I avoided Supernatural for a long time. But now watching Supernatural, it's like, aha. It's I like it, right? It's goofy. It's funny. I liked Buffy and Angel. I liked Raw as well. It fits right in with those shows. So it's been good. Benoit says, Leon, for us, seems to have a good mix of cheap, close to a beach, not quite the big city, but not a village either, and also is not San Juan del Sur. That would be the big selling point for sure. Yeah, it really is. It's a nice mix. It's a good-sized town. It's warm. The beach being nearby is incredible. It's so rare that you can really take advantage of that. Minty says, "Welcome to the dark side, Buffy." My wife was a huge Buffy fan. I watched it, but it wasn't a crazy thing. It's a little bit depressing, I have to say. I'm going to admit this on the live stream. What's up?
Next break for your stream, can you please refill the water?
Oh, okay. After doing the show for years and years and doing, now I understand there's some things that they say, doing a daily show is going to reduce audience, and there's just a bunch of things that make it really hard. But doing this show for all these years and putting out so many episodes and being consistent and everything, and the other people doing other shows that were so far behind are blowing past me in numbers. And it's like, but I know it's because we do a different format. I know it's because we're dedicated to Nicaragua. I know it's because it's a bunch of different things. And if I really wanted to make a big show, I would do different content and do it in a different way. And, but there is a certain amount of like, I put in the time, and for a brief moment was the largest show in this group of shows, and now I'm the little one, and it's like, I feel kind of left behind. Yeah, I love 90s shows too. I really love 80s shows. I was such a big 70s and 80s sitcom person, and then 80s and 90s, mostly for like British sitcoms. A lot of these shows, all of them, Roswell, Angel, I didn't get into them until later. Some, like Roswell, only a little bit later, like 2003, 2004, just after it had gone off air. But others, like, these are years behind, because during the 90s, I was busy starting a company. I was busy working and stuff. And so the entire 90s, from a television and media perspective, movies, all that, I missed that era. I basically wasn't around. Pop music and all kinds of stuff, I wasn't around for that stuff during that era. And it just never happened. Because I was every day working outrageous hours, getting up early. I didn't date during those years. This is before I met my wife. And I just worked 7 days a week, 16 hours a day for a few years, and bootstrapped a company on my own. That was a big deal, and just did. I think it was an amazing lifestyle, and I'm really happy for that time in my life, and found it really valuable. But I missed so much. I didn't have a stable home. I didn't have television. I didn't have, you name it. It just wasn't there. And then when it was all done, I remember, and this is how much later it was, right? I was a big video game player up to a certain point. And then one day I stopped playing video games because I just worked. And so that was probably 95. I probably just checked out of everything. Like, I don't play video games anymore. I don't watch TV anymore. I was going to be a musician. Did that for a little while, transitioning out of software engineering. And then by 97 was like, okay, I did the musician thing. I had a really cool career, overlapped being a musician and switching back into IT, got into a new part of the field. And by 99 had started my own company. And then in 2001, my wife and I started dating towards the end of the year. And then got married in 2003. But during those years when we were dating, we actually didn't see each other that much because I was working all across the Eastern Seaboard, constantly moving and stuff, constantly in the car and stuff. So we really didn't get that much time together. But she was a new pharmaceutical researcher, so she was busy too. And Then 2004, I did a bunch of volunteer work, lived on the road again, completely different job. 2005, I did a ton of volunteer work. And then in 2006, moved to New York City. And in it was later, 2008, we were living in Newark, New Jersey. And I had just jumped from this, like, building a career as a musician, building a career as a technologist, building a career as an entrepreneur, and then going to Wall Street and building a career on Wall Street. And then in 2008, we were living in downtown Newark. And one day I'm just like, we had plenty of money because we were both working. She had a really good pharmaceutical job. I had a really good Wall Street job. And we had no kids. We had one dog, one Boston Terrier. And it was a rescue. It's not like we paid a bunch for him. We just rescued him. And we were in the apartment. And I'm like, you know what? I did some research, and the PlayStation 2, which I'd never seen one in person. I'm like, there's all these great games. This is after the PS3, I think, was already out. I'm like, there's all these great games for this, and I never had any during the era. Like some of these are supposed to be really good. I feel like I should get some. And my wife is just like, so walk down to the store and buy one. And I'm like, okay. So I did some research, made a list of every game I would want on the PS2, and went out and bought a used PS2 and the used games, and came back with a bin of every single game I wanted on the platform and the PS2. And we plugged it in, and I didn't play all of them, but I did play some, and it was like a 12-year hiatus from TV, most movies, not completely from movies, but mostly from movies, and totally from video games. 12 years. I had been if I was today a kid, I would have been a hardcore gamer from 82 to 95, which is not that long. But, I mean, I was into games, right? I was into it. Commodore Amiga, Apple II, C64, Super Nintendo, Genesis, original PlayStation, N64, everything. Like, we were gamers, all my friends. We were really hardcore gamers at the time. And then it was over. And then the same era, 13 more years. 13 years I did that, 13 years, nothing. And then it was like, I wonder if games are fun now. And I discovered some that were just fantastic. And then I got pretty into it. And then I come and go, but I'm always into games. And my children are really into games, and we play games together. And that's been an important thing. In 2008, later that year, my daughter was born, and she and I always had. Oh no, it probably wasn't quite that. I said 2008. It was probably 2006. It was probably late 2006, maybe 2007, right in there. And then when my daughter was born in 2008, obviously not when she was a baby, but always through her childhood, we've always been video game players together. And so it just became a family thing. My daughters and I play video games. My wife does sometimes. She likes video games. She likes a variety of video games. She'll play with us. She'll play with the kids. But the kids and I have a ton of time that we do together. And that's been an important thing. But it's weird that there was such an amazingly long period of my life in which I just absolutely gave that stuff up, which was weird. My wife has good taste in shows. She does, for the most part. And her favorite is The Golden Girls, and she binges it all the time. I am a drunk guy. Great content. Love your videos. I'm going to Hino Tepe this year, my wife's hometown. Great country with a better way of life for our family. That's awesome. Congratulations. Looking forward to having you down here. Tiffany says, as the seconds go by, I think, yep, drinking game pending after I read YouTube handle. I'm a drunk guy. Brent says, for a techie, Black Mirror is great, even though some episodes are really dark. Just watch season 7. Most episodes would be okay for young adults, some not. My kids handle an awful lot of stuff. Dark, they handle. They don't like my kids. They hate romance, anything like that. They're like, no interest whatsoever. But dark, they're fine. I should say last night, Marcela was like, I want to watch a movie. So we watched Saturday Night Fever. And her son watched it with us. And so we watched Saturday Night Fever, and I haven't seen it forever. I mean, I don't know, within the last 15 years probably seen it. But so it's a movie that I have. So we went and watched that, and I'm like, yeah, this is a classic, and it's got some really good parts, and there's so many famous things from it. You have to watch Saturday Night Fever if you've never seen it. And then because she lives nearby, I walked home, and I got home, and she's like, I'm gonna watch it again. I'm like, what? Who watches Saturday Night Fever twice back to back? But she really liked the movie. I'm like, okay. Maybe she watched it the second time in English because it was subtitled the first time. Maybe she turned them off and gave it a try because she already knew the story. I don't know, to get more immersive or something. But it was pretty entertaining, I thought. That was such a hit that she decided that that's what she was going to do. Too much foul language in Saturday Night Fever or Black Mirror, or both, I suppose. I don't feel like there was a ton. Oh, there was a ton in Saturday Night Fever. But her son doesn't speak English, so not so bad. Definitely for my kids, it would be a lot. They don't care so much, though. They'll complain about it. They'll be like, "What? That's ridiculous." You guys are getting a little bit quiet. Our chat rate is 0. Got to get some involvement going on. What do you guys got going on this week? Tiffany says, you all look like you had a good time at the strawberry farm. The strawberry farm was fun. It was a cool thing. My kids were a little bit bored, right? Like they weren't. Brent says, "Oh, I meant Black Mirror. No shortage of F-bombs in some episodes." They don't really care about that. My kids were a little bit bored by the tour. They're like, it's just a bunch of plants, and they're explaining the obvious. So that was a little bit like, okay. Oh, James, it's after midnight for you. Have a good weekend. It is 9:30 here. They're like, that was a really short tour. You spent more time waiting for it to start than the whole tour was. Tour was only in Spanish, but there wasn't much to miss. It was all like really obvious stuff. You walk into a greenhouse, they have one thing. You're like, here it is. Oh, you got dripping water on coconut substrate. All right, that's cool. And it makes strawberries. All right. And then you got some strawberries to eat. And it's like, okay, that was interesting and different and neat that they do it there. And then the restaurant was really cool. The kids really liked the restaurant. They thought the food was good. They thought the strawberry stuff they did, like the strawberry and cream dessert drink, was excellent. They said it was the best thing they had while we were up there. That part they liked. The views from up there was nice. It was a cool thing to do and neat to experience it in Nicaragua, but it wasn't the biggest... It wasn't the biggest activity, right? As a quick thing, it was definitely good. As you can do this in Nicaragua, like it was a good, like, ooh, this is all very interesting from an adult perspective. But for the kids, they're just like, that could have been 30 seconds and a video, right? Like, okay. I'm reading memes that people have sent me. A lady in the store tried convincing my daughter to buy a doll because dinosaurs are for boys. So my 5-year-old roared at her. I'm not even embarrassed. I sent you info. Yeah, I saw it, Larry. It popped up on my watch. Freddie is here. Hola from Florida. Enjoying the Nicaragua content. Awesome. Thank you very much. Get out there, give it likes, share it with people. We're not growing as fast as we need to. Help me figure out how to grow the channel. Probably growing the channel will be me getting my driver's license and being able to go get content that isn't me standing in the yard. I cannot take not being mobile anymore. I bought a car and cannot drive it. I am losing my mind. It is all ridiculous. I can't wait to be able to, I'm really glad we were able to get the content we did this weekend. Like, I think the shows this week are really good. Freysa Nika, something different. And I think the going out to Laguna de Apoyo is really cool. And it helps getting the girls on the show because, like, way too much is just looking at my face. I know everybody is like, okay, we got enough of your face. We get it. But I have nowhere to go. I have no way to drive anywhere, no extra vehicles, and the driver's always engaged for work at every moment of every day. There's just not a moment for anything. And it's very stressful. The constant feeling trapped. And yeah, I can go take buses places, but with the camera gear, with trying to take people to do shows, it's just not practical. Doing the show in Laguna de Apoyo, we did that by bus, right? Now it's kind of like, it's cool to go out, but it was like too many people. So it's like a crowd. It only really works with 2 people, right? Or else it's too much. And staying at someone's house is kind of good, but it's like, okay, we're at a house. He lets us use his car, but I can't drive. He has a driver, but he's kind of a pain to use. He's always busy. He was like never there. So it was like really difficult to use the space, and it would be more expensive, but there's a lot like, if we just had a hotel, this would be way easier. And we'd have way more control of the schedule and the internet and that kind of stuff. The internet was fine, worked really well. And then there'd be the hotel to film. We could move from hotel to hotel. There's just a lot of things that were like, this is a tough way to film. And I'm missing something here. Jan says, hello, Leo. I have a daughter who would disagree with you. Her university encouraged full expression. The trick is probably use it when needed, but not instead of real words. Oh, must be about the swearing. My brain just, so being able to take cameras, being able to move them places, all very hard. Every time we did anything, it's like, okay, I got to leave some stuff in the house. I got to take other things with me. Nothing can stay in the car because our driver would sometimes we'd have a taxi. Sometimes my friend would take us, but then he would randomly just get itchy and leave and abandon us and be like, oh, take a taxi home. And we're like, what? Like, we had plans, and like every single plan changed. When you're the photographer and you're planning the cameras and the events and need to move everyone and responsible for everyone, and it's always that I'm the photographer and in charge of all the people, and it's a lot. And without a car, it's impossible. Now, I hate being the driver because then I got to find parking and stuff. But if we were able to drive to different places, then we'd have the car full of things. We can lock up the car and know that everything's there and only take the things we need. And then when someone goes, ooh, instead of doing this thing we were going to do, let's go on to this other location, we don't have to say, hey, can someone run us back to the house so we can recharge batteries, do this, do that, and all these other things. So a lot of that was very difficult. And having too many people, because 2 people is difficult enough. I've done this a lot, where when I'm filming, like when I went to Argentina with my wife, I would get up in the morning and go film, and I would knock out an episode before she woke up or before she was ready to like roll out of bed. And so I'd be all energized, and I'd come back and be like, I found a cafe. This looks good, and then there's this other cafe. Which one do you want to go to? And then she would pick, and then we'd go out and do the day. I plug in my GoPro, and it's uploading and doing all of its things while we're going out to get what to her is breakfast and to me is lunch. And I've already got exercise, I've already got fresh air, I've already got a video, so I'm not feeling panicky about getting stuff done. I've been productive, and now we can do stuff. And then And then if I'm lucky, I can do stuff the rest of the day too, but I've already done that. And then it's just the two of us, so we can be like, hey, I saw the Japanese garden. That looked like something we could do together. Let's go do the Japanese garden. And so then we would go do that and film that. And it's very easy. And it's just, you're on board and you're kind of filming together and stuff. When you have 4 people, we had one person who would stay out until 3 o'clock in the morning and sleep till noon. We had one person who would wake up at 8 but be back asleep by 10 and would be willing to sleep most of the day. One person that would get up around 9 to 9:30 and try to stay up most of the day but would nap in the afternoons. And then me, who gets up at 6 to 7 and is ready to go for the entire day until midnight or 2, something like that. And so this totally different schedules. And the only person who's awake during the light hours to film is me. Literally all 3 of them sleeping, but at different times of the time with light. And in theory, we need to go places together. And then once you finally get someone to decide on what to do, which is almost impossible, then getting them to go and to stick to the plan. Oh my gosh, we would lose the entire day trying to get to one restaurant. And so that was really hard for filming. I mean, I got some good stuff, but it was almost always because I walked out and stood in the yard and recorded 2 or 3 episodes per day while everyone's asleep. Middle of the day, everybody's asleep. I can't really go anywhere. I don't have a car. I can't abandon everyone because they'll wake up and need food. And I'm the only one feeding everybody. Like, there's just... It was a lot. So I'm looking forward to opportunities for doing just 2-person travel and a lot more of it, and even 1-person travel, and being able to film as the driver, being able to film at the destination, being able to get to places at a time that makes sense, being able to stay without needing a slew of hotel rooms to make it all make sense, and so forth. There's just logistics that have to be figured out. Tiffany, if you have to enjoy your experience of traveling as well and not just vlog, I understand. I don't like tourist stuff, so I find that for me, when I'm not overwhelmed by the people I'm having to manage, that's the stuff that stresses me, is not the vlogging. I find that in many cases, the vlogging actually enhances my experience of a place, and I'll explain why. Now, one of my favorite things in the world is to walk cities at night. You can't vlog while doing that, so that's irrelevant. But although I have considered taking the microphone, the little recordable thing, and recording audio while I do that, that might be really cool. So I've thought about that. But doing going to, so for example, Laguna de Apoyo. When we were there, like the kayaking day, I have no interest in going in the water. Hate it. Vlogging actually gives me an excuse not to go in the water. Much of the time, if I'm with someone, they want to do things that I'm like, this is boring. Well, could I do it? Yeah, I'm not afraid of kayaking. I'm not afraid of being in the water. I don't want to. In this case, having the 2 of them to go do that stuff, and then Josie Mar and I hung out on the beach, worked out really well. They had fun kayaking. We had fun hanging out, and by having the vlog to do, it gave me a purpose for being there. So I'm standing on the beach and trying to get footage, and I enjoy that. So I'm enjoying doing the filming. I'm enjoying the whole process went over really well. Like, this was a fun thing to do. So that was cool. Similarly with the zip lining, right? If it wasn't for the filming, I would just be standing around, or I would do the zip line with them, and it would cost some money, and that's fine. I don't mind doing the zip line. But by filming it, it's way more fun for them. Now it's footage that they get to see. It's a thing that they get to remember. And for me, it's an activity that I get to be a part of. Like, this is cool. I got to do something. And it was pretty cool. So I actually enjoy the vlogging quite a bit in many places. And if you see when I do solo vlogging, I'm walking a barrio and I'm just filming, or just me and the GoPro walking around. I actually really enjoy that, right? One, it's peaceful time for me, which I could do without the camera. That's fine. But if I'm not vlogging, if I'm just walking, I often feel a little bit too pointless. which I understand being alone with your thoughts is not pointless, but it feels like, okay, this walk is going really long. I have no reason to do any particular walk. But if I have the camera, then I'm bringing you guys along and I'm showing stuff. And there's this, feels like a large value to, I'm going to walk down this street that I've never done before. I'm going to take this pointless alley that goes nowhere to show what's like. I'm going to go look at this house. I'm going to go look at this garden. I'm going to go pop into this park. And there's reasons for all of it. And I enjoy cameras and I enjoy photography and I enjoy videography. And so all of that, of having reasons to do all that stuff, really helps. And then it's like you guys are there. It's like I have people with me because I'm talking to you as I go. Just like now, it feels like you guys are here. Like I kind of forget that I'm actually alone in a room much of the time. In no way does it feel like that, right? Because I kind of see myself there. I've got the monitor here. You guys are talking there. Like stuff's going on. Like I'm very connected with all of you. I'm in your living rooms and hanging out. And for some of you, I'm on your phones. And so there's this... oh, hold on. It's like showing you things and bringing you along. It's like it forces me to observe in a way that I could do without the camera, but I won't do without the camera. So with the camera, I'm looking at every house. I'm remembering every street. I'm paying attention to every turn. And it's like I'm absorbing more. And that's good. Right, I really enjoy it, and just see the world differently because of doing it. So for the most part, I really enjoy doing it. And what happened, if you go back and watch my stuff from 2019 on Take Flight with Scott, that channel was, my niece asked me to go to Europe and record her in Europe for 6 weeks or whatever, and so. That's what we did, and so I had this purpose of filming everything that she was doing, which turned out to be a lot of fun. And I didn't know how to edit it or anything at the time, so there was this huge gap. Like, what am I going to do with this? I have no idea. But I got all this footage, I brought it back and put it together, and it actually, for the most part, turned into something interesting that I enjoyed. Here's that channel for anyone who's not subscribed. Please go subscribe and watch all these videos because I did put a lot of effort into them. And all of them have like some amount of views, right? They're not terrible. The good ones are, but none of them are like, I don't think any of them hit 3,000. So they're not super popular. And I feel like some of these are pretty good. Oh, I guess the last one is 3,000. Is that really true? The last one I did is the most popular? That's wild. I would not have guessed that. That can't be the last one. Oh, it is. Italy, Tuscany, Florence, Pisa, Montecatini Terme, and something. And the Cinque Terre, episode 10, somehow is the, I don't know. That blows me away. But the first 6, I think, are the best. And someday maybe I'll get 11 and 12 done, but I doubt it. But the first 6, when we're in Greece, I think are amazing. All of them are 2,000 views, basically. But definitely go watch them and they're all very short, right? You could watch them all many times during this live stream. But I was figuring out how to use the camera. I had no idea what I was going to do with this footage. I had no idea how I was going to edit it together. And at the end, I started putting it together and I'm like, oh, okay, boy, I filmed this stuff and here's what I could use, here's what I couldn't use, here's what I wish I got, here's whatever. And it all turned out to be really interesting and a great learning experience for me. And there's a lot of things I like about these videos that I like more than this vlog, right? Because this vlog, I'm covering like so much information about Nicaragua, which is cool. But that was like travel, and without timing things like this. I like this show because we do something every day. We're really connected. But I'd like to have shows. I'd like to have time to do shows where it's not like this and we're doing more travel, like Take Flight. And that is my goal. But I also like that we're one of the unique daily shows, right? Nobody else does this. Nobody, right? We have so many more episodes than Casey, who famously did years of vlogging every day, and it was like, whoa, you can vlog every day. Well, I've been blogging every day for 25 years. So doing it in video form is just an extension of that, and it's this interesting thing. So to me, it's not like this huge burden. But there are days where it's like, oh, I got to get it done. And there is like, what are we going to talk about today? And sometimes I need to just talk about my day. But I really need to get out and travel and talk about traveling, which is what I want to do, and just work and travel. And there's so many things that just made it hard. So, but check this out, because I think those are interesting, and I really appreciate getting new subscribers on there. And I know it's only 359 subscribers. So if we can get up to like 365, I know it was you guys making this all possible. Oh, Freddie says, Ola from Florida, enjoy the Nicaragua content. Thank you very much. Are there gyms in Leon? This is Nicaragua. There's a gym on every corner. I've never been anywhere in the world that has so many gyms. Tiffany says, you need a personal assistant to help manage. I'm sure your daughters help where they can. They don't much. Marcela does. Marcela, my producer, does a lot to help, but she's been sick for almost a year now. So she used to be very involved. And if you go back, we started to do episodes with her as the centerpiece of the episodes. That was 1 week before she got sick. So we were all set to, and like that video went over well. It wasn't a huge success, but it went over well. And it was like, this gives me an opportunity for something where I'm not the center. I can film something and edit it. And my daughter has done a little bit of editing before. I need to get her doing more of that. But having Marcela as the centerpiece of the show gave me time off from the camera, which was a nice change of pace sometimes. But then she wasn't able to continue doing that, and I think that would have done a lot had we stuck to it. Freddie, yes, a lot, small and really hot, so get ready to sweat. They have what you need, though, and are inexpensive. Not as inexpensive as you'd think, though. I have an episode on why they're as expensive as they are. Carry-ons was the best that I found. Open airflow, which was nice. The owner is Nicaraguan who lived in LA for many years, so his English is good. Super nice guy. Tiffany says, so no AC gyms, Freddie. Get ready to sweat. Janet says, agreed about the gyms here for sure. Depends where you go. Chinandega has a really nice modern gym with air conditioning. Leon has a few, one at Paseo Real, one at the stadium, or it's going to have one at the stadium. I don't know if it's open yet. There's Gold's, I don't think has air conditioning, but is a big, more modern one. I think they're Gold Gym or something. It's not the chain, but its name is like it. There are modern gyms out there. Ticuantepe has one. In Managua, they're much more common. Out here, they're rare. The normal gyms are hot and not air conditioned. A lot of them don't have great airflow. But because they're on every corner, like they're everywhere. But if you want the really nice ones, you're gonna have to travel to them or live near one or whatever. But they're out there. The options exist. Hey, someone just subscribed. Thank you very much on Take Flight with Scott. I know a lot of you are the subscribers that are already on there, but I really do like what we did with Take Flight with Scott. And I do want to get back to doing more shows on that. It's a very like specialty things, but Janet says Gold's doesn't have air conditioning, but I think it's good airflow. They have an upstairs area too. The owner is a doctor, and the owner of that one is a friend of Larry's. Gypsy says, you're a musician. What do you play? So most of my career was playing classical guitar, like Spanish guitar. Kevin is here. It was me. Thank you, Kevin. Classical guitar, I started playing when I was 7. And then went pro at 19, somewhere around there. Trombone, started playing at 15, 16, went pro at 17. Studied guitar, trombone, voice as majors and piano as minor in a performance arts program. Not education, just performance. I can play... at one time, right? It's been a very long time. I could play banjo, mandolin, lute, bass, and brass. I could regularly play trumpet, euphonium. I could pull off tuba in a pinch, but very badly. Trombone, obviously. I was first percussion in high school. I was first trombone in multiple schools in high school. Went to multiple universities for performance arts, did wind ensembles and a lot of things, and then played professional marching for a decade in Toronto. And that's about it. And I mean, that's a bit, obviously, but guitar and trombone, like it feels like two completely separate careers. Trombone, I did put out a couple albums with a band. Guitar, only I did live performance for a long time, which was very cool. I had a really good classical guitar career for what that is. And during that time, I also moved into like a producer. I was a band manager and producer for a few years in Rochester, New York, which was really interesting and a great time of life and wonderful experiences. And the whole thing was educational. I learned a lot of business stuff from there. I learned a lot of creative stuff. Like it was a good experience. I wrote a book for someone, edited a book for someone. Yeah, it was a fun part of life that I am also glad I left behind. It is not something that has a particular place in where I want to be in the future. But the creative aspects of it, you can see they play out in what I do now in certain ways. There's a lot of things that I appreciate as that connection between things. But when I started my own firm, I had some overlap for a little while there. But once my firm really took off, it was like, you just can't do everything, which was a very hard decision to make. But I had carpal tunnel. I had been playing guitar 6 hours a day for forever. And my wrists were like, you're done. Like, you're not going to have a career in this. And so that helped make the decision. So I stopped playing professionally in February. I had a friend in June, so this is several months. My guitar went into storage. I was done, like moved on. In June, one of my closest friends, Emily, had a wedding, and she wanted me to play at her wedding. And so I played classical guitar for her wedding. I was the musician at her wedding. But we had to borrow a guitar. My guitar had broken during that interim time. Nothing tragic, but guitars in storage, sometimes their necks will separate. My good guitar, its neck separated during that time. And that guitar just made it here a few weeks ago. It's actually sitting just outside the door. I've not had it in decades. So I played that wedding on a borrowed guitar at the last minute and then returned the guitar the next day. 1 week later to the day is the day I met my wife. So I had no guitar. She had never seen me play. She had missed my final performance. She had missed the era. And so for years, people would say, oh, you know, your husband used to play guitar. And she'd be like, yeah, like, right. I grew up in the 90s. Every guy played guitar. Every boyfriend she ever had in high school, they all played guitar. Every guy she knew played guitar, right? And then one day, when my daughter was there, right? So we'd been married a long time. We had kids. And my guitar had been fixed, and we had it, and we found my sheet music. There's a long story about why I have sheet music. But so we found the sheet music, and she's like, you should play. Like, you know. And she's waiting for, like, normal people playing guitar. And I'm like, all right. Now, it's been, at this point, it had been really close to 10 years. I think it had been 10 years since I had played guitar. So I'm like, I have not picked up a guitar in a decade. I was in my early 20s when I put it down, right? So this is a huge part of my life that I've not played guitar. And I picked up the guitar, and I'm like, all right. And I was really nervous. And I just started playing. And she looked at me, and she was like, what the hell is happening right now? And I just played for a few hours, right? Just playing music, just going through all this stuff. And she's like, I did not understand when people said you played guitar. I don't know what I was imagining. This is not it, right? She's like, this is what? You actually play guitar? I'm like, well, of course I play guitar. I was a professional guitarist. I made a good living. I made way more money than she did as a pharmacist. Not as a pharmacist, as a pharmaceutical researcher. She had a degree. She worked her way through forensic chemistry jobs. She became a pharmaceutical researcher. She went on to be an IT professional for pharmaceutical. I made quite a bit more money playing classical guitar than she did doing that. And like, I was a serious, like, professional classical guitar player, and full time, like corporate gigs. Like staff corporate gigs. So I didn't have to go out looking for work. I beat out my professors for the job that I had. And so she was just like, whoa, my camera died. I'm switching the battery right now. And she was just like, what is this? How did I misunderstand that you played guitar? I'm like, I don't know. Like, she's like, I guess I just didn't believe people. Like, I thought they were exaggerating. So it was a bit entertaining for me, but also weird to be like, my wife is unaware of my entire life as a musician, which was a huge thing because I had played guitar essentially my entire life, all through my childhood and all through high school, and had been professional trombonist starting at 17, and so it's this really big aspect of my life. Just and that she was never aware of it was wild to me, and that she didn't even like understand it. But who's my favorite classical guitarist? I'm from an era where you didn't really listen to it, so I don't have one. Like, I performed 6 hours a day. You don't bother listening to other people play the same music you do when you do that. You're so tired of hearing it that there's absolutely no drive to listen to more. I'm an old mediocre guitar player who plays classic rock hoping to find someone to jam with. I love flamenco and have been to Spain. Very cool. Hence the name Gypsy Traveler. I have played a tiny bit of flamenco, but very, very tiny. I do love flamenco and have lived in Spain, so love it there. Gypsy Kings, who are not Spanish, but do play that kind of music, are some of my favorites ever. Very much my style of music to listen to, but I play very Spanish classical, so much more technical than flamenco. It's a different skill set, really, but it is played with the same guitar. But I started playing so young, and I could play bluegrass, classical and bluegrass, which bluegrass is like a style of classical almost. And part of me is like, oh, I miss those days. But mostly, I miss being young and ambitious and there's a magic to youth, obviously, where like the future's laid out in front of you, all the possibilities are out there. And then as you get older, you have a very like, here's what's realistic, here's what you can do, here's what you can't do, here's what you have time for, here's what you actually like enough to be willing to dedicate outrageous amounts of time to it, which is one of the hardest things for me. Was I put so much time into guitar. I love the memories I have of having been a good guitarist. I love the job opportunities it gave me. I love some of the moments that came from that. But I also hate that I gave up 10 years of my life practicing every day, or 6 days a week at least, just to push myself to a point where I was pushing professional. And then another 2 years, and I actually was full-on professional. I could have been actually 2 years earlier. I just didn't know it, and I didn't have time because of other things I did wrong. But so much of my life was put into that. Now, I understand. I grew up on a farm. I didn't have telephone access. We didn't have internet back then. Books were very hard to get a hold of, right? Libraries were far away. There's, this never-ending list of, if I wasn't playing guitar, what the heck would I have been doing? I have no idea. But it is... it still is this unbelievable amount of dedication and time that I put into trying to be a guitarist and trombonist, that I didn't get to share with my kids. I didn't get to share with my wife. The life that I have now, my father, who is just on, is one of the few people who has any memory of that. And to him, his memory is all me practicing for years, right? I'm sure he does remember me having a career in it for a few years, and you know, is very proud of that and everything. And that's cool. But of all the people in my life at this point, I have a few friends back home that really good friends. A lot of them were in bands with me. That it's like, oh, we have this memory, right? They were at that wedding. Like, they would come see me play. We were roommates. They remember it. But of my day-to-day life, there's not one person in Nicaragua who's ever heard me play except my wife and my eldest daughter, and she doesn't really remember. My wife's only heard me play a couple times. And for me to play anywhere close to how well I did 30 years ago, yeah. 30 years ago now is when I went pro. For me to play half that well would take me months of intense practice, and I don't even know if my hands would do it. It's just, it also makes me sad how much is lost because of that. And really, if I could go back and talk to my younger self, I'd be like, don't do it. Don't do any of the music stuff. It's all cool, but it's not as cool as what you would have done if you weren't doing that. And that's a tough thing, to go back and look at my younger self and be like, I made so many mistakes. We all do that, right? We can all Monday morning quarterback our own life decisions. But these are some big ones. Things that used just ridiculous amounts of my life energy, and I shouldn't have. I should have been doing something that either led to a better career, or something that led to going into business earlier, or led to just having more free time and enjoying my life more. Because, yeah, I did enjoy sitting and playing guitar much of that time, but I also really didn't like it much of the time. Much of that time was just me pushing myself to practice when I didn't want to. And now it's like, why did I do that? I didn't benefit from that. In fact, I pushed myself so hard that I took career paths that probably held me back. Ben says, hey, Scott, evening. Question, steel or nylon? So when we say classical guitar or Spanish guitar, that means nylon. Those are the industry terms for a nylon guitar. So my pro guitar is nylon, but I did play both, right? So if I'm playing bluegrass, it's steel, and if I'm playing classical, it's nylon. But I've always had both. I didn't own my first nylon until I was probably 10, 11. So I learned classical initially on steel string, but I was 7 when I started playing. So I had a small steel string, which I still have in storage, in theory. Pablo, are you watching the show right now? Because you're pretty funny. My staff, I'm like, hey, I just saw a call came in, but I see it got answered. And my staff who's on Pablo is like, yes, my friend, that's my job. You can go sleep. No, I can't. I'm on the live stream, Pablo. Just a person that has some, spammers. Oh, that's no fun. But yeah. So I play both, but I have electric as well. Steel string, but my nylon is what I really play. Mark Shippey says, do people smoke medical marijuana there? Are there laws about it? No, there's no medical here. Marijuana is currently fully illegal here. There is no exception. There's no medical, nothing like that. There is talk of legalizing it, and I think that will happen. But it is not going to... I don't think it's ever going to go to medical. It's either going to be fully legal or fully illegal. I don't think there's going to be in between steps. I don't see why there would be. They don't need to placate. The reason that medical exists is because one part of government is trying to get around another part of government. It's a bunch of internal, infighting. So I think it will get legalized because it does make sense, but they're trying to figure that out. Kevin says, it makes me think of Sally Rooney's last book, Intermezzo, a kid who has dedicated so much time to chess and he wasn't sure if he should keep going or not. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Like, I put in all this time only to realize that wasn't a useful use of my time. I did the 10,000 hours, way more, I assume. It must have been way more. No, that's probably not true. Let me see. So I probably averaged 45, 365. It's not really. No, that's minutes. Okay. Let's not do it that way. Times 365 times 10. Yeah. It probably took me until I was about 19 before I put in the 10,000 hours. That makes sense. But then, having put in 10,000 hours, that's just a ridiculous amount of your life. To then be like, oh, there's no solid future in this. You know, I don't want to teach. I'm not a teacher. Terrible at teaching in that way, at least. And there's just it was sobering for sure, and so very hard in many ways. How is today's video fallen to number 3 in the last 10? That can't be the case. That seems like it should be at minimum a number 2 video, if not number 1. I know that the Belize El Salvador one did really well, so okay, but we should not be behind investing set to expert level. I need you guys to get out and watch today's video more and get it back up to the level it should be, because it should be more popular than it is. Because I think today's video is really good. I think it should get some feet under it and get some people watching it for a change. Someone asked me, how far is the train station from where you are? This is a current question on... Oh. They're asking a question about Cochabamba from where you are in the video. Okay. I'm going to be like, there is no train station. What are you talking about? Someone asked me today, how many of your viewers have seen Maui? How would I know that? Where's that question going? Like, it's an interesting question, I guess. What percentage of my viewers have seen Hawaii? But I certainly have no idea. And it's not like there's going to be a huge survey of my viewers popping in over there and going, oh, I've seen it. I've not. Like that's just not how the comments work. Like, weird. So, yeah, I don't know. Very strange. But if you have not watched our trip to Laguna de Apoyo, definitely check it out, because I think it's good, and it's neat having other people on the show. So I think it's a fun episode on top of everything else. And if you've never seen Laguna de Apoyo, of course, that's cool. But we got some good footage of the zip lining. We got some good footage of the kayaking. I actually got B-roll for a change, which I'm lazy about and never get. So that should be cool. Like, I feel like we earned it on this one. Not very many comments today, though. Could I live well on $3,000 a month? You can live really freaking well on $3,000 a month. Some of our viewers live at $800 a month and have a house and a car. So imagine how much more one person on $3,000 would be able to do. $3,000 is, you're certainly not going to be rich, but you're going to be able to have quite a degree of comfort. As long as you're not getting, suckered into investing in silly business schemes that aren't going to go anywhere. If you're really just using it to pay rent, like, we talked about this earlier, but I don't think you were on yet, Mark, is like, I have another apartment down the street that is $180. Now, it's only a 2-bedroom, only a 1-bath, nothing fancy whatsoever. It's very Nicaraguan style, but it is a double-gated, very secure, very comfortable location, very simple but well spaced, small apartment. If I had to live there with multiple people, oh yeah, it'd be cramped. But if I was going to get it for me, it has a nice size master that we put a king bed in, so it has plenty of room to be moving around, right? I can move around on all sides. I have this giant bed in the middle. It's got room for a TV in there. It has room for a wardrobe in there. And this is the bedroom, right? And then the bathroom, it's nothing to write home about. It's definitely I wish the bathroom was slightly different, but it's not terrible. And I haven't put a lot of effort into appointing the bathroom. I could put in a bunch of effort and make it really nice. And then the other bedroom, yeah, it's on the small side. Great for guests or really nice as a hobby or office room. Then it would be perfect. We use it as a guest room, so it's a little bit. I think it's got a queen in it. It's got a wardrobe. That's enough, but it's not crazy. And then the living room. Got a couch, got a TV. I've got a little seating area outside. Should I want to eat outside? I have a little backyard to do laundry. I've got a laundry machine out there. I don't have a full-size oven in there, but I do have an air fryer and a microwave and a full-size refrigerator. And it's perfectly comfortable. If it was just me and I wasn't like doing big projects that required a lot of space, then it would be a very comfortable apartment. And I know a lot of people who live on much less. That's $180 a month. Now, you're going to add utilities. That normally has been $10 to $11 per month. That's with air conditioning. And we put in the air conditioning, right? So that costs a little bit, but we don't pay more in rent for it. All of the furnishings that are in there could be purchased with your first month of $3,000, right? Everything, and still have money left over. It's in the city, so I don't need a car there. I do have one, but I don't need a car there. I can get on the bus and go into the city for 18 cents or whatever it is. I can go to the beach for 25, 30 cents, whatever that is, all with the bus right there. I can catch a taxi on those times when I'm going to do stuff. So if you want a car, you definitely can afford one, but you don't need one, right? I bought a luxury SUV for $27,000 with all the brand new, like everything. My business partner bought a very nice small car for $20,000 cash right off the lot, like new. So you're well within your budgets for those things. Internet, unless you're doing like me, yeah, I've got to have more internet than most people. But $35 is going to get you TV and internet for most things. $12 a month is going to get you your cell phone service. You got to buy the cell phone, obviously. That's full month coverage on Tigo or Claro, whichever one you prefer. You are we're only up to several $100s. You have most of your $3,000 left at this point. If you're eating at home, groceries are very cheap. We were talking about, I think Gooch said something like $40 a month is his grocery budget, which is crazy low. I think I said 180 to 200 is what mine is, or at least averaged with my family. So eating alone, presumably, it'll be a little bit higher because you won't have the cooking for 4 people at once kind of thing. You have, if you want to go out to eat, obviously if you're going out to fancy steakhouses, you could spend a bit of money, or you could do very little, right? You can go out to eat for $3, or you can go out to eat for $100. 100 is pretty tough. I've never seen a meal hit 100 in this country, but in theory, you could get up to it if you really tried, had enough to drink, bought a tomahawk and a lot of desserts and extra things. You're in great shape, right? At $3,000 a month, almost none of that is going to go into the big things. You're going to have money for what you feel like. Diego is here. Hello. Mark says, I'm 66 plus, something over 66, plus what? We don't know. I have my house and truck. That would give me enough to buy a property and build a house with about $100,000. That's plenty to buy and build a comfortable house here. I know some really nice places that are already in existence in residencias that are very fancy. like fancy ones, like 3 bedrooms, pool, that kind of stuff, in the 80K range, and you could potentially get into there in the 60K range, like 65. Diego says, yeah, 3K, you're rich. And he is right. Point blank, you're rich. 800, maybe 850 is middle class. That's where middle class starts. 3,000, you're rich. Truly. You're not uber rich, but you're solidly rich. Now, if you were to build a house, hey, Edwin, how you doing? It's too late for you to be popping on. What are you doing? So if you were to build a house for anything close to 100,000, like you're talking, you've got premium lot options. You can build a really nice place. Now, of course, someone's going to be like, but I want a mansion. Okay, that might be more than 100,000. But like really nice places with granite countertops and like 65 to 85,000 in expensive residencias with full-time guards and all kinds of stuff. That's the kind of the stuff that that you're looking at in that price range. If you wanted to go cheap, a place like my apartment for 180, you can buy brand new. Now this is standalone, not in an apartment building like mine, but it's the same like layout, for about 25 to 30,000, standalone, including the lot and the yard and a bunch of stuff, right? So you've got options, you've got flexibility. You could save a ton of that money and not spend it on the house and still be very comfortable, very utilitarian, but not fancy. You're not gonna be like, oh, look at my beautiful countertops, like whatever. Depends on what you want to do. Or if you want that place where people come over and you're entertaining, you want to show off your house, yeah, you're gonna spend closer to that 100, but you're probably not gonna spend 100. Now, maybe if you're in San Juan del Sur, yeah, it's going to cost a little bit more. If you make some huge blunders, yep, it could cost a little bit more. But if you want to get into a really nice, fancy place for quite a bit less, you certainly, absolutely, 100% can, even for 2/3 of that budget, for sure. I would want a visa for residency. So the first question is, what's driving you to want residency? What is your income source for that to determine what the options are? You probably will need residency. If you're moving down full time, eventually the government will tell you that you need it. But it is not something you normally want, right? The idea of wanting residency is generally, it may be, everybody says it in a different way, so it's just how you phrase it, but there really isn't, under normal circumstances, a benefit to residency. Normally it's a negative. It's something you put up with because you want to stay in the country so much of the time that it becomes a requirement, and it's not a big deal, so you do it. But actually wanting residency is not the norm. Once you're here and realize how good it is without residency, I don't know anyone. I think that's true. I don't know anyone who's ever actually wanted residency. People say it, but they only want something that isn't actually residency, and then they don't realize that the thing that they want isn't residency. So they may say that they want it, they may believe that they want it, but when asked to describe what it is they want, it's never residency, in my experience. So that's an important thing to stop and think about. Do you really want residency? Do you really need residency? Having to renew it every 6 months is crazy. Do you mean... It's not. So very importantly, renewing every 6 months is not crazy from a border run perspective. That is so trivial for most people, and more trivial than residency. And so there's two things that happen. People tend to think that residency is far simpler than it is, and they tend to think that border runs is far more work than it is. And so that combination of thinking one is so different and the other so different in opposite directions makes it seem like there's this really big advantage to residency. But then when you actually get to reality and realize that border runs are much easier than people think and residency is much harder than people think, and you go, oh, it's actually the opposite of what I was thinking. What have I done? And that's where it can be a problem. And the thing about the border run system, the non-residency system, is that for a lot of people, you end up renewing it automatically because you just do things like, you went to visit something, right? You had to go to the U.S. for some paperwork, or you went to Costa Rica because you just needed some Taco Bell, whatever. And then you go, My border run is done naturally. And then at one point you go on vacation and you come back and you're like, I did a border run without thinking about it. I lived here for 4 years. 4 years, I did one border run. I was on the 6-month border run system for 4 years. Only one time did I have to make an official run to the border for the purpose of doing the border run. Now, maybe I'm an extreme case, but of people I know, I'm not. Some people, like Josie Marr, is on the forever system because he has to do so much traveling for work that even though he's here almost all the time, it has never come up for him to do any intentional border run or come close to it or even do an extension. Like, it's just his natural movement patterns renew his visa constantly. See if I'm missing anything. Isn't it late? Is it LID group or it's EID group? Hi, Scott. Any recommendations for Spanish immersion school or classes in Leon? I found one in Granada, but would like to hang out in Leon for a bit. I honestly don't know one. Janet may know one if she's on. I've never done formal classes and immersion, so I really don't know. And I did have a Spanish teacher who only just left here recently. That I always had to help me. So I've never felt that doing the classes and stuff was smart. Maybe it would have been smart. Like, I'm not saying it wouldn't have been, but it's not something I've ever done. And there's no obvious school that I drive by and like, oh, there's the school. So I'm sure there's stuff everywhere. I honestly am not a good resource for it. I don't know what's available. And it says, Scott, do you like the LED street lights fully replace the good old sodium street lamps? Those are getting extinct in Nicaragua since 2023. Me personally, I want the LED to replace these old lights. I want the LED. I don't like how they look because they're too white and they're too hard to see things, but I certainly want the LEDs to reduce the power consumption. Also good news. Last Monday, Fidel Moreno with the entire national media has confirmed that both Sectors 1 and 4 of Pista Héroes de la Insurrección will be ready on June, but more likely in July, of course. Kevin says residency in America seems to be about not being deported. Is deportation not a thing down there? No. Deportation is only for criminals down here. So in the U.S., residency isn't actually about not being deported. That's a misviewing of the situation. What it is you have people who are not tourists and don't have residency. They're illegals, meaning they don't have any legal paperwork to remain in the United States. They came in on something, either sneaking in, or they came in on something and overstayed. So now they're designated illegal, and residency is the ability to not be illegal. Now, the United States deports people who are legal, so even in America, residency is not a protection from deportation in any way, shape, or form, but it is a protection from being illegal, whatever that value is. But in the U.S., legals and illegals are treated roughly the same at this point, so there's no real difference. But the implication is in the U.S., people seek residency when they have nothing else. That is not the case in Nicaragua. You do have something else, and the border run system gives you this alternative system that's lacking in the U.S. So basically every aspect of the U.S. system is different than the Nicaragua system, so comparing them is very difficult. Can be done, but it's very difficult because all the things that matter don't line up. And the terms are not always used the same. Ishithik says, I think there's an inherent discomfort with the idea of border runs, which is a huge problem because you should never allow emotions into business or things like your legal residency paperwork. Those are really dangerous places for anyone to allow an emotion instead of reality, facts, to determine how you behave. So he says, what if you leave and they don't let you back in? So in the U.S., even if you have a green card, you leave, they don't let you back in. There is no protection from residency, or in some cases even citizenship, that you will be let back in. Those are myths, complete and utter myths in both directions. Is there a risk that doing a border run, you just won't be let back in? Well, there's always a risk that you'll be kicked out. Always. So, yes, but it's a false risk. Is there a real fear that you will do a border run if you're doing things that you're supposed to do, that you won't be allowed back in? No. Can anyone come up with an example of a person who did this that would be applicable? I don't think you can, because it's a false fear promoted by scammers who are trying to sell you residency services, which automatically should give you an emotional reaction of, whoa, residency is scary. Scammers try to make money on it. Border runs are good. That's why they want me to avoid them, right? That should be the emotional reaction if we were reacting to what's happening, but we don't. We react to what sounds scary. It feels scary being out of the country, but you can be deported at any moment. If they're going to not let you back in the country, they can also come to your house and say, hey, we decided we don't want you here anymore. Get out. Right? What are you going to do? You can't argue with that. You're being deported. Do they actually do that? No, they don't do either of those things. But one sounds scary and one doesn't. And so that sounding scary is one of the places where, and this is why I had the video recently, right? Emotions are dangerous. This is emotions are dangerous. That's why we make people explain, why do you want to do this? Because once they explain what they want, it is universally not residency. Once they explain the safety that they want, the options that they want, the flexibility that they want, it's consistently that they want border runs. But if you just ask them, which thing do you want without thinking about it, instead of saying, I don't know what each one does, so I don't know, they say, I want the one that just has a word that sounds better, right? And for some reason, and this is where being autistic, I have no idea why residency sounds better. Because there's nothing about the word residency versus the word border run that inherently carries any value. So it's unclear based on the sound of the words where people are getting that feeling. Diego says, is there any advantage to being a resident over here? There really isn't. The biggest one that people always state is that you can own a car in your own name, but it's misstated. It's that it's simpler to own a car in your own name. We owned cars in our own names when we weren't residents yet. I have no idea how we did that. It just happened. It seemed like it was just permitted. So I don't have an answer as to why we got to do it and everyone else can't, but it wasn't a problem. Maybe we have a better lawyer, and they handle that stuff for us. So nice, I guess. But that's the one advantage that everyone says, is that it's so much easier to buy a car, but it's not a black and white thing. It's just cleaner to be able to buy a car, or more obvious, or something like that. Technically, once you have your cedula, it's easier to open more bank accounts and things like that. But those aren't things that normal people want to do, and they are things you can do without the cedula, just not as many options. Cedula is your residency paperwork. But once you get residency, if you get good residency, your cedula doesn't work with a bunch of banks anyway, so the theory is kind of moot. Even though I have a cedula and I'm a full resident, now a bunch of the banks don't work for me because my paperwork isn't something they physically can't take my cedula because they're incompetent. So, but when I didn't have a cedula, they could, because when they were allowed to use my passport, they worked. So the argument goes both ways. Yes, some completely trivial things are easier when you're a resident, and some other completely trivial things are easier when you're not a resident. Honestly, I have found nothing that was better from an ease perspective. Like, I want to be clear. I'm glad I'm a resident. I'm a permanent resident. I have all the bells and whistles. I have the top level of residency. There's no resident above what I have. I'm glad I have that. It's a badge of honor in a way. And it's a level of comfort that other residencies don't have. It's a vote of confidence from the country. That's all wonderful stuff. But does it make my life easier than if I didn't have it? It does not. That's an important aspect. It does not give me advantages. I was perfectly happy being on the non-resident system indefinitely. Edwin says both sectors are 70% overall progress as of May 1st, 2025. A guess, at least Sector 1, will be ready in July. I'm turning 20 on the 4th. On the 4th of July. Congratulations, way early. Id Group says, how did you learn Spanish? Oh, we actually talked about this earlier. I don't normally get asked this question, but twice in one day. So I actually took, well, actually it's not amazing. I took Spanish in high school. I always wanted to learn something, German really, which my daughter also is learning German. We just naturally gravitate to German in my family. And we are Swiss. We're German-speaking Swiss historically, and we were Pennsylvania Dutch until my grandfather. So the amount of English we have in the family is very little compared to the history of German. But so I always wanted to take German, and finally got a native German-speaking teacher because my schools wouldn't allow foreign language until ninth grade. Growing up in the 80s sucked. And in ninth grade, my only options were Spanish or French. French from a native English speaker and Spanish from a native German speaker. So I got my wish of having a German teacher, but she taught Spanish poorly. She said she could be mistaken for a native speaker, and I can tell you that is absolutely not the case. So I took 4 years of Spanish in high school. 3 years was all language. The fourth year was a mix of, there was language reinforcement, but it was primarily Latin American studies. All of that was very valuable. I really fell in love with the region, the idea. I liked working with the language. My wife also took Spanish in high school, very similar. I didn't use it again for a very long time. When we went and backpacked to Europe in 2012, I probably studied a little bit. I don't really remember, but I probably put in a little bit of effort to, freshen up my Spanish a little bit when we did that. Rosetta Stone or something at the time. And we found backpacking through Europe that we were able to, I had studied German on my own. For sure. I was able to speak a tiny bit of German in Germany. I was able to, use it. And that was a lot of fun. And when we got to Spain, both my wife and I were like, ooh, we were in Madrid. We're like, we can read everything. Like, we were really surprised by how much we were able to use our Spanish. And we used it a little bit with each other. And it was fun. And when we got to Lisbon, we found that I could read Portuguese for the most part and worked pretty well. When we moved to Spain a few years later, I'd started studying. We knew we were moving to Spain maybe 6 months before we actually did. So I don't know how much I studied before that. By then, I started putting in some effort, like Duolingo, to learn Spanish. I think I used another program too. I can't remember exactly when that was. But that Duolingo kind of stuff. Got to Spain and just we lived in southern Spain. So we were immersed. We had no one to speak to in our village. There was not a single English speaker in the entire village. And so we did a lot of Spanish every day. And from there, we moved to Panama. Same thing. We lived in an area all Spanish. And then we moved to Nicaragua for the first time and lived in Granada. There was a little bit more English than the other places, but very, very little. And so it was just Spanish, Spanish, Spanish all the time during that time. I was not conversational, but I improved a lot. And then we moved around Europe for a number of years, and I learned Italian in the interim. We then ended up visiting Spain again in 2019. At that point, I had started studying Spanish for a couple of years, like in Duolingo. I think my current streak may actually go back that far. That can't be true. I'm sure my streak ended here at some point. But I was on some big streaks, like 2-year streaks at the time. And I'd found Duolingo to work pretty well for me. And so when we visited in 2019, I was in a really good position to really understand the Spanish and to be able to understand the Catalan because we were in Catalonia, we were in Barcelona during the time there. And I had picked up an accent from when we were in Spain. It's been 10 years. I still have partially an Andalusian accent, just the tiniest bit. So that was really interesting. So that summer we were there. That winter, I was in Nicaragua again and speaking Spanish and helping people deal with stuff in Spanish. And then at that point, we knew, or within a few weeks, we knew for sure we were moving to Nicaragua permanently. And it's been whole on studying on Duolingo and practicing since that time. And then when we moved here now, 4+ years ago, it only took about 6 months to get to minimal conversational. And then since then, so many of our friends are Spanish only that we just use Spanish all the time. Everyone that works for us, Spanish only. All of our friends, Spanish only. Marcela and I have been great friends for 3.5 years. She doesn't speak English, right? So we have all these people in our lives, and we started doing things, right? Pretty early on. For the first several months, it was we pretty much hung around at the beach with each other, but we all have different interests and know different people. So I started going to Managua to hang out a lot, for example, 3 years ago. And so I would go to Managua alone and do everything in Spanish. I have nobody to translate for me. At the time, I didn't have good internet on my phone. And it's like riding public buses, going to restaurants, going to concerts, going to events, hanging out with groups of native Nicaraguans, none of which speak any English or tiny, tiny, tiny amounts. Just really crazy kind of stuff. So that was really that was it. Like Duolingo, doing things in Nicaragua. After all, I mean, that's a lot of I have a lot of reason to have a background in Spanish, but really going out and doing stuff with Nicaraguans with their no safety net of someone being able to speak English or translate, that helps a lot. And then combining that with Duolingo, where I'm getting this formal, here's how you spell it, here's how you say it, here's how you use it in a sentence. And then combining that with actually speaking to people. The one thing that's really hard here is learning Voss and learning to hear people using Voss and the conjugations with that, because those don't exist in Duolingo, and I certainly wasn't trained in them in high school or anything. My teacher knew they existed but knew nothing of them, for example. And Janet says, no, I just live immersion. I haven't heard of anyone here who has talked about it. I have. April did, but the school that she went to I know is gone, so she's not a good reference other than... how much smaller? This is Brent. How much smaller would you say city blocks are there compared to the U.S.? Seemed like walking around there following a map was way faster than in the U.S. Blocks vary a lot from city to city in the U.S., but I would say the blocks here are more than half, but less than 2/3, I feel like. Sorry, had to jump around a little bit. Diego, I have friends that had residency for studying over here, and they needed to go to Managua to renew every 6 months anyway. That's correct. Residency here requires they may have been renewing every 6 months on a student visa that was renewal. You do not renew. I know it's semantics, but you do not renew on the visa on the residencies now. You reprint on the residencies. So that's it's still this huge pain. You still have to go to Managua every 6 months, and it's awful, right? And I'd rather now it depends on where you live, but I'd rather do the border run than going to Managua for the reprint. It's faster, it's more comfortable, it's just easier. Plus, you get to go to Costa Rica and do something there if you want. So it does not make sense, I don't think, to want to do that, right? Because it's just not worth it. The thing that people think they're getting out of actually gets worse rather than better. Janet says, hey, Brent, different cities in the States have different size blocks. At least in Leon, they come in different sizes too. That's true. Edwin says, Sector 4, still far from finishing as the Cause Oriental that goes through the entire area. Carretera Norte, whereas the new overpass is near completion until ending in the lake. Not yet. Yeah, I just drove over that a couple days ago. Edwin says, fully covered before rainy weather begins. Last year's rainy season delayed the whole thing a lot without any doubt. So the workers must advance on that quicker before last year's story repeats itself. Yeah, rainy season is weeks away at this point. Like, I don't know, no more than 8, maybe as little as 4. Janet says, you're welcome, Brent. The block size is why it's difficult to say how far my house is from La Colonia or how far my old place was. The old one was a long block. This one's a short block. Oh, yeah, a lot of the blocks in Leon are really long one way and really short another. That is true. Janet says, a really short one. Janet says, the blocks are 1 to 2 Portland to Oregon blocks unless they are smaller sometimes. All right. So back to. So, Mark, you were the one asking about that you wanted residency. So there's a number of different types of residency, and certainly you'll probably need it, right? At the end of the day, the chances are that you will need it eventually. But the rule of thumb is you don't want it until you have to have it, and then cross that bridge when you get there. So you can do retirement residency. You're over 45, so everything's available to you. With pensionado, you need to be bringing in money through a pension, but most Americans don't have pensions, so that's generally moot point. So what you need is a rentista. Rentista obviously brings in money from rentistas, which is investments, like dividends. So you need to show $1,250 per month in rentista income. So you need to have that, or you need to go into investment. In which case you have to put in a lot of money, and generally you're going to lose a lot of it. So that's not great in many cases. So you have to choose one of those, and none of those are affected by a house. The house is irrelevant. So putting extra money into the house doesn't get you anywhere unless you just want the house. Generally, we lean towards renting, but unless you want to have a house that you really want to have. But you don't want to rush on the residency. There's just no value to it under normal circumstances. Oscar Elias says, Nicaragua is so affordable, however, not houses to buy unless you want to live in the slums. I don't understand. There's no expensive houses in this country. You can buy any house anywhere, the cheapest in the Western Hemisphere. I mean, Nicaragua is so affordable, especially houses, especially if you want to buy slums or not. Like, I don't know where you're finding expensive houses in this country. I mean, Villa Fontana, but they're still a quarter the price of other countries. They're expensive from that's expensive perspective, but that's because they're mansions in the most expensive neighborhoods in the country. But if you were to compare them to, Guatemala or Mexico or whatever, they'd be quite a bit more. Panama or whatever. But really, we show houses all the time. There are not expensive houses. Not really. It's there's this trend of saying it, but as someone who buys houses and not in slums, I can tell you, houses are so cheap. And if they're cheap to buy, just buy the land next door and build for cheap. You guys are too quiet, but we got lots of people on. We got 36 people on right now. So there should be plenty of people talking. Tika says, average home is nice. Residential place in Managua is around $25K. Yeah, that seems reasonable. $25K. So when we show the place in Ciudad Sandino that we really like, that place was $21K. Not very small, but it was in a really nice gated residential with full-time guards and everything. Yeah, the house was small, but it was $21K in a gentrified neighborhood. I've had people say that there's expensive houses in the country. No one's ever been able to produce one for me. Every time someone shows me one, it's like, well, okay, yeah, but that's not the actual price, right? It's just a listing somewhere that's clearly fake and they're trying to scam you, right? Which works, but people get scammed all the time. But the actual prices of houses here are I mean, Colombia is, I believe, legitimately lower, but other things are more expensive there. But I think Nicaragua is the second cheapest housing market in the Western Hemisphere, not including Haiti, where certainly houses are free. Yeah, right. Nice residentials for entry level, middle class workers. You know, the highest I normally see in there, 32K. I see starter places for 16. Those are rough, but we're not talking slums. We're talking, you know, guarded communities with beautiful manicured lawns and stuff. Nice places. If I want to get stuff in the slums, houses get down to 3,000, right? Like, for real. Now, what people pay, so one of the things we have a question on, because we never see houses change hands, because I've asked people who are local in places like Villa Libertad, which is, you know, and Venezuela, in Managua, people don't go in buying houses there. They just get handed down generation to generation in most cases. But when you're looking to buy there, we know that the places have to be really cheap, but we don't know how cheap. I'm guessing way below 25K. I'm guessing closer to 15K, maybe 10K, but I don't really know. Diego says, I live in a residential area with guards and nicely built near Ciudad Sandino. You're probably in Dorado. In Dorado? Why is my brain suddenly not working? 25,000 average home, top 40K. Very nice. Michael says, what about building a home from the ground up? For example, 5-bedroom, 4-bath, patio, pool, office, good-sized kitchen, yard with room for a garden. What would be the cost, you think, and time frame? Time frame, I'm a little bit unclear because I've never done construction where it's a little bit different. Where I see construction, it's always either places that already exist or standard places. So what you're talking about, Mike, is something that's different. That's going to take longer. Probably you're looking at a pretty hefty time frame because it's just a lot going on. 5-bedroom, 4-bath, I think you can. There's a lot of maybes in there, right? Could you spend 300K? Yeah. Could you do it for 100K? Yes. That's probably your window. Right? Most crazy, ridiculous within any kind of reason, probably around 300. If you try to get under 100 for a 5-bedroom, 4-bath with pool, with office, you're going to be skimping so much. I mean, could I get something that meets all those requirements? Technically, for under 100, yeah, for sure, I could do it all for 50. But would you like it? No. That's the difference. But if you're willing to look at traditional houses, I mean, you could do that for 30, but you're going to be in neighborhoods you don't like, tight spaces, small rooms, dark, old colonial-ish things. But assuming you want a nice place a little bit more in the country, yeah, it's going to cost a little bit more, but it's going to be pretty doable, I think, depending on the design, of course. Mark Shippey says, rented would not be a problem. Would like to live near the beach on the Caribbean side. Well, the upside to the Caribbean side is that prices go way down out there. So your 100K is going to go a lot farther out there. Or farther. I don't know about a lot farther. There are limits to how cheap a place can get, but Caribbean is way cheaper than the Pacific side. But you would still want to rent for a while, but you will find rentals, I think, way harder out there because there's no tourists, there's no expats. So that's, but being on the Caribbean side, both residency and border runs are really painful because I don't know where you would be on the Caribbean side that you could possibly get to an easy crossing to Costa Rica. Very hard. And from the Caribbean side, going all the way into Managua every 6 months, also pretty hard. So in both cases, that's one of the reasons that expats stay away from the East Coast is that 6-month window, no matter what you do, is unpleasant because of the distance. Whereas for us, if I got to go into Managua, 2 hours. I need to go to the border, 4 hours, right? They're very reasonable. But when you're in there and you're like, I got to drive 12 hours to reprint my cedula, you're going to be rethinking that Caribbean life choice. Diego says, if you want something in the slums, you can literally get it for free. Just put yourself in an empty plot land and the government would give it to you. I'm sure that's true. Kevin says, ever done any filmmaking? Is that a question for me? And what exactly do you mean by filmmaking? Do you mean like actually do, I mean, obviously I have not made Hollywood movies. Do you mean like, have I done student films or something like to make a movie? Is that, do I understand the question? Yeah, if you want to be in the rough parts of the city, there's, Diego's, I'm from Villa Libertad. I grew up there. That's awesome. So Marcela is from Villa Libertad, and I have an employee in Villa Libertad currently. It's and I'm there regularly. Like, it's fine. Nothing to write home about, right? Let's be honest, but it's not like people make it out to be. John Blair says, due to the impending economic uncertainty in the U.S., could you possibly foresee an avalanche of U.S. citizens wanting an affordable place to live in Nicaragua? Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing huge upticks as it is. But do I expect us to see... Oh, wait, first, Diego, do you go there often via Libertad? Yeah, very often. Like, I don't know, once a month, maybe. Like, I mean, not all the time, but I mean, I was there this week, right? I was there this weekend. So, I guess pretty often. So back to John Blair's question. I think there is a huge possibility that there's going to be a huge uptick in Americans going everywhere, right? Nicaragua, yes, we're super affordable. For people who are sick of the U.S., I think Nicaragua holds a special shine. So I think there's going to be a certain amount of bringing in Americans who are really disenfranchised with the U.S. That, I think, is going to happen, and Nicaragua is going to be in one of the best positions for that of any country in the region. Right. Cuba gets a lot of that sentiment, but Cuba's in rough shape. Right. And Bolivia gets a little bit of that, but mostly off American radar and very difficult to migrate to. Doable, but much more effort. Nicaragua is so open and welcoming and so obviously in your face, we're not giving in to the U.S., that Americans, when they get this feeling of, I've had it with the U.S., certainly a lot of them are still, I'm scared, I don't know where to go. I'm still going to do what other Americans do and look at Costa Rica and Mexico and whatever. But there's a real segment that's like, oh, I'm angry. I'm going to go do what they don't like. I'm going to go to Nicaragua. So I think Nicaragua is in a good position to be one of the big winners, if that's a way to look at it, in the where do the expats want to go world. So I think that we're going to see a shift in ratios. So, for example, if for out of any given 100 Americans leaving America, currently 1% go to Nicaragua, 2% go to Guatemala, 30% go to Mexico, 40% go to Costa Rica, and the rest are sprinkled around other places, right? Like, but Nicaragua gets 1 out of that 100. I think that we're going to see more groups of 100 leaving America, right? More people are going to leave. Of those that are leaving, I think the percentage that goes to Nicaragua may move up to 2% instead of being 1% or whatever. Is it going to be massive numbers that you're going to be like, whoa, they're going there instead of Costa Rica? No, I don't think so. But is it going to be noticeable here on the ground that more people are coming? Yes, I'm quite confident that that is true. What that leads to is the obvious question of, does that then mean that we think we're going to see huge jumps in land cost, in housing costs, and so forth? And I think the answer is no. I don't believe that's going to happen, but I could be wrong, and there's reasons why I could be wrong. Specifically, there is a... Are we online? We are online. Fingers crossed that we reconnect. We reconnected. We reconnected. That was my battery system failing, and it cut everything. So all my lights went. Hold on, I'm going to go turn on lights. None of my stuff. My computer didn't lose power, but my lights did. But my internet equipment lost power, even though they're on the battery. I don't know exactly what happened, but it was enough of a blip that certain equipment survived it and certain equipment did not. So that was annoying. But I cannot believe, I can't believe it all recovered. But like the router, the switch, all that stuff power cycled. But YouTube is like, we're giving you a few minutes. We're going to make it. And we made it. So amazing. Absolutely amazing. And how many people did we lose? None. We're at 40 people. Nice. They were like, we're doing this, people. I'm lost. Where was I saying? So a lot of diaspora is returning, as many as hundreds of thousands, and that may impact things. But will they actually return for other places? We don't know. And it went again. But we're still on. Oh, and again. What is happening? And again. Oh, this is bad. There must be an accident that took out a pole. And again. That's 5 times. This is absolutely nuts. Okay, now we're on battery and it's running. What the heck is going on? And why is this light on? Why is it connected to a battery? And the power's back on. Dear Lord, and out. Holy shit. We're gonna just hang out for a minute and see if we've survived this. Luckily, we got batteries on a bunch of stuff, but I can't figure out why sometimes things work and sometimes they don't. Like sometimes the battery doesn't actually keep things running. Let me answer some of these things. I am drunk guy. We built our house in my wife's city, went on a smaller side, 2-bedroom office, big kitchen, 2 restrooms, 2 stories, big living room, and it can get pricey, but definitely cheaper than building in the US. Wanted a pool, but decided against due to us possibly traveling a bit and not being there except for the caretaker, decided to fill the rest of the land with plantains and kalala, citrus, etc. Itchithik says, I'll be in Nicaragua in the near future. I'm thinking I'll just tour around a little bit, a month or so in one city, then another, which is a great way to go. Like there's so many cities to explore and figure out what's good. So if I'm looking for short-term rentals, Airbnb my best bet, or are there other options I can consider? Really, I think Airbnb is the way to go. Like nothing's going to be the same as that. I feel like this light in the background is not doing me any favors. I'm going to try putting it into a completely different thing. Is that better? Do I get like a glow? You can see me a little bit better now. I need to switch these to something that is bright so that you can see me. Everything I have is on dark mode, which is a huge pain in the butt at times because I need the glow from the monitors, and there is no glow from the monitors. That's literally nothing I have. Can I bring up that isn't in dark mode? Everything goes into dark mode and won't let me switch anything. My wife keeps texting me about food on the counter. Anyway, it's kind of dark in here, but at least we got something. You guys can see me. It's not the end of the world. But now the power's out after all that. So that feels like a car crash. My wife's like, but there's no power. How are you on a live stream? Like, we have battery on everything. It's not like we lost the internet. And she's like, for how long? 12 hours? Like, we're gonna be on here for a while. All right, let's at least I can't get out of dark mode on anything, but scripted stuff like a movie or a short film. No, Kevin, I've never done anything like that. I've always vlogged, but I've never done that stuff. I just realized I don't think my phone is charged. That's gonna suck if we're out for a long time. Wanted a pool. No, we said that. Nicaragua, short-term rentals. Yes, Airbnb is best. Josh says, great points. Thank you. TJ says, rest in peace. Drunk guy. I was going to say internet is usually good in Nicaragua. My son and I worked remote from there for a bit. I've got so many people working remote from here. It does really well. The only problem here is that sometimes my router gets kicked off because the battery does weird things. Tiffany says, everyone on here always asks about remote employment in the U.S. that can work in Nicaragua. Yes. And they never ask about any skills. They just say, I want work. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do with that? Right? Like, I would like a job. If you were in the U.S., would you just go to any person with a job, which is how they see me, as a random person with a job, and they say, how do I get a job? And it's like, well, apply, work on your skills, build a resume, figure out what you want to do, what you can do, and then look for jobs in that field, right? Like doing it remote isn't any different than doing it any other way. How do you do it the other way? And like, why am I seeing, like, I understand that, like, I'm in Nicaragua, I work online and have for a really long time, but does that make me some kind of authority on the concept of work? Which is what we're really talking about. Like, this is conceptually, I'm a worker, and therefore I'm seen as like this expert. And I don't know if it's my autism or whatever, but I find that exceptionally bizarre that just the fact that I work, there are so few people who work that no one knows how to ask how to apply for a job. Or how to look for a job, or sees me as, that does something. Maybe if I put this over here, I'm trying to work with one LED light and a reflector, right? But I have nowhere to set the light because the cord doesn't go very far. What if I just turn it off? Does it get better? No, that was a no. This and then I don't know. Oh, almost. All right, good enough. And I'll just kind of switch to reading over here. I must have some application on this computer that will put white on the screen. It just. This is slightly better, I guess. My chat window disconnected from OBS. Oh, that doesn't work. All right, I'll move this over so I have this. Okay. Your poor circuit breakers. Yeah, tell me about it. TJ says, I need to get another UPC. I'm a drunk guy. Tiffany, we did it for vacation that extended more time. I'm in IT and I know I have more options than others. Same here. Mark says, do you get a lot of avocados there? So many avocados. We all have our own avocado trees. Can you get a lot of U.S. tech and... it scrolled. You can. Diego says you can get a lot of U.S. tech and U.S. assistant secretary jobs remote from Nicaragua. It's anything that's remote. You can do remote from Nicaragua as long as you don't tell them that you're in Nicaragua. It's the same as any job, right? Don't tell them where you live. It's not their business. Tiffany says, interesting. Thank you. I will pass the info along. TJ says, really it comes down, Tiffany, for someone who's looking for work, they have to treat it like work. They can't treat it like magic remote weirdness. And I know that sounds weird, but it's really, people get weird somehow when you talk about Nicaragua. They think that there's a magic job that everybody does, regardless of their skills or experience or resume or anything. And that's just not how the world works. Nothing special about remote work. It's just regular work that they don't make you sit in the office. That's it. Like the whole world of work is open to you. TJ says, watch a vid that's white. Yeah, I can't find one quickly. Little Roundhouse, Sarasota can see you good. Awesome. John Blair says, like, it's not terrible. It's weird, but it's not terrible. John Blair says, I know crime overall is minimal in Nicaragua. Is low. I think that's a typo. I got to see that firsthand. However, gotta ask, is kidnapping of foreigners ever a thing? Literally never heard of it. That is an American fear. I can only imagine that Americans kidnap people so often that Americans find that as like this universal fear thing. But no, like until Americans from outside the country mention it, you're like, is that seriously on someone's radar? Like, I don't know that that's ever happened. I'm sure at least once in history it's happened, but I've never heard of it ever. Diego says, I also have friends working for law firms. Like when Americans are on a crash, they answer you and take your case and recommend the attorney to take it or not. Oh, I see. When Americans have a crash. Tiffany says, when I see that, I'm assuming they may be speaking of general customer service, client service, and entry-level work. You mean, Tiffany, when they just ask, how do I get a job? I mean, it's the same as like, you know, you're 16 and you're like, I need to work. What do I do? And you say, well, I guess you go work at McDonald's. Right? Like it's kind of like that. Go be a cashier at McDonald's. Whatever is the lots of training, zero skill thing. That's always going to be rough. I find it very weird when people are like, I mean, it's applicable. There are people with no job skills who want to move to another country. Okay, that's legit. But it shouldn't be a large percentage. But it feels like there's a really large percentage of people looking to move to Nicaragua who also are unemployable in their home country, which is surprising in general. Like, how is that a group and why do they want to move? I guess that's why they want to move. I don't know. But it shocks me how many people at least present themselves as being 100% unskilled, pure minimum wage workers in the U.S., and then looking for a move to Nicaragua. Maybe it's just that that's a large percentage of the population, and I didn't realize it. And we're seeing a segment of it that we didn't know existed in that way, but definitely shocks me in that way. Diego says, remote jobs, you can befriend a recruiter in LinkedIn. That works well, or just apply in LinkedIn. As an American would be easier. Tiffany says, you would think so, but a lot of companies this year in the States are getting rid of their remote work. They are, but good ones are always moving to it, right? A good company will never get rid of remote work because that's where all the good work gets done. Itchathik says, I think people just want to be told what to do. Like, I want what you have, just give step-by-step instructions so I don't have to figure out anything on my own. That's why people just want to be told how to get a job. The thing is, that's not what I did, right? I'm a CIO. So I built a career over decades. I can tell you how to do that back when I was young. But that's not going to get you what I have now, right? I don't just work on remote. I work for an international company that I own. I'm a drunk guy. Yeah, Diego. Yeah, indeed. It's funny sometimes, but knowing someone helps. Looking for a recruiter, any recommendations? So that's one of the tough ones is recruiters are also different in every field. So finding generic recruiters, all but impossible. The only reason I can use a recruiter, okay, I'm going to try turning on the lights again because we have power. Try to make this look better once again. The reason that recruiters work for me is because I have a very specific skill set and I have very specific recruiters. And sadly, my main recruiter that I worked with for a decade recently passed away. And he was younger than me. I mean, not young. You can be quite a bit younger than me and still not be young, just to be clear. But we can put this back now. Light up our window, get all fancy. All right. So there's a lot of so a generic recruiter is basically recruiting for throwaway work, right? For unskilled work in most cases. They may be looking at marginally skilled, but when you get into skilled fields, your recruiters are also skilled just like you. They're going to be specialized in your field. So if you are, I'm trying to figure out why the light looks like that in the thing. So for example, I worked on Wall Street as a financial executive. So I worked through a company that was specifically technical executives on Wall Street. And that was their specialty. And they knew every bank, every person. And when I would say, well, I have experience in, and I list a slew of tech, they know what all that is. They're not like, okay, a bunch of words I don't understand, but we're going to figure this out. No. They are like, okay, I know 5 places that use this. I know 6 places that use that. Would you be able to move over into this field? Like, they understood a lot of that stuff. Not as well as I do, because I actually do it, and they just work with getting people to do it. But they still knew it. Like, and they made, I don't know, $400,000 or $500,000 a year doing that. Like, they made really good money to be able to be those kinds of recruiters. And often they had worked in the field before switching over to recruiting, so they were like employable at a lower degree as well. So if you're looking at finding a recruiter, if you're finding a generic one, most of them are scams, but those that aren't are going to be recruiting for unskilled work as opposed to something specialized. Even if you're just marginally specialized, it needs to be a recruiter that understands that field and works with those kinds of companies. Tiffany says, my sister asked me, I said, maybe you can use a VPN if she comes along with us to hide her location when they do speed tests. So a speed test might show that it's slower, but yeah, VPN will show the location you want. Depends on how they do the speed test, but there's always a way to hide it. Diego says, Indeed is not useful if you're not a U.S. citizen. I never found it useful if I was a U.S. citizen. I have literally never seen what I believe to be a legitimate listing on Indeed. I truly believe that Indeed itself is a scam. I believe that. You look at it, none of those listings are anything real. And try applying to 1,000 things and not one will respond. And you're like, I'm way overqualified for every single thing I applied to. I should at least get, oh, well, you seem overqualified, but, we'll consider you if no one else applies or something, right? Not silence, which suggests it's nothing but data harvesting, which I truly believe, right? If you look at the platform, it's not useful for hiring. It's not designed how you would do for hiring, so it feels designed for data harvesting. Tico says, most jobs will reject you Indeed if you're not from North America. Well, yeah. Well, so the reason is that's not an Indeed thing. American companies can only hire Americans. You can't just hire someone outside the U.S. So if you go to a platform for hiring Americans, you have to be an American. It's not a tool for international contracting, right? That's not an employment thing. Tiffany says, so many digital nomads on YouTube, they all just want out here in the U.S. Yeah, everyone's trying to get out. That's why I'm glad we said, like, I've been 100% remote for 25 years. I am Drunk Guy. Oh, and lots of call centers in Nicaragua. My nephew worked for Microsoft in their Xbox call center. Decent pay, in my opinion, for being abroad. Diego said, for looking for a recruiter, I don't know, dude, tech space is kind of special and they contact you. That is definitely true, or used to. I'm a Drunk Guy. Yeah, I've been contacted, but mainly for remote jobs in the U.S., so there's always the option of taking a remote job in the U.S. and simply traveling. Like, I've done videos on this. Like, at some point, it's not their business. Now, if they're like, okay, you can work from home, but your home has to be in town, But if you start to be like, I'm going to work remote and I live in Texas, right? So I have my own company. I don't have to lie to my own company. I don't have to hide anything from my own company. That'd be weird. But my office is Denton, Texas. And I live in Denton, Texas. Like, I have a Denton, Texas address. I'm going to move it to Friendswood, but I'm about to move it in 2 weeks, but it's still Texas. And so if someone says, what's your residency? It's Texas. I'm a Texas resident. Okay. If they say, are you in Texas right now? Well, no. Why? Because I'm traveling. because I'm a remote worker. Why would I be in my house? Only a crazy person or a super lazy person would still be in their house once you can be anywhere, right? I'm going to travel. Okay. Most places are like, all right. Like, and if they're not, say, okay, have you noticed it affect my work? If they say no, you say, okay, so you don't care about my work? If they have a problem with it, right? And you got to be willing to take some risk, but point out. So let me get this straight. You're not paying me for the job I do. That is what you're telling me right now. So me being in Texas is more important than me doing a good job. So if I move to Texas and do a bad job, that's okay. But if I don't move to Texas, if I don't stay in Texas, but I do a good job, that's not okay. I just want to make sure that we are on the same page. You are telling me officially that the company is paying me not for the work that I do, because this will be useful in a review when they say you're not going up to par. You say, whoa, you said in writing this wasn't what you were reviewing me on. Welcome to lawsuits, right? HR departments do not want you putting that stuff in writing. So there's ways to approach it, and things you never say is like, I moved to Nicaragua, because you didn't, right? So yes, to Nicaragua, I moved to Nicaragua, but to the U.S., I stayed in the U.S. Legally, I'm an American. Legally, I'm still a Texas resident. Now, if you're Canadian, life is much more complicated. Everything is designed to screw you in Canadian law. So the only thing I can say is get out of Canada. Get away from it in every shape and form. But for Americans, the system is very straightforward. You're still an American. And the argument is, can you ever work while traveling? So then it becomes so if I'm on vacation and you call me, I can't work for you. I'm not allowed to work, right? Is that the answer you want me to give? Oh, I'm sorry. HR said I'm not allowed to work while I'm on vacation. They're going to be like, no, we need you to work on vacation. Okay, so I can travel, right? It's quite often a powerful tool. And yes, companies are going to push back, but knowing exactly what to say and only saying what's honest. Most people, almost all, for some reason, when it comes to working remotely, compulsively lie to their own detriment, right? And this is where being autistic is great. I have no impulse to lie about what I'm doing. I just want to tell the truth, and only the truth that applies. And so, where do you live? Texas. Why aren't you there now? Traveling. You can't do that. I guarantee I can, right? You have policies that make it required in other circumstances. So by HR rules, I have to be able to work while traveling, right? And are you saying that I'm not evaluated based on my job? I would like to be evaluated based on my job. I would like to be able to I would like that doing a good job here is the thing you want from me. Is that not the thing that you want from me? Do you want me to go to my manager? Do you want me to take it up the command chain that HR just told me that doing a good job doesn't matter here? Because trust me, that's not going to go over well with any kind of good job, right? And I've been in Fortune 10s and had this kind of conversation. And let me tell you, it was not me who got in trouble. Because I got HR to say those things, right? This is a shitty job. We don't care about performance. Those kinds of things in writing from HR. My manager was the senior vice president of the world's largest bank, and he got a call from HR demanding that I be walked out of the building. And he's like, "What the hell did you do?" And I'm telling him about this fight I had with HR, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, this is they're gonna say you said this. They're gonna blah blah blah. It's gonna be terrible." And I'm like, "Well, just print it out." And he's like, "Wait a minute. You got them to say this in writing?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I got it on email." And he's like, "Send it to me." And they just tore HR apart. Never do it where you don't have it in writing. Every single thing. Don't get emotional. Only say what's true. Only say what matters. And I'm like, yeah, try to get me in trouble. I got them lying. I got them saying the company doesn't matter. I got them intentionally sabotaging. I got them intentionally trying to turn down workers. They were in so much trouble. They were in trouble that could have involved the police. It was that level. It was intentional sabotage of the company in writing. And other people caught them around the same period in similar things, really big things. So it was that's common, right? A lot of HR is actively sabotaging the companies. Like, for some reason, people who just hate their employers gravitate to HR. Diego says, digital nomads want to come over here because zero taxes in foreign earned income. Yep, that's huge. Tiffany says, so many typos. I'm going in between these apps. Raging Gun is here. Hi, friends. I'm here. Scott, hello. Woo, hey, Raging. Diego says, do you have your location set in LinkedIn? That should narrow down the people that contact you. That one's tough because where do you want people to contact you from? That's the thing about remote work, is the entire country or more. I'm Drunk Guy says, I'll check it out. I have a YouTube channel, same name, but minimal content, like 3 videos. You can send me a message unless I can post an email here. You can't post email here, and you can't really send a message in YouTube either. YouTube is like the don't contact me platform. It's terrible. Diego says, if you're an American over here, probably you're in weird spot. Not in the U.S. for U.S. job, but they think that would demand you a U.S. salary, so out of a budget. Not U.S. That would demand a U.S. Well, if you're here, you can't work anyway. Right, Diego, if you're working in Nicaragua, you're unemployable as an American, period. Like it doesn't matter what salary they think you're going to get, you can't be employed. Raging Gun says, is there any real benefits to being a U.S. citizen? Yes, there are quite significant ones. There's also major drawbacks, of course. Benefits to being a U.S. citizen, the passport remains one of the most powerful and scariest around the world, meaning people are scared of you, which is sometimes good. It can be a nice thing to be like, I'm a scary person, don't mess with me. Or my country is scary and they will harm you. Even if it's just your laws, if they don't like them, they'll harm you anyway. That is a powerful tool. The U.S. has one of the best, and people never believe me until they meet people from other countries and realize how bad it is. The U.S. has one of the best tax regimes for expats, like right up there. Very few places better than the U.S. U.S. has the broadest foreign embassy system, and many of the resources of the U.S. remain available to you when you live abroad. For example, as an American citizen, I get complete education for my kids. High school education online from a U.S. school, guaranteed. Right? Well, very few countries do that. That's awesome. I don't use that. But knowing it's available is powerful. If my kids wanted to leverage that system, it is their right. There's a bunch of things that are their right. Now, the U.S. is not always honoring your rights these days, but mostly they still are. They can't completely do away with it, or there's an uprising. It has to be here and there. At some point, it'll be everything, but they have to, boiling water and all that. But the U.S. Passports and all those things, very, very powerful. Great tax regime, easy to deal with for a lot of things. And then it's not just, is the U.S. citizenship good or bad? There's also what alternative do you have? Right now, there are alternatives for sure. You can go to Panama, get a citizenship, and then renounce your American. Can that be done? Is that within the realm of plausible actions? Yes, it is. Is it easy? No. Is it cheap? No. Is it reasonable to want to do it? Probably not. You'd really have to come up with an amazing argument for why you would want to give up your U.S. citizenship. And the U.S. is doing a bunch of things I don't agree with. Isn't actually it, right? The more that the U.S. is doing things you don't want to agree with, the more you kind of want to stay with what little tiny itty bitty minuscule piece of power you have to do something about it and not give it up. And if you're not upset about those things, then you certainly don't want to give it up, because why would you want to give it up, right? So yeah, do I have these emotional feelings at times where it's like, I wish I didn't have this? Sure. If I had some amazing alternatives all set that somehow replaced it, but I don't. And you don't either, I guarantee. Kevin says, I got my job through Indeed, but I'm a truck driver, so maybe that's why. That could be why. That's a very different thing than a lot of us. I'm a Drunk Guy says, I'm working on my citizenship residency since my wife is a citizen. Figuring out what's best. No, I'll definitely take a pay cut since I know how it is. You have to take a pay cut only because moving to remote pays less than working not remote, but it also costs less. But the cut should be minimal because your value is that you're a U.S. citizen, not your location. Diego says, Get On Board is a good platform for tech jobs. I got a few interviews over there. I've never even heard of Get On Board. I'm so out of touch. I haven't applied realistically for a job in over 20 years. So Mark says, Buenas noches, amigo mío. Buenas noches, Mark. Have a good night. Raging Gun says, remote working is the best. Raging says, nachos, no cheese. Yes, cheese. I live in Arlington. Oh, it's is it Stephen or Stevan R? I lived for a long time in Carrollton. So you used to go to Arlington for salsa dancing. And now I live in Nicaragua. Raging Gun says, I live in Langford, BC. I'm Drunk Guy. Raging Gun, more cheese. Pinto beans, black beans, jalapenos, chips. I'm a drunk guy. Never enough cheese and pinto and black beans. Extra meat. Cheese, fried. Friend brisket? What's friend? Oh, fried brisket. He corrected it. I'm like, friend brisket. The Donner Party table for 5. Pico, lots of pico de gallo. Diego says, Drunk Guy, are you working in a Nicaraguan citizenship? I would assume not. A lot of people say that they think they want it, but it's not actually, there's no path to it, right? There's no like straightforward way to get it. It's theoretically possible, but it's not real. There just isn't a path. Canada is pump pit, guacamole with the spices. I am drunk, says Diego. Not sure, still working on what's best since I come back frequently since some of my family is here. So, Drunk Guy, have you found any way to be considered for citizenship? Because normally that's not within the realm of options. So it's not about whether you want it or not. Yeah, we all want it, but can we get it? Like, what would we do to get it? Is the tough part, or within a reasonable time frame. Okay, Raging says, and the hot sauce, compulsive lying. So, Drunk Guy, if you're coming back and forth, likely residency isn't even an option. So you got a couple things. So Drunk Guy, if you are married to a Nicaraguan, your residency is automatic. You just have to fill it out. But if you want to apply for any residency, those don't allow you to just go back and forth unless you go to the investor residency under normal circumstances. How much time do you spend here? Because under normal residency, you have to be here over 6 months of the year to be eligible for residency. Without that, it's not even an option. If you're here over 6 months of the year all the time, eventually it's just a requirement. Hot sauce, compulsive lying. I've seen people who do that. HR rules, human resources. Raging Gun says human resources is a term that artificial intelligence will be using a lot in the next decade. I'm a drunk guy. You are raging. Raging says, as AI sucks the life out of humans and turns each one into a walking battery. Drunk guy says, oh, dang, am I a bot? Diego says, if you don't live here and don't care for your children to be Nicaraguan, I don't see the benefit of citizenship. So the benefit of citizenship is mostly just a mark of pride that you've achieved it. It only counts for your children if they haven't been born yet. And so the nice thing about citizenship is there isn't any of the reprinting of your cedula. When people say you're not really a Nicaraguan, you pull out your citizenship, your passport, you're like, I sure as hell am. That stuff's pretty nice. There is I'm more a part of this country than a resident is. It's mostly emotional and the cedula thing, but it's real. But the passport is real. You have the option of losing another citizenship or giving up another citizenship. You have the option of entering Bolivia with no additional paperwork, because Americans have to pay $160 to go into Bolivia, but Nicaraguans can walk right in. There's a ton of places that the Nicaraguan passport works really well. The EU, much of Europe, that isn't the EU, most of Latin America, Nicaragua's passport is better than the American one. In most of the rest of the world, the American passport is better. It depends where you're going to go. But if you can just have both, it's even better, right? It's pretty much always nice to have an additional one. There are exceptions, But Nicaragua is not an exception country. It is beneficial. Is it worth the effort? Oh, that's debatable. But does it have benefits? Yes, it does. Raging Gun says, don't show emotions to the AI bots. Raging Gun says, I want my boy to learn Spanish. And I want to give up Canadian citizenship so I can access my LIRA account sooner before age 55. Now, Canadian citizenship, that you want to give up. American, you really never want to give up. But Canadian, as far as I can tell, you want to give up the moment you can. But you got to have something else to go to. You can't give it up if you're going to become stateless. I'm a drunk guy. Thanks for the input. Raging says, used to be on LinkedIn. I quit LinkedIn. Raging Gun LinkedIn, I realize is a site that I don't want to be associated with. Oh, it's terrible. Raging says, U.S. is great, except the dollar is starting to lose its power. The U.S. wants the dollar to lose its power. It's trying to become a manufacturing wuss in the world, and it needs the dollar to be weak to do that. Diego says, I would love to be a U.S. citizen because I want access to the stock markets. Very hard as a foreigner without tons of money. I guess the stock markets are not a bad thing. They're also just, it's a bunch of BS. There's better ways to invest your money. If you want to be a blind investor like many Americans do, the stock market makes that possible. But the beneficiaries of the stock market are not the investors on average. It is the citizens. The American system benefits the citizens and the government more than the citizens through blind investing. It does not benefit the investors per se. You have better ways to put money into other stock markets than the U.S. one. And stock markets in general, they're great. You have lots of money and no time to manage it. That's where you put your money. But what do you want to do when you want to make money? It's not really what you do. So, one, you do actually, under normal circumstances, have pretty good access to the world stock markets, including the American one, without being a citizen. That's generally quite available. And two, actually having access to it does not give you the advantages that it feels like. Raging Gun says, what? It's easy to access the markets. Join Well Simple. Having a U.S. bank account is so useful. Yeah, but Diego, absolutely don't need U.S. citizenship to get a U.S. bank account. You can just go open one. Absolutely anytime. Just set up your own company in Wyoming, and you can open up a bank account without any problem at all. As someone who works, my entire company is not U.S. citizens. They can all get bank accounts, no problem. Free trades, I'll look into Well Simple, thanks. Biscuit brief, no pork, pork disgusting, okay, blah, 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 disgusting. I can't download Well Simple from the Play Store. I guess they don't do business here. Most things block Nicaraguan IP addresses, use a VPN. The Play Store, the stores are their own thing. Try using, just use a computer, not a phone. Joab Trust, I saw a video with a Nicaraguan lawyer that stated a $30,000 investment into a local business, you qualify for permanent residency. Is this correct, Scott? That is roughly correct. It's a little bit more detailed than that, but as a general quick statement, that is correct. The number is 30,000. It is an investment. It is not into a local biz necessarily. It is a business investment. So yes, there are situations where you can, like he said, there are situations where that wording is correct, but it has to be approved by Intour. Generally, you make an investment of making your own business in order to do that, and you have to have employees. It has to be a place of business. It has to be monitored. There's a lot of things. But yes, at the highest level, that statement is correct. And that is what I have, right? So that's real world. That's what I did. I am drunk. Oh, dang, didn't know that. I would go 3, can extend to over 6. My sister-in-law and her husband are lawyers in Nicaragua, so just actually asked them last week what was possible. So normally if you're here under 6 months of the year, you're not eligible for residency. But you also, if you're here under 6 months of the year, what possible value would there be to having residency? Like, it doesn't matter at all, because you're already doing the board. You're doing the border run and the residency. You would have to do the problems of both, because you would, if they let you, which they won't, you'd have to do the cedula reprints. You'd be required to fly in every 6 months to reprint your cedula, but also you'd be doing these resets through border runs. It would be the worst of both worlds combined. In that case, but they don't let you do it, so it doesn't matter. And then you have And then you have the problem with citizenship that generally there's no path to it. Sure, you can qualify. There's a set of rules you're supposed to follow. They're irrelevant, right? Anyone who wants citizenship is going to end up hitting those things anyway. It's like, you got to be breathing. You have to be here. You have to have gotten residency. Okay, like, we get it. Those things would happen anyway. So they're not, I mean, technically there's steps you have to have. Technically you could attempt to apply for citizenship without having done them and be like, oh, I didn't do those things. But realistically, none of that's going to happen. And then the final step, it's kind of like, what are the steps for, jumping off a bridge? Well, you need to get to the bridge. You need to put on your shoes. You need to stand on the edge. And then the big one, you have to leap, right? And that's the one that most people can't do. The problem with all the talk of citizenship is that they mention things like tie your shoes and walk to the middle of the bridge. Okay, yeah, I get it. Those are requirements. The jump off the bridge bit is you have to be personally approved by the president or the National Assembly. So here's the thing. If the president says you're going to be a citizen, I don't think anything else matters. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident that if the president says, I'm a drunk guy, to be a citizen right now, and I'm going to sign this paper and say so, that no lawyer in the country is going to question it, no court in the country is going to question it. They are going to issue you a passport, and they're going to do so immediately. They're just going to be like, yes, that is approved. And they're not going to go back and say, oh, I don't see that you were here long enough with your residency. That's not something they're going to check. That's something, in theory, the president's supposed to check, but trust me, he doesn't need to, or she doesn't need to. Right? If they approve you, I guarantee you're approved. Same thing with the National Assembly. If the National Assembly decides to vote you in as a citizen, they don't care if you actually did these other steps, which you're going to have done anyway, right? Gotten residency, been here for 4 years, whatever they are. They're completely trivial because you'll have done those things before they will ever consider you anyway. And if they want you to, on first day, they call you up in Canada and they say, I want you, move here, we'll just give you citizenship. They can do that. They're the lawmakers. They're the president. I guarantee they're able to do that. So that means all the requirements are technically moot. The only actual requirement is that the president or National Assembly has to decide on you. If they say no, nothing else mattered. If they say yes, nothing else mattered. It's like the golden snitch in Quidditch. She made a bunch of rules, but at the end of the day, the only actual rule was whoever catches the snitch wins. Yes, in the books, technically there were loopholes where maybe at a stretch that wouldn't be true, but never, ever was it true in any way. In the movies, they tried to shorten it and actually made it that nothing else existed. The Golden Snitch was the entire game, and the rest of it was just confusion. But that's basically what it comes down to. Anyone who talks about the process is missing that there's only one step that matters. Joab says, so technically, if you're operating your business there, I could invest in your business. Yes, that is roughly true. How you invest and the mechanism by doing so, there's a little bit of complications as to what you're allowed to do and how you have to do it and how you have to prove that you're contributing and so forth. Because like I have an investment that has a certain number of employees. Your investment probably needs to create 2 more employees, and we'd have to show that. There's some things. But at the highest level, again, at a super high level, distilling this down to the simplest things, could you invest $30,000 into my business? And if I did the right paperwork, would that qualify you for residency? Yes. Joab says, that is a male, by the way, calling a female gecko. Yes, it is. Joab says, which Mexican bank worked best with Nicaraguan banks? Same question for Panama banks with Nicaraguan. I think all of that is BAC. I believe they're in all those countries as far as, and then of course the worst is always Santander. Avoid them like the plague. I don't even consider them an actual bank. I don't know what they are, but they don't seem to be involved in banking. Is what I've learned. Just bad people. Just remembered I hadn't looked at Nicagram in a while. Nope, no one has joined Nicagram or Nicaloro anytime recently. So there's that. So let's say I have strings I can pull. Should I do it? Dual citizenship possible. Yeah, if you can get Nicaraguan citizenship, certainly you want it. Like that's not something to avoid, right? It's only a benefit to you. Is it a big benefit? No. Is it a benefit? Yeah. And is it the biggest part of that benefit is the protection, right? Do I want Nicaraguan citizenship? Would I be happier if I had it? Absolutely. That would be fantastic. Easier crossing the border? Yes. More flexibility at other borders? Yes. Protection against the complete and utter collapse of the U.S.? Yes. Mostly the protections are against edge cases that are unlikely to happen. But just because they're edge cases and unlikely doesn't mean I don't want to be protected against them. I also would love if I had a roof that could withstand a meteor strike, just in case. I don't need it because it's unlikely. But if I could have it, I'd prefer having it than not having it, right? Why sleep knowing a meteor could crush you when you could sleep knowing it can't, right? So that's kind of, and the U.S. collapsing and the end of the modern world is way more likely than a meteor strike. So I deleted comment lol, but okay, might consider it. I would definitely say if the option exists to you, go that path. But if it doesn't, assume that there's no path to it. If you can go that path and let them know that I would like to get mine as well, let put in a good word for me. Like I've put in the effort. I've been here for 10 years. I make shows about the country. I work really hard and create jobs here. It would be really nice to have a passport. Scott, did you create Nicagram? I did. That might be why I'm so passionate about promoting it. It is a pixel-fed server, and I want to beat Costa Rica as the biggest in the region. And we're doing okay. Like, all of them are really small, let's be honest. But it would be cool to be bigger than Costa Rica. We just, we like beating Costa Rica at things. It's all part of the fun. But they have one pixelfed.cr that we can connect to. So, yes. Yep, Nicagram is one of my things, and I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. It's a cool platform. Id, are you on there? Do you have an account yet? I'm a drunk guy. I joined Nicagram some time ago. Have to check it out again. I got you. Yeah, if you guys are on there, get your pictures of Nicaragua especially, but other things too. But get your pictures up. Even if it's like, if you could make one picture a week. Like, I've been doing stuff. Here's my food. Here's something. I love seeing pictures around the country. Everyone else does too. We have a video coming out, I think. Is it tomorrow? I'm actually not sure now. Can I post the link for Nicagram? It's nicagram.com. The video that I think comes out tomorrow is someone talking about street photography, which is perfect for Nicagram to sit down and, I think that's some of the best stuff to put on there because it's just a lot of fun. All right, guys, it is getting late. I need to do my Duolingo. I have to hang out with my kids. I have a little bit of film editing yet to do. I would love to hang out more, but do not have significant spare time to do so. I've got 18 minutes and hopefully enough charge. I got 13% on my phone. That should be enough. I've got a bug in my water. I need to get that out and drink this because I'm dehydrated after 6.5 hours. I would like to stay on later because we have a good number of people on and good discussion going on. It says, okay, I will sign up. I'm not a big social media person. So keep in mind that this is a very small platform. And it's I'm going to get a list out, I swear, of the people from here. But it's social in this small group with a few extra people. So it's a very tight group, and it's fun to have this kind of connection, right, between us. How long have we been on? Yeah, 6.5 hours. Not too shabby. 500 views. That's good. Awesome. I appreciate you signing up. It is curated, so it won't let you straight in. I have to approve you, which I'm going to do my Duolingo, and then I'll get them approved. But we did have a lot of people making spam, so we deleted all of them and switched it to approvals. There's just not that many people trying to join. But I really like the platform. I've been very happy with it. And I really want to get to a point where there's just constantly pictures from all around Nicaragua going on. That's my dream. Like, I don't need millions of users, but if we could have 1,000 users with like 100 people regularly posting photographs of around the country, I would be so happy. Right? Like, that would be super cool. And it's fun to maintain the platform. I get addicted to these things. Diego, I must have let you in because I have no pending things for people. And the only people I've ever rejected is my own account called Testing One, and someone who said they're Master Gitex9. My name is Master G, and I'm a professional astrologer now based in Texas with deep roots in blah, blah, blah. That person did not get let in. Other than that, all people who have applied to Nicagram have been accepted at this point. So I'm guessing that you are in. Diego, I'm looking for you real quickly to see if you're obvious. Diego, you are user 265. Yes, you are in, and your handle is Diego. But you've posted no pictures. Oh, awesome. ID Group took some really good pictures of Laguna de Apoyo last December. That is a perfect topic for Nicagram, if I ever did hear of one. By the way, ID Group, did you watch my video about Laguna de Apoyo that came out earlier today? I really like that one. From Bumbly. Wow, that's a new name that I don't remember seeing before. Something against astrology? Lol. Not Master G. No, it's G like J-I. I got to find the entire thing that they said because it was like, what? Here's what they wrote. And if this is a real person, please someone let me know, because this to me looked like a bot. Oh, it doesn't let me put all that in. Oh, it's way over length. Shoot. I'm going to have to read it. My name is Master G, J-I, and I am a professional astrologer now based in Texas with deep roots in traditional Vedic astrology and over 20 years of experience. I've dedicated my life to helping people find answers, overcome obstacles, and discover their true paths. My services, and this is the thing that I have something against, is my services. My services include horoscope reading, palmistry, spiritual healing, and personalized remedies for love, marriage, career, health, and more. I would like to join this platform/community to offer my guidance to those who are searching for clarity and peace in their lives. My purpose is to serve with honesty, positive energy, and deep spiritual insight. Whether you are facing challenges or simply looking for direction, I am here to help with heartfelt dedication. And it's a Gmail account. Jangidgovind 1999. So yes, sadly, Master G didn't get onto the platform. I apologize for all those who were looking for his services. Yep. Okay. Do we have anyone signed up yet for me to let in? Nope, not quite. I'll let you in after I do my Duolingo. I'm running out of time. Thank you so much, everyone. It has been a really fun night. I'm glad to get back to this after everything. If you have not watched today's video, please do. I think it's a really good one. It's not super long. And I want to promote it. I want this one to do a little bit better. So if everybody could go out, even just watch it again, let it play in the background, hit a like, share it with someone because it's like a fun one. You'll get zip lining and kayaking. And Ava, who now moved to Australia, is there. And so definitely give that a watch as soon as you can, because the sooner it gets watched, the more impact that has. And I